In a world where money reigns supreme, corporations clash and trample each other to shine. Our protagonist, a cold, ruthless, and pragmatic individual. He always treats those beneath him as mere puppets, exploiting and squeezing every last drop of value from them. Discarding them when they are no longer useful is a given. He is willing to treat himself harshly, all for the sake of wealth, power, and fame. But ultimately, he is betrayed and murdered by the very corporation he was loyal to. Narrowly escaping the clutches of death, he awakens in a new body, a new life, and he now sees the people around him with different eyes. Lee Jun-chio, an employee of the Fair Trade Commission. Will he be able to fulfill his mission this time, making up for his past mistakes? Saving those in dire circumstances and exposing the crimes and hidden truths. Join Life Manhwa to witness his thrilling journey of wits and brains, full of hardship and excitement. It begins with a heavy and tragic scene. In the pouring rain, a serious accident has occurred on the highway. The sedan is overturned and crushed beyond recognition. Inside the car, a gaunt hand trembles weakly. The man, eyes wide with despair, lies helplessly in a pool of blood, wondering, am I going to die in vain like this? In that moment, memories of his life flash before his eyes like a fast-forwarded tape. Please, I beg you, reconsider, just one more time. Director Kim Song-kyun, are you telling me to steal patents from small and medium-sized enterprises? Isn't that industrial espionage? Director Kim Song-kyun, even if it is an accident involving subcontracted workers, is not it our responsibility to compensate for workplace accidents? Song-kyun bitterly admits through gritted teeth, that is the nickname I earned for disregarding human life. He looks painfully at his family members, who are unconscious, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did things turn out this way? Because of me, my wife and children too. Suddenly, a bright light flashes before his eyes, and the deafening sound of car horns blares incessantly. Another truck, with its headlights shining brightly, is speeding towards him. Before losing consciousness, all he sees is a blinding light. Rewinding time, the story begins a week earlier. In the office of a large company, a man is kneeling in distress. Director Sim struggles to bow his head and plead desperately, Director, no matter what, this project cannot be done for 3.5 billion. Last time, believing that you would cover the costs, I took out a high-interest loan to pay my employees. He bites his lip, tears welling up, that money is now 3 months overdue. Just then, a cold voice rings out, startling everyone into tension, Director Sim. Song-kyun, without a hint of emotion, reminds him, instead of showing such despair, prove it with your skills. I have said it many times, even if you do not take this project, it won't affect us at all. With that, he waves his hand. An assistant behind him understands. He takes the stack of documents in his hands and quickly distributes them to everyone at the table. As they read through the papers, their faces change, stammering, this is. Song-kyun narrows his eyes and adjusts his glasses. A list of contractors willing to take this project for 3.5 billion. Director Sim is sweating profusely, clutching the paper in disbelief. What is this? Song-kyun pushes him relentlessly. Without any consideration, some are even willing to do it for 3 billion. They say that as long as they sign the contract, they will adjust the costs accordingly. Any contractors who do not want to take it can leave now. The contractors all fall into silence, holding their heads in distress. Scene change. A few days later, a tragic event has occurred. The media is reporting extensively. Director Sim left a suicide note this morning before ending his own life. In the note, he mentioned that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy due to excessive cost-cutting in construction. In fact, this company has been operating at a loss for the past 3 years, to continue carrying out projects for the general contractor. Interviewing a few relatives of the victim, young XX, 42 years old, construction company employee, they pushed him to the point where he had no way out. With this estimated price for the project, the general contractor is the one who killed the subcontractor's director. This inhumane incident has caused a wave of anger among the public. Subcontractors of Hamyung Construction and the victim's family have filed a complaint with the prosecutor's office, calling for severe punishment for those responsible and demanding measures to prevent recurrence. They also announced that they will hold a shaved head protest in front of the company headquarters. The petition is underway. Abuse of power by the wicked director. Number of participants, 356,027 people. Meanwhile, the petition on the law against abuse of power and subcontracting contracts posted on the presidential website has attracted more than 200,000 signatures in just one day. End of the news report. The TV goes off. Scene change. In the suffocatingly luxurious conference room of Hamyung Company, everyone is nervously bowing their heads. At this moment, the person sitting in the central position, Young Sik Choi, vice chairman of Hamyung Group, speaks up. Have we conveyed our intentions to the families of those who have passed away? The other directors awkwardly shake their heads and explain, we could not even open our mouths. The funeral wreaths sent under the company's name were also thrown away. Because public opinion is quite unfavorable to us, it seems the investigation will be conducted more rigorously. Suk Choi's face darkens, impatiently snapping, "Get to the point." The other directors understand and each quickly explain the situation. The investigation will be conducted on all companies within the group. They will definitely investigate all previous cases thoroughly, from the misappropriation of patents from subcontractors to the pressure to lower prices. Song Kyun sits quietly in one place, listening to everyone's discussion, and I have reached out to external legal teams. Large firms like Park Jang and Yulchan have all declined to take this case. After listening for a while, the old man sighs and loosens his tie. His hoarse voice commands, "Except for Director Kim, everyone else get out." No one dares to disobey, and they all silently and quickly leave, leaving the space for the two of them. A few minutes later, the room has fallen into silence, not a sound to be heard. The atmosphere is suffocatingly oppressive. At this time, Suk Choi irritably lights a cigarette and curses, "Damn it." He looks at Song Kyun, who is still silent, not having said a word from the beginning. He taps lightly on the table, creating a steady rhythm. After a while, he slowly walks to Song Kyun, throwing a stack of documents on his desk. "Here, take it," causing him to ask in bewilderment, "Yes, what is this?" Suk Choi takes a drag of his cigarette and replies, "It is the subsidiary company that I promised to transfer to you. The share arrangements have also been completed earlier than expected. Perhaps this is the right time." Song Kyun does not answer, but he understands the meaning of this in his head. "So, you are quickly transferring what you promised in exchange for me taking on all the responsibility. Okay, I do not mind. Haven't I been contributing to the group until now precisely for this moment?" Suk Choi walks behind him. He gives a meaningful smile, pats him on the shoulder, and says loudly, "Director Kim, I know I can trust you, right?" Song Kyun does not mince words. He accepts everything and asks directly, "I guess a prison sentence is unavoidable, is not it?" Suk Choi nods and looks into the distance. Reassuring him, Director Hong said that in the initial trial, you will probably be sentenced to about 5 years, but I won't let you sit in prison for that long. Whether it is overturning the verdict on appeal, being pardoned, or being paroled, I will find a way to get you out as soon as possible. Hearing these promises, Song Kyun frowns, thinking only one thing, how shameless. He slowly gets up, says a few polite words, and assures, "Please do not worry too much. Department Head O, who is also being investigated, will say that I was the one who gave the orders." Suk Choi looks at Song Kyun's retreating back, gives a faint smile, and says in a sentimental tone, "Oh my, I am so ashamed of all my worries." It sounds cliché, but I will never forget this favor. Seeing him walk straight without paying any attention, Suk Choi calls out before he leaves the door, "Ah, Director Kim Song Kyun." He suddenly gives some incomprehensible advice, "You have worked hard all this time. Remember that I am always grateful to you." Song Kyun silently tilts his head back to look, but he is standing against the light so he can't see his expression clearly. He bows politely in a final greeting. "I am leaving now, Vice Chairman." Then, the conference room door slowly opens. Song Kyun steps out and slowly closes the door. Through the small crack, he vaguely sees Suk Choi's meaningful smile. Then suddenly, his face hardens, the gentle smile disappears, but Song Kyun does not have time to think much more, because he currently has more troublesome things awaiting him. In the pouring rain, a black car is speeding down the road. Song Kyun sighs and instructs his wife next to him, "Don't come home for a while. Reporters will be swarming like flies." His wife calls out anxiously, "Honey." Afraid that she is thinking too much, he quickly interrupts and reassures, "Don't worry about me. Just take care of the kids. The company has a protocol in place, so things will calm down soon." His wife is annoyed and upset for her husband. She shouts indignantly, "Isn't this too much? You said it was not you who did it. Then the person who gave the orders should take responsibility." Song Kyun shakes his head awkwardly. "Everything has its reasons. Just consider it a long business trip and wait at your mother's house." He glances in the rearview mirror and asks, "Has the transfer of schools for the kids been completed?" His wife nods and quickly says, "That is not a problem, but I keep receiving texts and calls from unknown numbers for the kids too." Song Kyun looks at his two sons and firmly suggests, "Change their numbers too. Just stay in Busan for a year. If everything is settled smoothly, I will be able to return to Seoul soon." In the torrential rain, the small car continues to drive steadily. His voice blends in with the rain, instructing his wife and children on important matters for the last time. "Perhaps when the trial takes place, the prosecutor's office will investigate all my financial records, so I have transferred everything into your account in case of the worst. Remember that." Suddenly, as the car drives through a large puddle, something seems wrong with the wheels, making clattering noises. Song Kyun's car and his family start to shake violently. He is startled and loses control of the steering wheel. The car speeds out of control, the speedometer spinning wildly up to 200 kilometers per hour. His wife exclaims in alarm, "What is going on? What are you doing? Slow down." Song Kyun's two sons are bewildered and frantically shout. Song Kyun is equally panicked. He tries to brake, but to no avail. He helplessly yells, "I can't brake." Hearing this shocking news, his wife's face turns pale with terror. The car veers through the guardrail, crossing into the opposite lane, causing her to scream in fear, "Honey." At that moment, a truck is driving in the opposite direction. The bright headlights of the other car shine directly into the faces of the entire family, causing everyone to freeze, not knowing what to do. And that fateful moment arrives. The sedan is hit head-on by the truck. The small car is crushed beyond recognition. It is flung off the road, several meters away. In the rain, only the sound of metal scraping and the strong smell of blood gushing out remains. Song Kyun is severely injured but still conscious. His eyes widen as he looks around, his heart filled with bewilderment and terror. The truck in front shines brightly. Then slowly it drives towards his car again. Scene change, 1 month later. Opening his eyes again, Song Kyun sees an unfamiliar ceiling. Along with the panicked and worried voice of the nurse beside him, "Oh my, Lee Jun-cheol, are you feeling better, Lee Jun-cheol?" Song Kyun mumbles, asking, Where am I?" The nurse enthusiastically answers, "You are in the ICU and just woke up after an accident a month ago." He narrows his eyes to focus, accident. In the next instant, a dark and horrifying memory of that night rushes back. His eyes widen in panic. Song Kyun quickly sits up, excitedly asking, "My family, the kids and their mother?" The nurse regretfully informs him, "They all passed away at the same time." Song Kyun quickly rips off his oxygen mask, asking in disbelief, "What, dead? Who died?" The nurse is startled, urgently reminding him, "Please calm down, Lee Jun-cheol." Jun-cheol grabs her hand, repeatedly pressing, "What did you just say? What the hell did you just say? Who is this damn Lee Jun-cheol?" To the point where he loses his balance and falls off the bed, causing the nurse to scream in alarm, "Ah!" The nurse quickly runs out to call for help. "Doctor, someone help me." Jun-cheol holds onto the bed frame and struggles to get up, muttering in confusion, Who the hell is he?" He staggers to his feet and questions, "What do you mean I am dead?" But when he sees his reflection in the window, he is stunned and bewildered, "Huh?" Jun-cheol is dumbfounded, touching carefully at every line on his face, his dry lips moving. This is. The person standing in front of the window is not him at all, but a younger, extremely unfamiliar face. Scene change. At a large station, a train has just stopped. Everyone on the train is busy doing their own things, but the atmosphere is completely silent. Only the increasingly clear sound of the train screeching to a halt can be heard. In the corner of the train, a young man is bowing his head, repeatedly muttering the name like a hypnotized person, Lee Jun-cheol, Lee Jun-cheol. As the young man finishes speaking, the staff's announcement rings out, the doors are opening. After the train doors open, everyone quickly rushes out. A few minutes later, the staff's announcement rings out again, the doors are closing, startling the young man in the corner. He hurriedly runs to the door before the train continues to depart. Phew, it has been a long time since I have taken the subway. Jun-cheol carries his bag and walks absent-mindedly. As he walks, he looks around and thinks absent-mindedly, how ironic is life, today I am here as an employee, not as a witness. When I was working at Hanmyeong Group, I was summoned here at least a few times every year. He slowly looks down at the employee ID that he is wearing. The ID photo still shows that youthful face, Lee Jun-cheol, Lee Jun-cheol, Fair Trade Commission. He stares silently at it without any explanation. Who the hell is this person? Thinking absent-mindedly for a while, he instinctively arrives in front of a large building without realizing it. Remembering, a week ago, in room 23. The familiar voice of the nurse rings out helplessly, "Oh my, you have not eaten a bite again." The old nurse sighs reluctantly, advising, "If you keep this up, how are you going to recover?" Jun-cheol is silent, his whole body filled with the ultimate depression and loneliness. In the evening, he quietly sits up and drives his wheelchair himself. The wheels slowly roll towards the elevator. He gently takes out his phone and checks it. As the screen lights up, the words "Justice exists only when it is enforced" are clearly displayed. Jun-cheol presses his fingerprint to unlock it. He looks at the date, and a heavy feeling of bitterness rises in his heart. A month. It has been a month since I woke up in the body of this young man named Lee Jun-cheon. During this time, it was not too difficult to find out what had happened to me. Breaking news, the CEO of Hanmyeong Group, who was involved in the abuse of power case, died with his entire family in a traffic accident. Breaking news, according to the on-site investigation by the Road Traffic Authority, the car involved in the accident was a dedicated car of Hanmyeong Group. As no technical faults were found in the car, the police have determined that this was an accident due to driver error. All information about the accident has been. The car damaged in the accident at the scene. Jun-cheol bitterly realizes, I have become a criminal trying to escape. with a fake passport that I have not even seen before, which the police have announced. When searching his residence, the police found a fake passport in the name of his family. In addition, Kim's call history contains content related to illegal entry, and it appears that he was trying to illegally immigrate and transfer assets to his wife's name. Although I have lost everything, including my family, the internet is still full of merciless curses. Sucked the blood of subcontractors and finally got a dog's death. Tried to escape in the night and killed the whole family. Even the car that was hit did not deserve that. He was already an official of the Fair Trade Commission with just that much. Heaven really has no eyes. Well, go to hell and apologize to the victims. Disgusting. Public opinion is still so cold. In a flash, the memory of Suk Choi giving him a meaningful smile rushes back. You have worked hard. You know I am always grateful to you, right? Seeing that deceptive and fake smile, Jun Cheol knows all the truth. He clenches his teeth and says angrily, "It was not me. I did not do that. Vice Chairman Choi Young-sik, that dog arranged the accident to kill me, then dumped all the blame on me." He is so filled with resentment that he tears his flesh, blood flowing out without him knowing. I want to expose all the truth, but now Kim Song-kyun is dead. The more he thinks, the more the vague powerlessness spreads and takes over him. No, I am not dead yet. I am just living in this young man's body. It was that fateful moment when the two cars crashed into each other. Yes, Jun Cheol is the owner of the car that crashed into my car. The more he thinks, the more he blames himself. But why did only I survive? I wish I had gone with my family. Jun Cheol sobs uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, soaking his arms. Suddenly he stops, as if thinking of something. Jun Cheol turns his head to look at the towering elevator beside him. Without hesitation, he drives his wheelchair to the edge of the elevator. His eyes are vacant, staring absent-mindedly at the scene below, as if seeing salvation. He clenches the wheels, intending to use force to push himself and the wheelchair down. The wheels creak slowly, moving closer to the warning line. His whole body is weak, without any lingering thoughts, wanting to fall down. But in that fateful moment, suddenly the latest news appears on the large screen of the hospital. The following is the next news item: the son of the victim in the Hanmyeong Group case, Sim Young-sik, has been on a hunger strike for the 15th day. Sim is calling for the passage of the anti-abuse of power law and emphasizes that Hanmyeong Group is a murderer group, abuse of power. We can't let another victim like my father appear. Looking at the emaciated face, but still somewhat similar, very much like the person who knelt before him begging before, Jun Cheol mumbles suspiciously, the son of Director Sim. Thinking of this, he suddenly uses force to grip the railing, holding back the body that almost lost its momentum, plunging down the elevator. Jun Cheol successfully saved himself at the last moment. He stares blankly at the space, not moving for a long time. Finally, he slowly lowers his body, returns to the wheelchair, and sighs heavily. Jun Cheol is silent, calmly reflecting on himself. He realizes his own mistakes. That is right, this is retribution, the punishment for what I have done. Even knowing that the vice chairman's orders were wrong, I still turned a blind eye and followed them. I have no right to blame anyone, but if... Thinking of this, he suddenly puts his hand into his pocket, looking for something. After a while, he pulls out the original owner's ID card. In his heart, he asks in confusion, but if so, then why does heaven let me continue to live in the body of this young man, Lee Jun Cheol? Jun Cheol silently looks at the large figure of the original owner reflected on the glass of the hospital. In a flash, the early morning sunlight shines down, the whole space bright and warm. Back in room 23. As the nurse enters, she is accustomed to seriously reprimanding him. Young man, if you do not eat today, I will. But before she can finish speaking, her eyes accidentally glance at something, then she immediately stops. The nurse laughs in satisfaction. Oh my, why is it so clean today? Jun Cheol does not answer, only silently turns to look out the door, leaving her with a cold back. Suddenly, a loud call interrupts his train of thought. Department Head Lee Jun Cheol. Department Head Lee Jun Cheol, startling him to turn around. Jun Cheol nods shyly. Ah, yes. The two colleagues behind him worriedly remind him, are you okay? Today is only your first day back at work. Do not push yourself too hard. That is right. You just had a serious accident. You should rest more. Jun Cheol's mind quickly takes shape, remembering the two of them, team leader Kim Ki-nam and investigator Park. When he was in the hospital, these were the two people who visited Lee Jun Cheol the most often. Thanks to them, I learned that Lee Jun Cheol is a young man who struggled a lot to graduate from a local university, and then passed the civil service exam. He is an orphan with no relatives. In addition, thanks to the documents that these two brought every day, I gradually understood my job. Investigator Park looks Jun Cheol up and down, then seriously advises, you should still continue to receive rehabilitation therapy. Ki-nam agrees, instructing, you just go back to your seat first, let me send you the urgent report. Jun Chio gives a forced smile and complies, nodding obediently, yes. As the two of them turn to do their own work, Jun Chio behind them looks around hesitantly, in a tangled state. Ki-nam sees it, and is curious. He asks in confusion, Department head, are you looking for something? Jun Chio scratches his head and hesitantly asks, that. Where is my seat? As soon as he finished speaking, Ki-nam's face darkened and he frowned worriedly, indeed, I think you should go back and rest for a few more days. After taking care of some minor tasks, he quickly handed over the prepared reports to him, then clicked his tongue regretfully. Next is the case of DC Heavy Industries. If the department head had not had an accident, he would have been able to follow this case. This case is worth trying. It is such a pity. Jun Chio gave a forced smile and apologized guiltily. I am sorry, because of me. Ki-nam shook his head and gave a smile that was not a smile, replying, it is okay, anyway, we have to withdraw the lawsuit that was sent to the prosecutor's office. He nodded in agreement with him, then looked down at the report. I understand. I will confirm and approve it immediately, yes. Jun Chio muttered thoughtfully, DC Heavy Industries. After searching his memories for a while, he rubbed his chin and realized, I remember now, Investigator Park once reported this case to me. This company is suspected of covering up a workplace accident of a worker. The anonymous informant is from a subcontracting company. The person said that the worker was very seriously injured, with a recovery time of up to 50 weeks. But instead of being handled according to the workplace accident system, the injured person had to pay all 30 million won of hospital expenses himself. However, after the investigation began and 3 months had passed, suddenly, they received a notification, canceling the lawsuit regarding the complaint of concealing the workplace accident because the complaint had been withdrawn. The complainant has suddenly withdrawn the lawsuit. After reading through it, Jun Chio could not help but admire, the owner of this body is indeed a passionate team leader. If it were me from before, I definitely would not have dared to touch this case. But, as an employee of the Fair Trade Commission, perhaps that is the norm. When he was still Songkyun, he also had headaches dealing with them. Why is the Fair Trade Commission investigating us? Department head O under him hesitantly nodded in confirmation, yes, Director. At that time, he mercilessly scolded him directly, is this only the second time you have done this? Just give them some money and it is over. Remembering this, he could not help but give a bitter smile, thinking, those who knew me in the past must be gloating. Jun Chio quickly pulled himself together and started working. If I want to approve it, I need a seal, it must be somewhere here. While struggling to find it, suddenly his ears rang, everything before his eyes blurred, and a strange voice rang in his head, the injury requires 50 weeks to recover. Jun Chio painfully covered his face, holding his head and groaning. Ki-nam worriedly leaned down and called him several times, Department head, but Jun Chio could not hear anything at this time. In his mind, he kept hearing the voices of someone talking. The matter of handling the case. How's the handling of the case reported to the Fair Trade Commission going? Yes, I have spoken with the director over there. Did he obediently listen? I threaten that if this accident is handled as a workplace accident, no one will hire his company next time. He understood when he heard that. Times are really chaotic. Now subcontractors even dare to sue general contractors. According to my investigation, it seems that the director of the subcontracting company does not know anything about this, so the injured person stood up to sue himself. Jun Chio widened his eyes in shock. What is this? At the same time, the voice in his head gradually became faint and fragmented. Yes, Director Jang has tried his best to explain our point of view. He continuously. In the dizziness, he accidentally pushed his hand, causing the documents to fall to the ground. Ki-nam shouted in panic, full of worry, Department head, are you alright? The commotion attracted those around, and everyone looked blankly towards him. Jun Chio closed his eyes tightly, and after trying to regain his composure, he forced himself to reply, I am fine. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly red drops fell down, blocking his vision. Warm blood splattered all over the documents. Ki-nam stammered in horror, Department head. Suddenly his head throbbed again, causing Jun Chio to widen his eyes and grimace. This time, the vague voice rang out even more clearly, he apologized. Jun Chio vaguely saw two people laughing and chatting happily. Anyway, you have to meet people anyway, so why make a big deal out of it? I do not understand how to stop that guy. We agreed to withdraw the complaint on the condition of compensating the hospital expenses. Of course, we did not pay all of it. We and the subcontracting company each paid 10 million won. The total hospital expenses are 30 million. So what about the remaining 10 million? We found some violations of safety rules and assigned some responsibility to him. He himself did not have any objections. Indeed, our department head Kim is really quick at work. Jun Chio's nosebleed kept dripping, staining the report with red blotches. Ki Nam, seeing his pale face, hurriedly asked Jun Cheol, are you okay? Jun Cheol raised his head and replied with a forced smile, I am fine. Seeing that he was covering his nose and blood was still spraying everywhere, he was speechless and helpless. What is fine about it? After calming down for a while, Jun Cheol wiped his nosebleed while thinking quietly, what was that? The image was a bit vague, but the voice was clear and distinct. As if whispering right next to my ear. Why did I see that hallucination? He wondered suspiciously, could it be? Ki Nam anxiously reminded and advised, I think you should go to the hospital, team leader. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, Jun Cheol's face hardened and he seriously interrupted, asking, are you going to close this case like this? The event happened on 3 months ago, at the XXA shipyard. Inside the large shipyard, employees were passing by busily. A bow of the ship was gradually being completed. In a corner of the ship, there was a worker busy welding. After a long time, he finally finished and took a break. Before he could sigh in relief, suddenly someone below shouted to call the worker, Mr. Bei. Chi Huan shouted for help, if that place is finished, help me out with this side. Bei Myung looked out, following the direction he pointed. He hesitated, wanting to refuse, boss, the scaffolding over there is not very stable yet. Chi Huan nodded carelessly, then tried to appease and persuade, I know. But if we want to make the deadline, there is no time to install the scaffolding, just help me this once. Bei Myung shook his head firmly, emphasizing, you said the exact same thing last time. This is a violation of the occupational safety law, no way, no way. He gave a bitter smile, folding his hands and sincerely begging, come on, do not be like that, I did not ask anyone other than you, Mr. Bei, to do this. Afraid that he would refuse again, he promised to add more, don't worry, if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Finally, Bei Myung was persuaded by him, he still softened and helped, the rope was stretched. On the head of the ship, several meters high, a small figure slowly descended to the middle of the ship. Bei Myung continued to start and complete the work he was asked to do. Chi Huan on the top suddenly called down a few words, Mr. Bei. He did not stop, briefly asked what? He pretended to care and reminded, if you are too tired, tell me, I will find someone to switch shifts for me. At the same time, on the deck of the ship, there were also 2 workers busy sawing iron. Suddenly, their saw had only cut half of the iron bar when it shattered, causing the worker to scream in shock. Chi Huan was standing nearby. He worriedly ran over to ask, oh my gosh, that was close, let me see, where are you injured? As he spoke, he casually put the wrench on the side of the boat and turned to remind the 2 workers, wait a minute, this has to be fixed properly and carefully, then. But the wrench accidentally tilted half of its body towards the outside of the boat. Then it fell straight down. Chi Huan startled and looked back in a panic. The heavy wrench fell straight down to where Bei Myung was working, causing him to be shocked and unable to react. The wrench fell into his helmet. The heavy sound made him dizzy, and he unconsciously let go of the safety rope, so his whole body lost balance and fell down. Fortunately, there was still a safety rope wrapped around his body, so he was still suspended in the air. The rope was stretched to its limit. The people on the deck of the ship were all frightened and looked down hurriedly to ask, Mr. Bei, are you okay? Be more careful up there. He breathed a sigh of relief, quickly regained his senses, and nodded in response to the person above, yes, I am fine. But life is not like a dream. The safety rope was rotten at some point, stretched and unable to withstand the gravity began to break. In a flash, Bei Myung's whole body swayed and lost momentum, falling straight down. After that, a regrettable occupational accident occurred, and that is the origin of the story in this report. Jun Cheol read it carefully. He frowned and muttered, that is suspicious. Ki Nam was confused and did not understand, and asked back, you said it was suspicious. He raised his eyebrows and raised his report, still stained with blood, explaining his opinion with difficulty. Yes, that is right, here's a 50-week diagnosis. Self-paid hospital expenses, a conversation with the person in charge, so why should this case be closed, although it is a bit dirty? Ki Nam sighed and shook his head, explaining, that is because the person who sued has withdrawn the complaint. Regardless of the complaint, the prosecutor's office's investigation can still proceed. Not conduct an investigation of abuse of power, but a criminal case. Hearing this, Jun Cheol was silent and looked down to think and analyze. If compared to a murder case, then at this time the body has been found, the murder weapon has also been identified. And even the identity of the suspect is clear. But why close the case? There are too many suspicious points. Ki Nam saw his determined face, and he sweated profusely, wanting to persuade him, but the station chief has issued an order to close the investigation, and during the time you were hospitalized. The case has been delayed for too long. After talking back and forth for a while, Jun Cheol understood with a headache, summarizing everything is because of him, because of his accident. that this lawsuit has been resolved slowly. Lee Juncheol, so I have to pay back the debt to you. Jun Cheol seriously made a guess. Perhaps because the investigation has begun, the main contractor hurriedly silenced this matter. They must have given the informant a settlement amount and persuaded him to withdraw the complaint. Team leader, what do you think about us digging deeper into this case? An accident with a 50-week treatment diagnosis that can still be covered up below that level is not even considered an accident. Jun Cheol reached out, drawing a line in the air, and then emphasized each word, a milestone. His voice gradually calmed down, clearly outlining the serious consequences if they stop the matter here. If we ignore this case here, then the plaintiff will think next time even a 50-week injury can be covered up. From that moment on, the workers of the subcontracting company will not dare to think about claiming workplace accident compensation, unless they are very seriously injured. The more he spoke, the more serious his face became, and then, 50 weeks of treatment will become the new standard for workplace accidents. Finally, Jun Cheol decisively concluded, I will report directly to the department head. With that, he strode away with a burst of energy. Ki Nam, sweating profusely, watched his receding back, his heart filled with unease. Later, at the room of the supervisor department head. The department head of the General Supervision Agency, Oh Kyung-suk, silently looked at the report he brought, and asked loudly, So what, you mean you want to continue investigating this case? He confirmed without hesitation, yes, silently observing and evaluating in his heart, this person is the department head Oh Kyung-suk, the superior of Lee Jun Cheol, looking at his appearance. Then he looks like a person who is not easy to deal with. As soon as he finished thinking, sure enough, he frowned uncomfortably and spoke up, What is this? You plan to send a complaint to both the Ministry of Labor and the Labor Insurance Fund. Jun Cheol rolled his eyes. His mind quickly came up with a plan to deal with it. For the others, I must prepare more carefully. Jun Cheol did not rush, deliberately emphasizing each word, explaining, Yes, department head, there must be a strong move like this so that they can't continue to cover up the matter. Cover up, yes, according to the situation, if they can cover up an accident with a 50-week treatment injury in this way. Hearing this, Kyung-suk's attitude softened slightly, and he sighed. In the next second, his face darkened, his eyes narrowed sharply, evaluating, You are just guessing, is not this exaggerating the matter a bit? Jun Cheol decisively and firmly replied, I am not. He carefully analyzed the situation. It is highly likely that the informant withdrew the complaint due to external pressure. We must take the initiative to come forward so that other subcontracted employees will cooperate with the investigation. Kyung-suk raised his eyebrows in confusion, asking back, Cooperate? If we approach too passively, people will refuse to testify and remain silent. What do you plan to do? Jun Cheol thought to himself, and this is the alternative proposal. He felt like the fat fish had smelled the delicious bait he had prepared. Yes, that is right. Anyway, even if they complain, they do not expect the Fair Trade Commission to solve the root cause, so they just accept the settlement when they agree to pay the money. I think they took advantage of the victim's unstable mentality, which led to our failure in the investigation. Through each polished word and his sharp arguments, Kyung-suk had to reassess the young man in front of him. What is this confidence? He is like he is transformed into another person after having a serious accident. He even changed his hairstyle too. He questioned, raising countless reasons, reminding him of the unexpected situations. Lee Jun Cheol, are you really confident in this case? If the administrative order is issued and the result is that there are no accusations, then this matter can't just end with a report. Jun Cheol bluntly interrupted, Department head, you just need to look at the essence of the case. The diagnostic report, the hospital bills, there is even the content of the conversation. His eyes firmly concluded, they are very professional. There is no reason this is the first time they have covered up things like this. The fat fish was moved and approached the bait. Kyung-suk was silent, hesitating for a while, thinking. He curiously asked, So what? How do you plan to investigate this case? Jun Cheol was overjoyed. He knew that this fat fish had taken the bait. He had successfully persuaded the department head in front of him. For now, I think we should look for who sent the anonymous complaint. Kyung-suk shook his head disappointedly and doubtfully. That is not simple. There is more than just one or two businesses that receive subcontracted work from DSEC. Are we going to investigate all of them? Jun Cheol smiled meaningfully and nominated himself. It is not necessary to investigate all of them. I can find the complainant immediately. Scene change. That night, at the office of Hanho Pungsan, the lights were still on inside. From inside the office, Chi Hwan pushed the door open and stepped out to answer the phone. Yes, of course. He smiled, speaking softly to please, reporting to the other end of the phone. Without knowing that from behind, a dark shadow was secretly observing. He has received treatment money and a settlement. Then what else can he do? In the dark night, there were the silent footsteps of the dark shadow behind, and also Chi Hwan's conversation. Oh my, yes, everything the director says is right. Not knowing what the other person said, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes, do not worry, I have also prepared a backup plan. Ah, that friend Bae Myung-soo, yes, that is right. As soon as he heard this name mentioned, the person behind suddenly stopped moving. Bae Myung's face darkened, stunned to hear clearly each of the cruel words of the person in front. It is because he disregards the occupational safety law. The more he listened to Chi Hwan's merciless words, the more Bae Myung's plastered legs and crutches trembled. Yes, yes, director, do not worry, if anything happens, I will be the one to take all responsibility. Bae Myung slowly approached from behind. He secretly took out a baton from his pocket. Chi Hwan in front had just sighed heavily after ending the call with his superior, without knowing that danger was approaching. Bae Myung, filled with murderous intent, suddenly used force to swing his crutch up, preparing to strike down on Chi Hwan. But in that dangerous, critical moment, fortunately, Bae Myung was able to maintain a thread of reason, and he lowered the crutch. Turning around, he left gently and slowly, just like the way he appeared. Even so, this feud and resentment still lingered deeply in his heart, causing him to grind his teeth in anger. Remembering a few days before, when he went to see Chi Hwan, he gave a fake smile, expressing regret and begging, "Oh my, I told you not to be like this anymore." Bae Myung shouted angrily and questioned, "Why are you like this to me?" He muttered in a low voice, arguing, "What, I am just asking you properly. Things are already messy, so please do not make a mountain out of a molehill, okay?" Bae listened to those shameless words and was so angry that he scolded, "I am already so frustrated that I have to do this. The rest of my life I have to live as a disabled person. So just because of violating the occupational safety law you do not want to resolve this as a workplace accident for me?" Chi Hwan, while forcing a smile, pushed him out. While complaining helplessly, I know, who here does not know, you Bae are wrong, we all know, but I do not have any authority." The more Bae Myung listened, the more angry he became. He jerked his hand away from Hwan and snorted coldly, "That is enough, anyway, you are just someone who listens to the Deseek people. So it is useless for me to say anything, right?" He shouted a warning, "I will sue you to the Fair Trade Commission, they will help me in every way." Hearing this, Hwan flinched and hurriedly folded his hands, lowering himself to beg miserably, "Hey, you Bae, do not try to make a big deal out of it anymore. I will talk to the Deseek side one more time. So please, okay?" But this time, Bae did not soften and forgive, he acted secretly, "Because I did not trust the boss's words, so I immediately submitted a complaint to the Fair Trade Commission anonymously. But 2 months have passed, and they still have not contacted me, in that time." On the other side, his boss remained silent, without a word of reply. Day after day, Bae was like sitting on pins and needles, his heart a mess, struggling, "I can't afford the 30 million hospital expenses myself, so finally. And as a result, I was forced to receive the 10 million won settlement from Deseek, and withdraw the lawsuit, but it was clear that you were the one who asked me to climb the rope and work." Bae's crippled feet silently walked to the construction site. At that moment, he accidentally heard Hwan's cold conversation, trying hard to please his superiors. Yes, director, do not worry, if anything happens I will be the one to take all responsibility." The crutch in Bae's hand trembled, he gritted his teeth in anger. "I came here with the small hope that I would receive an apology from you." In a surge of anger, he pulled something out of his pocket. Then suddenly, he used force, intending to swing the crutch down. But suddenly, a phone ring cut off everything. Hwan sighed, flusteredly searching for his phone in his pocket. He quickly found the phone and pressed the answer button. As soon as he heard the familiar voice from the other end of the line, Hwan burst out laughing, answering with an affectionate voice, "Oh, my daughter. Why did you call Dad at this hour?" Fortunately, at that time, Bae had managed to maintain his reason. He secretly hid behind the stairs, listening to the conversation. He gritted his teeth, the veins bulged, each of their sweet and loving words poured straight into his ears. "You called Dad because you miss him. Haha, oh my daughter is so well behaved. Your birthday is coming soon, do not overwork yourself." "Okay, of course, Dad is also very eager to meet my grandchild." The more Bae listened, the tighter his hands clenched the crutch until they turned white. He bowed his head heavily, silent. Finally, Bae quietly left as when he came, leaving behind Hwan's happy laughter and the words of his father and daughter, "You go rest now." The next day, early in the morning at the headquarters of the Fair Trade Commission, suddenly a hand handed out a stack of papers, asking for help. "Mr. Park, I wonder if you could write the request for me. The current version uses words that are too mild." Park understood and took it. He curiously asked, "You are requesting this because of the search warrant, right?" Jun Cheol nodded, explaining, "Yes, if there is an investigation without detention, then it is absolutely impossible to catch them." He laughed enthusiastically, offering, "I understand, I will bold and underline the section that has a high risk of destroying evidence." Jun Chil continued to turn to Ki-nam and said, Team Leader Kim, today please send a complaint to the Ministry of Labor and the Labor Insurance Fund, he asked in confusion. But Mr. Lee, in order to issue a work stoppage order, there must be a serious reason such as the death of a worker. Jun Chil seriously and solemnly ensured, if a field worker is seriously injured to the point of having to be treated for 50 weeks, then that means that the safety rules have been completely ignored. If the search warrant is approved, then we can collect the relevant evidence, so first proceed to submit the complaint. Ki-nam nodded, completely persuaded by him. Yes, I understand. Scene change later. A white car sped along the highway. Jun Chil sat in the car, feeling restless and uneasy, having to constantly loosen his tie. Ki-nam, driving next to him, noticed keenly. He asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable? He shook his head, giving a forced smile and denying, No. At that moment, the car passed through a deserted road, and a truck appeared in front. As soon as Jun Chil saw it, he widened his eyes and startled unconsciously. His chest tightened, the feeling of suffocation invisibly squeezed him, causing his vision to be like a dream. Jun Chil's head spun, he gritted his teeth and his whole body was covered in a cold sweat, trembling and breathing heavily. Suddenly a familiar call pulled him out of the vagueness. You, Mr. Lee. Jun Chil vaguely regained his senses and turned to look at Ki-nam who was speaking. There is something I am curious about, can I ask you? He nodded in confusion. What do you want to ask? He hesitated, arranging his words, then carefully asked, About this investigation, of course. Our job is to check even the cases that have been closed, but you are especially very enthusiastic. So I was wondering if there was an important reason. Jun Chil went silent for a moment, his lips moved, and finally he uttered a few short, disjointed words. I am not sure either. Just consider this my repentance. Ki-nam's head was full of question marks. What do you mean? At the same time, at Myeongun's office. In his private room, Hwan was unconsciously shaking his leg, making a clicking sound. Suddenly, an employee rushed in and announced, Director, it seems like things are not going well. The Fair Trade Commission has filed a complaint with both the Ministry of Labor and the Labor Insurance Fund. Hwan, sweating profusely and tense, sighed and asked, How far along is it now? The employee hesitated and replied, They are investigating and ordered the companies that receive a lot of work from DSEEK, so they will probably get to us sooner or later. Hwan's head throbbed uncomfortably. But this did not happen at our factory, so why are they digging into irrelevant places? Has DSEEK said anything? The employee shook his head worriedly. As of now, they have not contacted us. Hwan clasped his hands together and sat silently in a corner, calculating. Usually, when something happens, DSEEK takes the initiative to give instructions. But now they are silent. Does that mean they have no solution either? While he was in a mess and could not think of anything, another employee rushed in and shouted, Boss, you have a visitor. He was bewildered and asked, What? Who? The employee hesitated and replied, They said they are from the Fair Trade Commission. Hwan was startled, bit his lip, and cursed, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At this time, Jun Chil and Ki-nam's car had just arrived. He got out of the car and carefully straightened his smart clothes. Jun Chil looked around, assessing the place. So this is it, Myeongun. As he stepped forward, Hwan inside appeared just in time, welcoming him with a warm smile. It must have been a long and tiring journey. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped and looked at him. Huh? Hwan sized him up, secretly sneering in his heart. What the hell? I thought some big shot was coming, so I was scared to death. Turns out, it is just a young punk. Thinking this, his obsequious attitude disappeared completely. Hwan stood up straight and said, Hello, I am the owner of Myeongun. Jun Chil politely replied. Nice to meet you. My name is Lee Jun Chil from the Fair Trade Commission. He nodded, pretending to ask, Yes, but what brings you here? Jun Chil took a few steps forward and politely suggested, I have a lot to share with you. Can we go inside and talk? Hwan suddenly fell silent, thinking about something. His face darkened without responding. As soon as Jun Chil got closer, he raised his hand to stop him. He gave a fake smile, deliberately speaking in a suggestive tone. It is polite to call it an office, but in reality, it is a storage room for the equipment of the subcontractors. So it is quite messy. Is the matter that serious? Seeing that he had no intention of lowering his hand, Jun Chil twitched the corners of his mouth and gave a faint smile. He had no intention of offering him a glass of water. He looked up, imagining countless dark hands blocking his way. These people were carefully shielding him, absolutely unwilling to let him achieve his goal easily. Jun Chil curled his lip and snorted coldly. I can't even get a glass of water. Jun Chil was a head taller than him. Looking down from above, he thought, just as expected. Jun Chil glanced around, his face expressionless, and replied, Yes, you must be very busy. He tilted his head to signal Ki-nam, then let us get straight to the point. He understood and immediately stepped forward, presenting the important information he had gathered. Manhwa is a major subcontractor of DSEK, right? They have been handling outsourcing contracts for over 8 years, and the transaction volume is at 10 billion won. Hwan was flustered, nodding as he answered, trying to praise the parent company. Yes, I must say we are very grateful for such a long-term partnership. We always complete the work on time, and DSEK always pays on time. It is a win-win situation, is not it? Jun Chio raised an eyebrow and asked loudly, is that so? Hwan smiled, listing the company's achievements. Yes, not only me, but the employees of the company are also very satisfied. Thanks to DSEK, they do not have to worry about their livelihoods at least. Jun Chio narrowed his eyes and casually replied, really. In his heart, he sneered, I only asked a few probing questions, and you are already praising them to the skies. He did not hesitate, directly getting to the point, but director, I checked and found some strange points. He raised his voice in confusion. What do you mean? He pointed to the stack of papers in his hand and replied, it is about the documents I just gave you. Hwan looked down, stammering, this is. He introduced sternly, these are the records related to the applications for industrial accident compensation that we obtained from the Labor Insurance Agency. The project is not small, and the cooperation has been going on for over 8 years, but during that time, your company has never submitted a single application for compensation. He was startled, not understanding, and hurriedly asked, no, wait, is not it commendable that there have been no accidents? Jun Chio looked him straight in the eye, launching sharp, suspicious arguments. Director, even when just carrying enough equipment for a march, someone gets injured. But your employees are carrying heavy objects, welding, and cutting metal, yet there has not been a single accident. Is it really because there were no accidents, so you did not report it, or did someone force you not to report it? Hwan was sweating profusely, flustered and stammering, we really. Jun Chio knew what he was going to say. He stomped his foot on the ground and interrupted with a friendly reminder, Director, whether it is because the parent company ordered it, or you concealed it on your own, failing to report industrial accidents can be considered complicity. The more he spoke, the more Jun Chio deliberately increased the severity of the issue to threaten him. I am not kidding. Depending on the contents of the lawsuit, and what we submit to the prosecutor's office, you could become a victim of oppression, or an accomplice. Hwan was moved, sweating profusely, confused in his heart, accomplice. Finally, he had to give in, asking him, what do you want, in the end? Jun Chio was delighted in his heart, it worked. But on the surface, he maintained his professionalism, inquiring, have you heard about the industrial accident where the victim suffered total disability for 50 weeks, and DSEK is being sued for that case? He sighed, turned around, opened the door, and cautiously invited, so, you came because of that case, alright, let us go inside and talk first. It is not convenient out here. Jun Chio, satisfied, quickly crossed the red line, the closer boundary to the truth. Once inside his room, Jun Chio glanced at the banners hanging everywhere and guessed, these must be banners sent by DSEK. He vaguely understood their intention, not to congratulate, but like a warning, telling us to keep quiet and live our lives. Myung poured water while asking, the whistleblower you mentioned. I guess it is someone named Bae Myung-soo, who works at Punks and Wedding, right? In his heart, Jun Chio realized, Bae Myung-soo, I finally know the name. He nodded and asked for more information. If he is a welder, he must mainly work at heights, right? He was startled, stammering, yes, you seem to know a lot. In Myung's heart, he was cold with worry. I thought he was clueless about this industry, but it turns out he is quite knowledgeable. Jun Chio curiously inquired, do you know anything about Bae Myung-soo? Myung excitedly sighed, recounting, do I know him? We got into a fight to the point of going to the police station. Ki Nam was confused and asked, Myung poured 3 cups of coffee, expressing his discomfort. I also feel sorry that he got injured, but he keeps going around and dragging other subcontractors along. Not only me, but other bosses also find it very annoying. Myung grumbled uncomfortably. He keeps handing out flyers, saying that all the subcontractors should speak out about the issue of labor safety. If we leave it alone, it will affect the morale of the employees. Jun Chio nodded, asking, I did not know about that. I do not know if you can contact him. Myung brought 2 cups of water, looking at them awkwardly. I have the number, but do not tell me you want me to call him. Ki Nam nodded, asking for his help. That is right. If you help, you will feel better, and of course, we will give you a suitable reward. Myung frowned, refusing, no matter what, I can't call the person I had a fight with. Scene change, back to the Fair Trade Commission headquarters. At reception room number 4. Jun Chio was grabbed by the collar by a man who lost his temper. Ki Nam panicked, helplessly hitting his side and shouting to calm him down. Oh my god, please do not do this, calm down. Bae excitedly shook Jun Chio like a drum, roaring, calm down. Ki Nam awkwardly tried to explain, that is not it. We really had no choice. They refused to believe, vehemently cursing, do you think I am stupid? Aren't you guys taking hush money from Disik? Ki Nam shook his head, denying, no, that is not it. Suddenly, Jun Chio looked down and was startled. He was stunned to find that Bei's current desperate eyes were exactly like the eyes of the people who resented him. He immediately gently grabbed his hand. Then, he sincerely bowed his head and apologized. First of all, I am sorry, Mr. Bei Myung-soo. Jun Chio carefully explained the whole situation, hoping to alleviate some of Bei's resentment. I had an unexpected accident and had to be hospitalized for a while, so the work was interrupted. And also, I did not have enough documents before, but this time it is different. I have prepared everything. To carry out this investigation, we have officially filed a complaint with the prosecutor's office and the Ministry of Labor. As he spoke, he squeezed Bei's hand as if to clearly show his determination. Jun Chio also slowly presented his planned scheme. We are collecting more testimonies from other subcontractors, and we will also clarify the concealment of industrial accidents that DSEEK has committed. Bei was silent for a long time, gritting his teeth to digest it. After thinking it through and calming down, he bowed his head and apologized. I am sorry for what happened just now. After experiencing things like this, I easily get angry at even the smallest things. So, what do you want me to say in the end? Jun Chio did not bring up the past. He pushed a piece of paper in front of Bei, and briefly asked the truth about this matter. Everything you have reported, is it all accurate? Bei nodded his head, firmly and decisively replying, there is not a single word that is fabricated, but... Speaking to this point, he suddenly fell silent again, absent-mindedly thinking about something. At the same time, at DC Company. In the director's room, Shin Suk-jun was holding a bottle of wine while calling someone. From the other end of the line came a flattering laugh. Director Shin, did you receive the gift I sent? The old man curled his lips and smiled triumphantly, casually replying with a few polite words, haha, oh dear, so polite. Thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang expressed his sincerity. It is nothing, although it is a bit late. I still want to congratulate you once again on your promotion. Suk-jun was satisfied and immediately offered an invitation. Yeah, let us have a round at the casino someday. Suddenly, Director Huang suspiciously asked, oh, by the way, about the bidding last time, you said it would still proceed as before, right? The old man nodded. Smiling and promising, of course, do not worry. I will allocate the order to Ilsung completely. Director Huang, having achieved his goal, excitedly flattered him with a few words, thank you, sir. I only trust you. As he was talking, Suk-jun suddenly heard a knock on the door. He quickly said goodbye and hung up the phone. I will call you back when I am free. Then, he spoke out, signaling to the person outside, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a cooperation department head hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped in. Suk-jun smiled, asking, Department Head Kim, what is the matter? Kim Song-min hesitated, explaining, yes, Director, it seems like there is a problem. The old man was stunned, confused. What problem? Song-min, pale-faced, stammered and recounted, the thing is, the Competition Commission just sent the documents to the Ministry of Labor. He was talking about the past, when Jun Chio suggested this to Department Head Oh Kyung. He sighed, hesitating, hey, Department Head Lee, I understand that you want to put pressure on DSEEK. But there is no serious fatal accident. Will the Ministry of Labor really take action? Jun Chio's face had no superfluous expression, seriously reading out each word, according to Article 63, Paragraph 3 of the Occupational Safety and Health Act. If the enterprise fails to comply with the suspension order or fails to implement the necessary safety measures, and in the event that there is a high risk of industrial accidents, or the dangerous situation has not been resolved. In some cases, even if no one has died, but if the accident is serious enough, this order can still be issued. Hearing him say a long string of words, he was stunned. So confused that he had to ask curiously, how do you know these things? Jun Chio did not answer, but he waited for the results with satisfaction. Department Head Oh Kyung was anxious, hesitating for a long time. Under his persistent persuasion and sharp arguments, he finally had to give in, agreeing to approve. All right, I understand. Now that I have helped, I will help to the end. So now. Oh Kyung slammed his hand on the table, like a strong signal. Jun Chio smiled brightly, understanding and immediately obeying, understood. And the result of that discussion was that, in the present, Director Suk-jun of DSEEK was furiously receiving shocking news. What? A work stoppage order. The old man furiously slammed his hand on the table. Suk-jun excitedly roared, what did you say? Just because of that trivial matter, they issued a work stoppage order. The old man's face turned red as he gnashed his teeth. Damn it, in his heart, he was also uneasy and unhappy. Years ago, I heard from a university friend who worked at Sanjin Chemical that A fire broke out at the factory of the subcontractor company, killing 7 workers on the spot. This incident shocked public opinion, making it impossible for the Ministry of Labor to stand idly by. As a result, a work stoppage order and an emergency search warrant were issued to San Jin, the main contractor. Thanks to this, the entire factory had to stop operating. Just the losses at that time amounted to tens of billions of won. Such a strict work stoppage order, yet this time it was applied just because of such a trivial matter. The more he thought, the more upset and bitter Suk-jun became. Song-min awkwardly spoke to appease him. Director, fortunately, this matter is only at the proposal stage. Hearing this, the old man took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and telling himself, it has not been approved yet, so we just need to quickly prepare a countermeasure. That is right, I need to keep a clear head. I am not the type to easily lose my temper. During the tension, Song-min's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the name on the phone and carefully asked Suk-jun for his opinion. Director, Department Head Song from the legal department is calling. The old man nodded, signaling, yeah, answer it. He quickly answered the phone, asking, is that Department Head Song, what is the matter? Suddenly, as if hearing something shocking, Song-min shouted in panic, startling Suk-jun. What? The old man hurriedly asked in a panic, what happened that you reacted like that? He stammered, replying, Director, there is bad news. An ominous premonition rose in Suk-jun's heart. The old man urgently interrogated, what is the matter? What is wrong again? Song-min moved his lips, replying, that they have filed an application for an arrest warrant for you, sir. What arrest? The old man's face turned red with anger, as he listened to Song-min's quiet report that was not finished yet. What else? At the same time, below the main headquarters building of DC Company, 2 cars followed each other in. Now, on the side of the Fair Trade Commission, a raid was launched. Jun Cheol opened the car door and stepped down. 2 employees in the car sighed sadly, worriedly chatting, we have finally arrived at this place. But will we get anything from today's search? I am not sure either. To be honest, I do not think they will leave any documents related to concealing the industrial accident. Ki Nam in the front seat seriously and professionally reassured them, haven't you heard about the work stoppage and the request for the arrest of Director Shin Suk-jun? With such strong moves, the subcontractors will probably turn their backs on them. Don't worry too much, focus on finding evidence. The employee was revitalized, obediently replying yes. As he was looking for a parking space, there was a knock on the driver's window. Jun Cheol looked at them seriously, asking, is everyone ready? The 2 employees nodded, curiously asking, yes, but are not the police coming with us? He nodded, explaining, yes, they will wait in the back. They will rush in as soon as we call. The employee poked his head out, suspiciously asking, where is our target? The department head, he carefully told them, outlining it for them, 17th floor, Business Cooperation Department. This is the management place for the subcontractor companies. All the documents we need will definitely be there. If you want to know the details, we can discuss it inside. Hearing his strong voice and steady demeanor, the 2 employees unconsciously nodded in agreement. Jun Cheol turned around and shouted loudly, let us go. The other 3 all got out of the car, replying in unison, understood. Standing in front of the tall headquarters building, Jun Cheol suddenly paused for a few seconds. His emotions were a bit vague, this feeling was so strange. Before I was always on the defensive side, but now I am on the attacking side. When discussing together in the meeting room, Department Head Oh Kyung suspiciously asked, so, that Shin Suk-jun is the person who is ultimately responsible, right? Jun Cheol nodded, speculating, yes, he was the director before, but this time he was promoted to CEO. Maybe the exposure of the incident will affect his position, so he is rushing to find a way to cover it up. He clicked his tongue in disgust, TSK, that bastard. Not stopping there, Jun Cheol continued to provide a tracing report. Also, here, I found a similar case. Ilching Welding used to be in charge of the welding work for DSEK, but 4 years ago, a similar accident happened this time. A worker fainted in the duct and was taken to the hospital, but for a week, he remained unconscious. Oh Kyung took the report, narrowing his eyes, asking, more than a week, so what happened after that? Jun Cheol looked him straight in the eye and continued, fortunately, he did not die, but because the sequelae were too serious, he had to be hospitalized for 3 months. I heard the cause was inhaling argon gas, leading to oxygen deficiency, so that means the ventilation system did not meet the standards, right? Needless to say, Oh Kyung vaguely guessed the subsequent events, so, Ilching reported this incident to the Labor Welfare Insurance Agency. Jun Cheol nodded in confirmation, yes, and a year later, DSEK terminated the contract with them. Anyone can see that this is clearly an act of retaliation. Oh Kyung read through the summary report, and had to exclaim in dismay, these guys are really cunning. Jun Cheol did not forget to add, in addition to the contract termination order, it was also Shin Suk-jun. Oh Kyung angrily slammed the report on the table. He smiled with satisfaction, instructing and agreeing to assign this case to him. Alright, trust Team Leader Lee, and immediately request a work stoppage order and the arrest of Shin Suk-jun. But remember, make sure the raid is carried out thoroughly. Ending the memory, Jun Cheol's eyes burned with determination and vigilance. I have convinced Manager O and reached this stage. From now on, everything depends on what I do. At some point, Ki-nam had stood next to him. He also looked up at the building and exclaimed, "Quick! I did not think you would handle this case so quickly." He frowned, worriedly looking at him, reminding him, "But are you sure you can handle it? If that plan of yours goes wrong, it will become a counterproductive blow." Jun Cheol briefly and resolutely promised, "Don't worry. I will take full responsibility." Ki-nam took a deep breath, trying to keep his mind as calm as possible, deciding to bet on him. I understand now. The female employee behind was pale with fear, her heart pounding as she lamented, "Oh my God, this is so stressful, so nerve-wracking." The male employee also trembled in agreement. "I feel you, D-Seek is not going to hand over the documents easily." The two of them were both trying to reassure and encourage each other, and taking out some energy supplements. "But it probably won't come to blows, right? It probably won't." Jun Cheol was stern, his voice sharp as he urged, "Hey, let us go." The two employees behind him quickly swallowed their pills, replying in unison, "Yes, sir." The large doors of the company were opened. The four of them rushed in with great fanfare, as if charging onto a battlefield. The employees immediately became alert and wary upon seeing them. "Who are you?" Jun Cheol did not say much, immediately holding up his Fair Trade Commission employee ID. Then, he introduced himself solemnly. "We are from the Fair Trade Commission." The female employee behind him, looking at his straight back and badass aura, could not help but admire him secretly. "Team leader, you look so cool. I suddenly feel all fluttery inside." She clenched her fist, excitedly psyching herself up. "That is right. This is exactly why I became a public servant." But before she could enjoy it for even 3 seconds, a burly arm reached out from somewhere and pushed her face to the side. "No, nobody's allowed in. We have not received any notification." Jun Cheol angrily tried to push away the employee blocking his path, shouting, "Does anyone ever announce when they are going to conduct a search? Get out of the way. Don't obstruct someone performing their duty. If you do not move, call the person in charge down here." Seeing someone rush forward, the other security guards took the opportunity to swarm up and block the 4 people, creating a chaotic scene. "Okay, if you want to come in, show us the search warrant. Otherwise, do not even think about taking a single step inside, you guys." The female employee was no match for the tall, muscular security guards, and was pushed to the ground. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, a stern voice cut through the noise. "Hey, is this the place for you people to be causing a ruckus?" The legal affairs team leader of DC Company appeared, along with several high-ranking officials. Jun Cheol gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed away the security guard who was trying to restrain him, then stepped forward. Standing parallel and directly facing him, he stated, "We are from the Fair Trade Commission." "Is CEO Shin Suk-jun here?" Hyun-sik feigned ignorance, replying, "He is not here at the moment." "What is this about?" Jun Cheol asked sharply. "What about the head of the cooperation department, Kim Song-min?" Dong Hyun-sik stubbornly pretended not to know. "He is on vacation." "What exactly do you people want?" Jun Cheol cursed inwardly, still lying so blatantly, but on the surface, he maintained his professionalism, replying, "We are here to investigate the industrial accident at Pungsan Welding." "And who are you?" The man's face darkened as he pretended to be nonchalant. "I am the legal affairs team leader, Dong Hyun-sik. Just tell me if you need anything." Jun Cheol smiled faintly, cautiously thinking to himself, someone from the legal affairs department. He could clearly sense the hostility and absolute defensiveness of this person. The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly on the headquarters building of DC Company. Jun Cheol solemnly emphasized each word. "We are from the Fair Trade Commission. We are here today to work on the industrial accident at Pungsan Welding." Hyun-sik tilted his head, his eyes narrowing, adding a few wrinkles. "I thought that matter had already been resolved. That accident was the victim's fault, but my side still voluntarily provided medical expenses to show our responsibility." Jun Cheol smirked, reminding him, "Is that the conclusion of your legal affairs department? But according to the information we have, it is different." His voice was even, each word as sharp as a point aimed at them. That subcontracted worker was not allowed to file an industrial accident report, and the medical expenses were just a fraction of what they owed, right? And it is not just this one time, is it? Other subcontractors have already testified. They said D6 specializes in covering up industrial accidents. Looking at the detailed report, not missing a single word, coupled with Jun Cheol's sharp reasoning, the more Hyun-sik read, the more his expression changed. Wanting to curse, "Damn it, why are they suddenly investigating so thoroughly this time?" He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he changed his tune, pretending not to understand, strenuously arguing, We do not know anything. This is the first time I have heard of these things. It is all made up. Jun Chio coldly extended his hand, demanding, then hand over all the business partnership documents. Suddenly, he thought of something, immediately pointing a finger directly at him, questioning, Do you guys have a search warrant? Jun Chio did not answer, his face emotionless as he stared at the finger pointing at his face. Seeing that he was frozen and unresponsive, Hyun-sik smirked, secretly sneering in his heart, what an idiot. Without a search warrant, even the Fair Trade Commission can't come in and inspect. He glanced secretly, signaling the employees behind him to stall for as long as possible at the front desk, and then take the opportunity to destroy all the important documents. But the thing he least expected happened. Jun Chio's gentle voice rang out, Thank you. Hyun-sik turned around in surprise, only to see Jun Chio calmly holding a phone in his hand, lightly saying, Because you guys are acting exactly as I predicted. What? He dialed a number and quickly called someone, signaling, Go ahead, team leader. As soon as Jun Chio finished speaking, loud noises continuously rang out from outside the company, causing everyone to tense up unconsciously. Ki-nam and the other employees were already ready, and immediately rushed in with a bang. What is going on? Hyun-sik backed away in confusion, stammering, What is happening? Ki-nam, without saying a word, held up a piece of paper in front of him. Jun Chio smirked, explaining, You guys were just looking for this, right, the search warrant. This story goes back to that moment when Jun Chio carefully suggested, Sir, can I ask for one more thing? Before we go to D-Seek, please prepare the search warrant. Oh Kyung asked in confusion, What for? What if they cooperate? Then we won't need it. Jun Chio seemed to have seen through everything, shaking his head decisively, Isn't it obvious? They will never cooperate. They will definitely try to stall and then destroy the evidence. Oh Kyung sternly reminded him, Are you sure you can handle it? Requesting a search warrant because they do not cooperate. That is also why Ki-nam worriedly asked him in the car, So are you sure you can handle it yourself? Team leader's plan. If there is a mistake, it could backfire. And Jun Chio only reassured him briefly, Don't worry. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Ending the memory, that is the whole story, and sure enough, his preparation was not redundant. Ki-nam waved his hand, ordering the employees, All right, let us go. Jun Chio shouted, adding, Team leader, first go up there and confiscate the shredders, gather up all the shredded paper too, if important documents are missing. We will piece them back together from the shredded paper. Ki-nam understood, and chuckled, making an okay gesture. Hyun-sik and the security guards did not have time to react. He frantically asked, Sir, what do we do now? He sighed heavily and helplessly surrendered, I give up, damn it. Seeing the hurried footsteps of the employees, the security guard could only hold his head and cry out helplessly, Sir. The large doors on the second floor were opened. Ki-nam led the group in aggressively, carrying the search warrant. The employees of D-Seek Company panicked, unprepared. Ki-nam acted swiftly, not giving them time to react, immediately attacking. He hastily and decisively confiscated all the papers that were about to be put into the shredder. The employees searched every nook and cranny, seizing many intentionally hidden documents. So in the end, how much did they take? Not even a single piece of paper escaped their control. Because they were ambushed unexpectedly. We did not have time to hide anything. After completing the mission, Ki-nam and his team left with their spoils, leaving the people of D-Seek tearing their hair out in fear. Suk-jun angrily yelled, demanding an explanation, answer clearly. Hyun-sik stammered, recounting in a low voice, almost all of it. Suk-jun was shocked, his mouth agape. The old man held his head wearily, asking again, So, everything was swept clean. Hyun-sik could only bow his head and repeatedly apologize. I am sorry, CEO. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly added, Oh, and one more thing. That team leader from the Fair Trade Commission left a message for the CEO. Deok-jun impatiently asked, What did he say? Oh yeah, tell the CEO that he should come to the Fair Trade Commission as soon as possible. If he delays and refuses to come, or tries to silence others again, then I will be back with an arrest warrant in hand. Jun Chio casually adjusted his tie, coldly uttering an uncompromising warning. Suk-jun heard this and his blood rushed to his head, veins popping out all over his forehead. The old man did not say a word, standing up abruptly. He grabbed the golf club next to him. Then decisively, with a murderous aura, he raised it high, causing Hyun-sik to panic in terror. CEO. The old man vented all his frustration by striking down, causing the porcelain vase behind Hyun-sik to shatter into pieces. Suk-jun gritted his teeth, resentfully cursing, Those Fair Trade Commission bastards, daring to barge in here and threaten me. Song-min stood behind, observing, cowering in fear, not daring to speak, minimizing his presence. Suk-jun threw the golf club to the ground, Grumbling and asking, "What about the situation with the subcontractors?" Hyun-sik cautiously reported, They are still probing the situation. Although some people have reported to them, no one has directly accused us yet." The old man pointed at him approvingly, ordering, "Good, now you find out which side the information leak came from." Hyun-sik heard this and was confused. What? Suk-jun was filled with murderous intent, wanting to devour people alive, growling a subtle warning and insinuation. A dog that dares to bite its master must know the consequences. Right, Hyun-sik hurriedly nodded, not daring to disobey. Yes. The old man rattled off a string of instructions, based on the statements. You can guess which side it came from. Remind them, if they act stupidly, they should not expect to have any work. Hyun-sik kept his head lowered, receiving orders. I understand. After the reminder, the old man coldly dismissed him. Go. The two, Hyun-sik and Song-min, immediately hurried out. Yes. But suddenly, as they were walking towards the door, Song-min thoughtfully turned back to observe. He slowly turned back to Suk-jun and asked about the matter. The old man held his face and sighed with difficulty. The thing with punks and welding was not that handled properly. He shook his head, apologizing. Sorry, CEO. Clearly, he signed the agreement, right? Suk-jun struggled to mumble to himself. That agreement is now what is strangling us. The old man regained his spirits, ordering Song-min, Hey, team leader Kim, there is still time. If it gets any messier, we might end up in the news. It is no joke. Settle it. Whatever that guy from Pungsan wants, just give it to him. Suddenly Song reached out to a piece of debris on the ground, objecting, That won't do, CEO. The old man looked at him in confusion. What? He picked up the piece of debris, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. In times like these, we have to stay calm. Once the vase is broken, even if you glue it back together, it won't be the same. If we accept to handle the industrial accident compensation now, it is like digging our own grave. If one dares to turn against us, there will definitely be a second and third. So if we spend money to support medical expenses now, those cases that we thought were settled before will be dug up again. After listening to his analysis, Suk-jun thoughtfully rubbed his chin in agreement. That makes sense. If we give in this time, the others from the subcontractors will follow suit and demand their rights. The old man asked Song-min worriedly, So what should we do? An order to suspend construction would be really bad. Administrative penalties are no joke. He looked at the piece of debris in his hand, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he reassured, Don't worry, CEO. I have a plan. Scene change, at the Fair Trade Commission. A white car drove in and parked in a corner. From the car, a person slowly got out. Song-min, filled with murderous intent, smirked, calculating, This time, it is our turn to counterattack. Later, in the reception room, an angry hand slammed a stack of documents on the table, shouting, So in the end. All this was covered up by Pungsan welding, is that it? Jun Cheol agitatedly questioned. Song-min calmly sat down, smiling as he replied, It is not that they covered it up. It is just that they did not report it. He pushed a document in front of him, explaining, This is our response. Song-min carefully presented the information as if he were not involved. If you read the second part of this document, you will see that CEO Jang of Pungsan Welding admitted it, and even submitted evidence. Jun Cheol lowered his eyes, quickly reading through the document below. Summarizing a reply that was almost a book in length, the main idea was this. Our company did not even know about the accident. After investigating, it turned out that Pungsan Welding had intentionally covered it up for fear of affecting DSEEK. DSEEK is not directly related to this incident, but in terms of morality, we still supported part of the treatment costs for the injured worker. In short, all the responsibility was being pushed onto the subcontractor, Pungsan Welding. Song-min secretly smiled smugly, observing his expression. Remembering a few hours earlier, he had gone to see Hwan in person. He had to respectfully pour wine for him, and sighing, blame himself to win him over. I am really sorry. It is all because of that Bae Myung-soo that things have turned out this way. I really have no face left. He took a breath and finished the cup of wine. When he put the cup down, he suddenly called out coldly, Mr. Jang, making Chi Hwan jump in alarm. Yes, sir. He picked up the wine bottle and held it out, casually asking an irrelevant question. How many years have you worked for DSEEK? Hwan hurriedly held out his cup for him to pour, and smiling forcefully replied, Probably for years. After pouring, waiting for Hwan to drink, Song-min suddenly sighed regrettably. It has already been that long, time flies so fast, but it makes sense. Then he suddenly said something meaningful that made Hwan choke on his drink. Because you started working right after Ilching went bankrupt, so it must be around that time, right? Choke. While Hwan was still coughing, he quickly left without any mercy. Mr. Jang, sorry, but I will take my leave first. The food here does not suit my taste anymore. Finishing speaking, he stood up. Without looking back, he turned and left straight away. Hwan hurriedly chased after him, grabbing his coat. Director. He humbly bowed his head, begging, please, give me another chance. I will definitely find Myung-soo and convince him, or kill him. I will do everything I can. Speaking to hear Hwan fearfully knelt down and begged, so please director, tell me, what do I need to do? Song-min smirked, revealing his teeth. He had only been waiting for this, and immediately happily suggested, if so, let us eat all the leftover food. He smugly looked at Jun Cheol, thinking to himself, damn it, someone unrelated suddenly appeared and pressed the self-destruct button. He sighed, intentionally raising his voice to ask Ki-nam. Then there is no other way, right team leader? Song-min thought he had achieved his goal. He was happy and beaming. That is right, do you think D-Seek will do as you say? But unexpectedly, Jun Cheol did not follow the usual logic. He directly suggested, I will have to write another indictment, with the crime of inciting false testimony. What? Jun Cheol showed a clear attitude of disgust and criticized, it is really despicable, right, using the subcontractor's livelihood to play such a vile trick, Song-min frantically and confusedly retorted. What, vile? Hey, listen to this guy. Jun Cheol coldly, with an expressionless face, revealed, do you think we do not know why you are doing this? Aren't you putting on a show? Because if you admit to this, then you also have to admit to all the industrial accidents that have been covered up before, he gasped, not expecting himself to be directly accused like this. What a show? Jun Cheol continuously questioned, pressing him to ask, assuming we brought evidence to the hospital to fight, who do you think would win? Making him choked and unable to speak again. Song-min angrily left, if you still refuse to understand after speaking to here, then I think I do not need to continue this conversation anymore. If you continue like this, then never mind, we will talk again in court. He strongly threatened, if you guys continue to abuse your power like this, then we won't stand idly by either. And what is more, a business suspension order. If this causes even the slightest damage to D-Seek, we will put all the responsibility on your head. After speaking, he furiously slammed the door and left. Jun Cheol silently admitted, although I anticipated this, they really are not an easy opponent to face. Ki-nam sweating worriedly asked, what should we do now? If the director of punks and welding really stands out to testify like this, then won't it be very difficult to win the case? Jun Cheol did not answer, he rubbed his chin, thinking silently about something. After a long while, he spoke firmly, there is no other way, the only way is to make them surrender before going to court. Making him stunned and panicking, huh? Jun Cheol's determined eyes narrowed, calculating. Scene change, evening, at a crowded local eatery. Inside, everyone was enjoying their meal. Suddenly a hoarse voice rang out evaluating. The Fair Trade Commission said that, sounds like a headache. Hearing Cha Young-ji say that, the person opposite immediately nodded resentfully replying, yes. Song-min enthusiastically poured wine, continuously humbling himself to win him over and ask for help. So that is why I shamelessly contacted Senior, as long as you can prevent the business suspension order, then I definitely won't forget this favor. He was so sincere that he bowed his head, almost kneeling down to beg, please Senior, help me. Yang Ji smilingly teased without directly replying, haha, that is not a decision I can arbitrarily make. He awkwardly coughed a few times, then stood up embarrassedly suggesting, hey Cha, I will go for a bit. Song-min understood and hurriedly replied, yes, go ahead. Looking at his fading figure, then disappearing behind the bathroom of Yang Ji. Song-min's face immediately withdrew its expression, his face no longer having the flattering and ingratiating expression. He secretly reached for the white bag he brought with him. Later, when Yang Ji finished going to the bathroom, he opened the door to go out, then saw the dining table was completely empty. There was no one at the table. He did not think much of it, and just chuckled speculating, this friend, he left with the bill already. Suddenly Yang Ji noticed the white bag placed on the side of his table. Right at that moment, a phone rang. Song-min apologized apologetically, Senior, I am really sorry. I know it is not polite, but because the company has urgent matter, so I left first. He understood and immediately nodded in agreement, replying, is that so? Oh well, never mind, I understand. He was sitting in the car at this time, cleverly choosing his words to express his sincerity. Thank you for inviting me tonight. Partly because I left in such a hurry I did not have time to pay. Please consider the items in the paper bag as my sincerity in lieu of the meal, sir. Hearing him say this, Young Min was shocked and politely looked down. What? Ha, this guy, you really did not need to. He just pulled out the bag inside, and was shocked to see, hidden under a black plastic bag were countless stacks of money. Song Min's voice evenly transmitted through the phone, maybe after paying for the meal, there will still be some left over. I would be very grateful if you would consider the leftover money as my sincerity. Yang Ji sweating profusely, his face changed. Without letting him say anything else, Song Min hurriedly hung up the phone. In his heart he secretly rejoiced. The Fair Trade Commission, no matter how rebellious you are, You can't change anything. He looked at the scenery outside the car window. The corners of his mouth could not help but involuntarily curve up. On this side, Yang Ji was still standing silently frozen in front of the huge bag of money. His mouth could not help but twitch. After a long while, Yang Ji reacted with a faint smile. Haha, really? Scene change. The next day at the Ministry of Employment and Labor. At the reception counter, the employee lazily replied, "Oh, really?" Ki Nam was nervous and sweating, confused and doubtful. What kind of reaction is that? Jun Cheol, standing next to him, was still enthusiastically presenting the issue. Yes, the important thing is that not only did the accident happen, but they also deliberately covered it up. Now they are using the director of the subcontractor as a shield to evade responsibility. The employee deliberately wiggled his ear, showing an opposing attitude. But even so, we can't just issue a business suspension order. That is practically a death sentence for businesses. He shook his head, explaining seriously and solemnly, "No, those who deserve to be punished are getting away scot-free, while the innocent are the ones suffering more. They are still threatening the subcontractors. If we do not root out this problem, it won't stop until someone dies." The employee hesitated, trying to suggest, "Well, if we can't do anything else, can we just ask for measures to prevent recurrence?" Jun Cheol was stern, his eyes sharp as he replied. "The same thing has happened many times. How can we trust those so-called measures? All the subcontractors are saying in unison that because DSEC is constantly cutting costs, even now safety regulations at the construction site are not being properly followed." The employee awkwardly stammered a forced reply, "Really?" Without further delay, Jun Cheol directly pulled out the prepared report and documentation. "If there is really no other way, then I will just have to submit all the presented documents to the National Assembly." The employee was startled and panicked as if he had heard something earth-shattering. "What?" Jun Cheol calmly reminded him, "As you know, the National Assembly's audit session is coming up soon, right? If this issue is presented in Yudo, it will be quickly made public." The employee excitedly jumped up from his seat, shouting, "What, are you threatening me?" He narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, "It is not a threat, but I am just saying that the related laws need to be amended, so I will ask the National Assembly to cooperate." The employee shuddered as he imagined a bloody courtroom, angrily scolding, "Does what you are saying even make sense?" Hearing the commotion, Jun Cheol suspiciously turned around. "Who is that?" As soon as the employee saw him, he was startled and greeted him, Director. It was the man who had dinner with Song Min last night, Director Cha Yang-ji. He politely and concisely introduced himself, and asked, "I am Cha Yang-ji, the Director of Labor. It seems like this is something that needs my signature, right?" Jun Cheol quietly looked him over, analyzing and assessing. "He is the director. That means he is the one with the final say on the construction suspension order." Jun Cheol hurriedly stood up, solemnly explaining the situation. There was a serious accident at the construction site. The injured worker needs 50 weeks to recover. But instead of resolving it according to proper procedures, DSEC Heavy Industries made the subcontractor cover it up. Yang Ji muttered, "DSEC, huh?" He suspiciously asked again, "If this is a labor accident cover-up, should not you report it to the prosecution first?" Jun Cheol frowned, recounting, "It is not just 1 or 2 times that this kind of thing has been covered up. We need a construction suspension order immediately to prevent more accidents from happening." Yang Ji glanced down at the employee below and called out, "Team Leader Kim." The employee understood, and immediately reported, "Yes, I confirmed that there was an accident resulting in 50 weeks of injury. But the matter of DSEC blaming the subcontractor is still just speculation. Even though the degree of injury is severe. But after all, this is not yet a fatal accident, so it is not enough to issue a suspension order." Jun Cheol angrily questioned, 50 weeks of injury and you are saying it is not enough? Does someone have to die before you decide to deal with it? He thought silently about something, and then asked loudly, trying to get everyone's opinion, "What do the other team leaders think? Speak up." The others in the room all agreed. "In my opinion, it is also partly due to the negligence of the worker. This case should be handled by the prosecution." An older team leader also agreed, suggesting, "I also do not think we need to issue a suspension order immediately. Let us consider it more carefully." Jun Cheol saw that the situation was not looking good. He was a little worried. The director is not very interested, and the team leaders are not supporting it either. This is not good. The situation is quite unfavorable. Team leader Kim next to him was continuously trying to persuade Yang Ji, "Director, if we hastily issue an administrative order, we will definitely be accused of being unfair to large enterprises. And honestly, we do not have a good reason either. There is no fatal accident or anything serious, so how can we issue a suspension order?" After thinking carefully for a while, he raised his head to look at him with regret. "You heard it, right? That is the general opinion." Jun Cheol pursed his lips awkwardly. "This old man is more cautious than I thought." Perhaps, the reason he asked the managers for their opinion is. Looking at the strong aura and absolute defensiveness emanating from him, he bit his lip and questioned, just to use it as an excuse to refuse the suspension order. Jun Chio was tense, sweating as he thought, damn it, if this matter is allowed to pass, then all my efforts will be wasted. Suddenly Yang Ji mumbled something to himself, what should I do now? He unexpectedly announced, I will sign the suspension order. Everyone in the room was shocked, not daring to believe their ears. Jun Chio was also stunned, thinking he had misheard. What? In reality, last night, after Song Min thought he had achieved his goal, he was leisurely looking at the scenery when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing who was calling, he quickly answered the phone. Yes, senior, did you want to instruct me on anything else? Suddenly he froze when he heard Yang Ji's stern voice, a premonition of unease rising in his heart. Hey, Kim Song Min. He loudly questioned, what are you doing? I was considering you as my junior compatriot, so I agreed to come to this place. He panicked, flustered and quickly admitting his mistake. Senior, it is not like that, it is because I did not think through. Yang Ji, without showing any consideration, directly cursed at him. Shut your mouth, you bastard. He growled a warning, if you play this game again, I will accuse you of bribery. Song Min shuddered, stammering weakly, Senior, I? Not letting him finish his sentence, he decisively and strongly cut him off. From this moment on, I will forget your name, never contact me again. Finishing speaking, he hung up the phone immediately, abandoning Song Min standing there stunned. When he reacted, he was so angry that he trembled and cursed, damn it. After dealing with this filth, Yang Ji was not in the mood to eat or drink. He went out to pay immediately. The total is 16,000 won. He took out some old money and gave it to the shop owner, not forgetting to praise, here you go, thank you, the food was delicious. The owner nodded and grinned, yes, thank you. Suddenly, an employee cleaning urgently called out, reminding, sir, it seems like you forgot this. Seeing the white bag, Yang Ji sternly and disgustedly replied, I threw it away, please throw it away for me. Ending the memory, returning to the present, Yang Ji stared directly at Jun Chio. He puzzled with a mind full of suspicion. What is this? He suddenly agreed to approve it. Wasn't he planning to refuse it just now? Suddenly Yang Ji unexpectedly spoke up. But I have one condition. I can't issue an administrative order just because of a potential danger in the future. There must be a legitimate reason. Hearing this, Jun Chio immediately presented a detailed report. Then please look at the evidence we have collected. We have surveyed all the subcontractors to assess the safety situation, and then we have found many similar cases. He received it, read it, and nodded in agreement. There are indeed signs of systematically covering up accidents. Yes, Jun Chio followed his line of thinking, suggesting, so we must suspend construction as soon as possible. Suddenly the director asked a question that startled him. But all the statements are anonymous, are not they? He seriously handed the report to him and requested, have them sign their names to confirm it. What? If you want to use the reason of systematic labor accident cover-up to suspend, then you must prove that it really is systematic. Give me concrete evidence. Jun Chio asked worriedly. You also know that that is not easy. Everyone is afraid of retaliation. No one dares to stand up to testify. Yang Ji sternly only delivered a short message. The law does not protect those who only know how to remain silent. If they do not have the courage to speak up, then they can only accept living like that. Calmly thinking it through, Jun Chio understood the consequences. There is no way to argue back. If construction is suspended for even a day, the business will lose billions of won. The stock price could plummet by tens of billions. It is reasonable for him to request clear evidence. He nodded in agreement and received it. I understand. Scene change, back to the Fair Trade Commission. Jun Chio was closing his eyes and pondering something in his seat. The other employees were all worriedly whispering and gossiping. We have hit the hardest hurdle, right? Put yourself in the position of those subcontractors, who would dare to publicly reveal their identity and stand up to accuse the parent company. Investigator Park sighed awkwardly. But no matter how clear the evidence is, if it is only anonymous accusations, it is useless. To be effective, there must be an official statement. But that is not easy. Jun Chio attentively, unconsciously tapped his hand on the table, thinking, at this time, there can be no yielding, we must be firm. He rubbed his aching chin, wavering, the important thing is to know when to be firm, and when to be flexible. While he was absent-minded, Team Leader Ki Nam came in from outside and announced, Team Leader, the representatives of the subcontractors are all gathered in the annex building. Jun Chio nodded, tidying himself up, replying, yes, I am coming right now. He worriedly hesitated, but will they be willing to cooperate? The atmosphere there seems very tense. The employee next to him agreed, adding, that is right, as cold as a funeral. He stood up decisively, suggesting, let us try to persuade them first. Scene changed to inside the meeting room. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire space. Jun Cheol seriously began to present. I am sure everyone is aware of the situation, so I won't be long-winded. The documents in front of you clearly state the progress of the investigation. He carefully arranged his words to convey his meaning. Currently, the fact that DC Group has been covering up industrial accidents has been partially clarified. And the Ministry of Labor has also recognized the severity of this matter. Therefore, today we want to hear directly from those of you who are present here, specifically how the accidents were covered up. Suddenly someone raised their hand, speaking up, Team Leader, before we continue, can I ask a question? Jun Cheol nodded, gesturing, yes, please. The contractor frowned, asking hesitantly, to put it bluntly, why should we participate in this? Are you saying that we have to publicly reveal our identity to accuse DSEEK, right? He firmly refused directly, sorry, but that is not possible. If we open our mouths, we will be exposed right away. The others also started shouting one after another, and to say nothing of the fact that the accidents did not even happen in our company. How long is this going to drag on? That is right, we just want to let this matter pass. Kinam hurriedly spoke up to soothe them. Now, everyone calm down. He looked around, assessing that things seemed unstable, and then deployed the next plan. This situation does not seem to be working out, so then. Jun Cheol reached out his hand to remind, before you continue, please take a look at the list of subcontractors in this document. The other contractors all followed suit, and as soon as they saw those lines of text, some were startled and confused. What is this? Jun Cheol's eyes were sharp as he explained, yes, this is the list of industrial accidents that were covered up in your companies, which we have collected. One contractor excitedly shouted, Are you saying we will also be prosecuted? What, are you kidding me? He cut through the complex emotions of the people below, reminding them softly, as I said before, whether it was voluntary or forced, covering up an accident is something for which you can't escape responsibility. The person angrily dismissed the responsibility. We came here to find a solution, not to be treated like criminals like this. That is right, we did not do anything wrong. Suddenly a noise rang out from behind, causing the other contractors to turn around in confusion. A man slowly walked in, he spoke up to greet. Everyone's gathered, huh? As soon as Hwan saw the person, he was startled and his expression changed. Jun Cheol and Kinam were both staring intently, following the figure. It was Bei. He limped slowly down, long time no see. Directors. In an instant, everyone was stunned and speechless. After a moment of shock, the contractors all started discussing amongst themselves, recognizing, isn't that Myangsu? Why is he here? What is that guy planning to do? Bei heard the whispering, turning and giving them a resentful look. Then again he continued to limp. He limped step by step directly to the platform, until he had stood firmly in position above. Bei then turned to Jun Cheol, indicating, Team Leader, can I say a few words? He understood and nodded, relinquishing the stage, of course. Suddenly, he turned around, casting a cold look towards the contractors, causing them to suddenly feel guilty, unconsciously averting their eyes. Bei, not paying attention, began to speak. Bosses, long time no see. I have heard everything from outside the room already. I understand that everyone has legitimate reasons. This is not your problem, so why would you want to stand up to report it and take the consequences? I also thought that way, before I fell into this situation myself. Only when I became a victim did I truly understand. At first I was very angry, I was tired and in pain, but I did not receive even a single cent of compensation. I hated my superiors and the colleagues who pretended they did not know anything. When I was sinking in despair, Dae-suk reached out to help. They paid a part of my medical expenses, and pretended that it was a gift. At that time I realized how grateful I was for just a little bit of meager money like that. It was at that moment that I realized that there are many other people in the same situation, living in this kind of misery. If the team leader here had not actively come to find me like this, I would have given up just like those people. After revealing his feelings, he then encouraged and persuaded the contractors. As everyone has heard, the situation is different now. The Fair Trade Commission is ready to deal a strong blow to Dae-suk. So then, please help me, so that others do not have to experience what I went through. While speaking, Bei gritted his teeth and bowed his head, begging. He helplessly shouted loudly, anyone will do, please stand up and speak. The contractors hesitated, looking at each other, smiling awkwardly. What should we say? They remained in the same posture, not moving at all. Jun Cheol looked at the current situation, making him unconsciously remember that before entering the meeting room, he had received a call from Bei. Do you want to come in person? He decisively said, as someone who has been affected, I can't avoid it. I will take this as a last chance to ask the bosses one more time. At that time, he was silent for a few seconds and then agreed, I understand. In the corridor, it is unknown what other things the two of them continued to say. But currently, Jun Cheol was a little surprised to receive this result. Honestly, I did not think this would work, but Bei Myungsu's sincere speech is creating an undercurrent of simmering discontent. Realizing that the time was ripe, Jun Cheol stood up decisively, affirming, "Let me make a commitment to you once again. If you stand up to speak, we will not pursue responsibility for all the industrial accidents that have been covered up before. Look at what they have done. They have distorted the accident to blame Pungsan Welding and are pretending that they do not know anything. Right now it may not be your problem, but any of you could become a victim like Pungsan Welding. We are only one step away. We will ensure that you will not be negatively affected in any way." As everyone was gradually being persuaded, an angry shout rang out, breaking the atmosphere. "Everyone, wake up." Hwan, red-faced, shouted a warning. "Do you think you can attack Dae-suk and still survive?" Bae froze, looking in dismay towards his owner. Jun Cheol sweated nervously. "Damn it, I should have kicked him out earlier." Ki Nam, also startled, hurriedly reminded, "Please keep the peace." He shouted, fiercely warning those who were about to be swayed. "I have recorded everyone who came here. Should I send this to Dae-suk or not, huh? Do you think that after this you can still work in the shipbuilding industry? We will go bankrupt, think about it." The other contractors started to waver again. They hesitated, telling each other, "What should I do here? Will we really lose all our livelihood?" Just as everything seemed to be going to waste, Bae unexpectedly roared, "Mr. Jang." He suddenly waved his cane, unexpectedly hitting hard at his fractured legs, which were still in a cast. The plaster shattered completely, causing everyone to startle in shock. Hwan sweated anxiously, guiltily backing away a few steps. Bae, after deliberately hurting himself. His legs could not support him. His whole body weak and in pain, he collapsed. Bae roared, questioning, "How much longer are you planning to live like that?" His eyes were full of tears, tearfully recalling the memories from before. "In the past, you used to say that we were all family, right? We were a family, working hard together, breathing dust in the factory, sharing meals together." Hwan trembled, stammering, "You guys." He helplessly shouted miserably, "Damn it, what do you want me to do? I also need to make a living. They said they will cut off my work, then what power do I have? We all are just subcontractors in the same situation. We are struggling just to hold on to Dae-suk's shadow." His struggling confidences also expressed the voices of other contractors, causing the atmosphere to become so heavy that even the heavy breathing could be heard. Hwan blankly, unsteadily left. "How long will I live like this? I will live like that for the rest of my life." Before pushing the door to leave, he awkwardly turned his head to look back. "So do whatever you want to do." The meeting room door closed. The other contractors again fell into complete silence. The lights shone brightly, as if piercing through their hearts. Bae sighed painfully. He struggled to stand up on his own, but his body could not maintain its balance and collapsed again. Suddenly someone picked up his crutch. A familiar voice rang out, "You are still as fierce as ever, huh?" Bae was stunned and confused. "Mr. Choi." Mayung awkwardly handed him the crutch, reminding, "Take this." After speaking, he suddenly turned to call Jun Cheol, team leader. Mayung's face broke into a smile, seriously asking, "What do we need to do?" Ki Nam gasped, stunned and unable to react. "Are you saying you want to?" Mayung scratched his head, replying that statement. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the remaining contractors also raised their hands in agreement. "I will do it too, me too. That is right. I am tired of having to please the people of Dae-suk this time. We have to make them afraid." Jun Cheol slowly stepped forward. In his heart he understood clearly, what they need is not a reward or punishment. He bowed politely, expressing, "Thank you for your cooperation." After speaking, he turned to call Ki Nam. "Team leader," he replied. "Yes." Jun Cheol carefully instructed, "All right, please write it down in detail on the paper we will be handing out." Bae dazedly, finally, gratefully looked at Mayung. "Boss, thank you so much." He shook his head. "No need to thank me." Standing and listening to Jun Cheol carefully working, trying his best bit by bit, write down the date of the accident, the details of the accident, and the supervisor at that time. "Please write carefully, and if there is any evidence, please submit it separately." Mayung smiled faintly, sighing, "We will have to take down those banners then." A few days later, the news reported, the next story, the fourth largest shipbuilding company, Dae-suk Heavy Industries, has been issued a ban on operations. The Ministry of Employment and Labor said the reason for this order is because Dae-suk covered up labor accidents. The Ministry of Labor has conducted an investigation to see if the labor safety regulations are being properly implemented. At the construction site, 26 safety violations have been discovered. Kang Du, 52, director of a subcontractor. "With the budget and schedule, they know better than anyone else that we do not have time to install safety equipment. But they still demand it knowing that we can't speak up." Dae-suk Heavy Industries has announced an apology to the public, regardless of the truth, stating that they sincerely apologize to the entire nation. "We offer our sincere apology to." Despite publicly apologizing, Dae-suk still lost 70 billion won in just 4 days, Today they lost another 4 billion. How are they planning to manage now? The ban on operations is indefinite, and stock trading has also been suspended. Reporters are racing to follow Jun Cheol to interview him. From just a single statement, just how deeply is Daesuk Heavy Industries involved in this matter? A lot of subcontractors are making accusations. Are there any other accusations that are about to be revealed? Will this investigation lead to arrests? What is the Fair Trade Commission's official statement? He professionally declined, showing no emotion. I can't comment. I am sorry. In his heart, Jun Cheol secretly lamented. How do they know I am going to court? They have sniffed it out. A chubby reporter tried hard to strike up a conversation with him. It is unprecedented for a corporation stock to be frozen like this. Just a clear statement for the investors and the public would do. The female reporter next to him was not to be outdone, asking a shocking question. The 50-week injury case seems to be causing public division. Ultimately, what percentage of the press release is true? Hearing this, Jun Cheol suddenly stopped. He turned his head, his gaze firm and upright as he looked down and affirmed, everything that has been revealed is true. The construction sites are not complying with safety regulations. The male reporter hurriedly asked, labor accidents really happened, so is it true that Daesuk deliberately covered this up? Jun Cheol nodded in confirmation. It is true that we reported based on the evidence we collected and the statements we heard. He turned his head before leaving only a few words. We will be able to make a more detailed statement after investigating those involved, so. Looking at his fading back, the reporters rushed to point their cameras and fired off a series of questions hoping for an answer. There has been a lot of speculation about who will be held primarily responsible. Is there a possibility that Choi Dae-suk will be summoned? Just one more statement, please. Scene change, in the interrogation room. Jun Cheol was stunned and confused to receive the notification, not detained. He asked suspiciously, how can that be? The investigator explained awkwardly, I am sorry, but this is not something we decide. This is a decision by the court. He firmly suggested, then request a retrial. The investigator shook his head, explaining, the court believes that he does not pose a flight risk, and the subcontractors are voluntarily reporting Daesuk, so they have determined that he can't destroy evidence. Jun Cheol frowned. He pursed his lips and thought, it is standard practice not to detain during the investigation in cases like this, and I know that Shin Suk-jun is unlikely to flee. But a custodial investigation is a sign of how seriously the court views this case, and with them taking the case so seriously, it is bound to be sensitive. Seeing him distracted, the investigator patted him on the shoulder, comforting and reassuring, don't think too much about it. We have enough evidence that they can't overturn this situation. Jun Cheol shook his head, replying, Mr. Prosecutor, I am not worried because they won't be convicted. It has been a few months since we started this investigation, and today is the first time we have seen CO Shin Suk-jun, the one who caused this. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Suk-jun in the holding cell, emphasizing, he must think the law is a joke, with that arrogant attitude. The reason I wanted a custodial investigation so badly is because he might use an innocent person as a shield. The investigator smiled, telling him, team leader, you do not have to worry too much. Yesterday, the CEO of Pungsan Welding, Jang Chi-hwan, finally changed his testimony. He also stated that Daesuk had threatened him with his job. In an instant, the memory of Hwan struggling to run out of the meeting room that day flashed through his mind. But very quickly, Jun Cheol had something else to worry about. I do not know about Shin Suk-jun. Did he admit that he covered up the case? No, he is pretending not to know anything. Jun Cheol suddenly made a request. Can I go in there and talk to him? His request was approved. As soon as he entered, Jun Cheol spoke up to greet him. We finally meet, Shin Suk-jun. He calmly walked over, pulled out a chair and sat opposite him, starting the conversation. You have never answered any of our summons. Hearing the way he spoke, Suk-jun frowned, recognizing, you are the manager from the Fair Trade Commission, the one who is not afraid of anything. Isn't the ban on operations an abuse of power by an administrative order? As soon as his voice rang out, Jun Cheol was momentarily stunned. This voice. He faintly recognized the similarity to the voice in his subconscious that had said I scared him a little by saying that we would find another subcontractor if he reported this as a labor accident. And he understood. Good, what subcontractor would report on their own contractor? It seems like the CEO of the subcontractor does not know about this either. Jun Cheol decisively confirmed, it is definitely Shin Suk-jun. Jun Cheol began to ask directly about the main topic. What part of this is abuse? Suk-jun objected, arguing, no one died, so why did you impose such a severe penalty? He rolled his eyes, then affirmed, did you read the statement of reasons? A near-fatal accident, and covering up a labor accident are reason enough. Hearing this, Suk-jun excitedly slammed the table, shouting, that is just a pretext, you brought that matter into the public eye to make the trial favorable to you. The only possible crime is negligent management, But you want us to lose billions of won? No way. Jun Cheol smiled faintly, assessing, truly a cunning old fox. You still want to attack us in this situation? He showed no extra emotion, coldly cutting him off with a sharp question that made him freeze. Is that what your lawyer told you to say? What? Jun Cheol recounted each word slowly, as if he himself had witnessed it. Attack is the best defense. In any case, we can't offer what the subcontractors have said, so it is better to shift the discussion to the investigation process in order to argue in court. Suk Jun startled, he looked towards the camera suspiciously. Do you understand? Then he smiled, explaining, don't misunderstand. When the victim and their lawyer are talking, that camera will turn off, and it does not record either. But even if the administrative order is deemed illegal, you can't ask us for compensation. In these kinds of cases, the national emotional law is applied instead of criminal law. Hearing him spout a series of professional terms, Suk Jun was suppressed, stammering, what? In his heart, a danger alarm sounded. This guy, he knows all the strategies that my lawyer came up with. Jun Cheol's voice carried pressure, as if carrying the imposing manner of a superior, continuing, and you won't even get that illegal ruling in the first place. Suk Jun could not take it anymore. He slammed the table, standing up abruptly and shouting, in the end, what are you? He coldly, without rushing, used both lifetimes to answer, I am someone who has been there. I am someone who understands people like you better than anyone else. Cold sweat unconsciously poured out on the old man's forehead, making him afraid. What? Jun Cheol did not want to waste any more time. He stood up, leaving a few last words. I only came to say hello, so I will keep it brief. Next time we meet, it will be official. Speaking, he turned around and slowly left. When he reached the door, as if remembering something, Jun Cheol paused slightly and spoke. I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, the CEO of Pungsan Welding, Mr. Jang, withdrew his statement that there was a request from the contractor, and they asked him to cover it up for them. Suk Jun heard this and his blood boiled. He did not even need to turn his head to know the old man's expression. Jun Cheol said, turning the door handle, and one more thing. Your litigation strategy is too outdated. He should have hired a really good lawyer. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the temporary detention room slammed shut. Suk Jun was so angry that his veins bulged. But he could not do anything. Outside, Jun Cheol was standing silently in front of the detention room for a long time, not moving. The investigators, after questioning the old man a few times, all came out with gloomy expressions, lamenting, the way he is denying the accusations, it seems like they are planning to take this to the Supreme Court. Jun Cheol nodded in agreement, most likely. He and the investigator left the waiting room. They walked along the corridor and talked. Jun Cheol frowned warily, but something's a little strange. The investigator was curious. What is strange? He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation in detail. They definitely have to hire the best lawyers in the country, but Shin Suk Jun's reaction is too outdated. There is no room for argument, yet he still tries to drag things out uselessly. No matter how bad it is, the case will only end with a suspended sentence. It would be wiser to let the public forget about this and hope for leniency from the government. The investigator next to him's expression changed slightly when he heard him speak. He finally sighed, expressing, I was not originally planning on telling you this part, but you are really too sharp. He quickly recounted the event to Jun Cheol, actually, about Shin Suk Jun coming here. But he did not come from a large law firm. Jun Cheol curiously tried to guess, is it a private lawyer? The company should have appointed a lawyer for him, so why? The investigator smiled awkwardly, replying, it seems like they did not appoint a lawyer for him. Jun Cheol was stunned and confused. In his heart he thought about it again and again, but still did not understand. What? Dae-suk can hire any lawyer they want, but they did not send anyone for Shin Suk Jun. Suddenly he frowned, thinking of a possibility. Could this be? At the same time, in a place far away from the city, a gunshot suddenly echoed in the space. The hunting dog's eyes flashed greedily, observing the prey. Next to it was the voice of a middle-aged man. It is all right, things like this can happen when working for the company. Speaking to this point, the person suddenly stopped. The cold air pressure around him also shot up sharply. On the ground was a familiar face kneeling tensely. And the middle-aged man was Choi Dae-suk, the chairman of Dae-suk Industries. But, he narrowed his eyes, aiming murderous intent at Suk Jun. You have turned a 30 million won problem into a 30 billion won problem. The old man was terrified, hurriedly kneeling and swearing that I am sorry, I thought if we paid all their medical expenses, they would demand more compensation. So we just wanted to settle it. Please understand my loyalty to the company. Dae-suk sarcastically raised his voice, loyalty. So what can you do with that loyalty? Suk Jun stammered, pleading, just give me a little more time, I will handle this in every way. He raised his eyebrows, showing undisguised disgust. Handle it, what can you do at this point? Suddenly Dae-suk laughed. He coldly asked, probing, "Is that what your lawyer told you to say?" "Director Shin, you are really misunderstanding the issue." The old man confusedly secretly glanced at Dae-suk, bewildered. "Sir." He smiled insincerely, looking at Suk-jun kneeling on the ground struggling, while petting his pet dog and casually educating the old man. The reason they did not conduct a temporary investigation was thanks to my connections, not because your lawyer is good. I just threw you a life raft to save the company's image, Chairman. Dae-suk adjusted slightly and cocked the gun. He slowly and gradually revealed the old man's false face. "I heard from Secretary Kim, you did not follow my order to confess to the prosecution. And said something about keeping the company's secret too." Suddenly Dae-suk's gun pointed straight at Suk-jun. He had a bottomless smile, asking a question full of implications. If a dog shows disappointment with its owner, what should the owner do? Suk-jun startled in alarm, hurriedly pleading, "Chairman, it is a misunderstanding. Please calm down." Dae-suk's eyes flashed with a cold light, muttering, "A misunderstanding, bullshit." His finger on the trigger gradually contracted. Scene change. The familiar warm drops of blood suddenly flowed down again. Jun Cheol was stunned and hurriedly covered his nose. He hurriedly looked for a handkerchief. While wiping the nosebleed, he was shocked to recall the things that flashed in his subconscious. What is that? Deja vu. Kinam arrived just in time to see. He asked worriedly, "Oh my god, again. Team leader, are you alright?" Jun Cheol smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, I am really okay." He worriedly kept nagging, advising, "I told you not to push yourself too hard. Take it slow and easy. Even though you are young, you have to take care of your health." "Yes." He nodded obediently in reply, and asked for information. "What about what I asked you to find out?" He carefully recounted. "Yes, just as you guessed, Shin Suk-jun hired a lawyer with his own money. I also heard that he used to have conflicts with Dae-suk's legal team." He silently confirmed his guess. As expected, he is being cut off. Kinam chuckled confidently. Yes, perhaps Shin Suk-jun is extremely panicked. Now he has fallen into a situation of being a kite with a broken string, being torn apart by the very subcontractors he used to oppress. Jun Cheol smiled in satisfaction. That is how it should be. All the information about receiving gifts or hospitality will be exposed. But before that, Chairman Choi Dae-suk won't let him off the hook. Sure enough, on this side, just as he predicted, Dae-suk's gun had fired. Suk-jun's face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Dae-suk's voice was steady, regretting, "Well, do not regret too much. I know about you receiving gifts and kickbacks from the subcontractors. I have known for a long time." He began to recount it reasonably and logically. "But even though you play tricks like that, I still put you in that position, because you know how to listen. In the end, you gave me a blow like this. If anyone should feel wronged, it should be me. Out of consideration for what you have done for me, I won't touch your severance pay. So, get lost and give me some peace." Speaking to this point, his voice suddenly sharpened, carrying a warning tone. Suk-jun trembled, stammering, "Chairman." The old man was bitter, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Suk-jun kowtowed to the ground, sobbing mournfully. A moment later, the old man had left, leaving only a piece of paper on the ground, a letter of resignation. Dae-suk took off his noise-canceling headphones, looking at the paper on the ground. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a secretary hurriedly ran over to report, "Chairman, this is a summons from the prosecutor's office." He uneasily, with a dark expression, asked sharply, "I really have to appear?" The assistant bowed his head, trying to soothe his mood. "It is probably just a show of force, sir. They probably want to use it to put pressure on Director Shin. There is no way the chairman would not know about the wrongdoing of his subordinates. Considering that the person concerned is stubbornly denying it, there must be a superior approving the final decision. If Director Shin does not confess, they will find a way to drag the chairman into this." He sighed, walking past the secretary in annoyance, muttering softly, "Having Shin Suk-jun write a letter of resignation in advance is already half a success." Dae-suk clicked his tongue regretfully. "TCH, just thinking about the scene of the reporters swarming in front of the court is already giving me a headache. With this situation, it would not be unfair to have a truckload of eggs thrown at me." The secretary behind him spoke seriously, advising, "Chairman, although you have to appear at the prosecutor's office first, perhaps you should stop by the Fair Trade Commission instead." He frowned, turning his head to look at the secretary suspiciously. "The Fair Trade Commission." The secretary nodded, carefully considering the course of action. "Yes, the urgent matter now is to revoke the work suspension order. From the beginning, the Fair Trade Commission requested the work stoppage order from the Ministry of Labor and used the prosecutor's office to send the summons. We also have to discuss the future fines, sir." Dae-suk smiled mockingly, with a hint of interest and curiosity. "I wonder who dared to play this game. But indeed, they are bold and calculating. All right, I should take this opportunity to see what that person looks like." He carried the gun on his shoulder, coldly ordering, "But first, we also need to prepare carefully. Summon all the directors to me immediately." A few days later, at the headquarters of the Fair Trade Commission, 2 employees were tense, secretly lurking at the edge of the door, eavesdropping and discussing, "Is not this the biggest case in the history of the Fair Trade Commission? Yeah, nothing like this has ever happened before. Never before have the CEOs of the subsidiaries of a large corporation appeared together like this." The corridor was now welcoming the entire board of directors of the Deceit Group. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire corridor. Suddenly a hoarse, composed voice interrupted, catching them in the act. "Are you two putting on a show? Are you all so free? I heard that the number of pending cases is not just 1 or 2, right?" They looked in alarm at Okyung, then gave a forced smile and hurried away. "Haha, let us go back to work. The number is not just 1 or 2, right?" After the people had left, Okyung slowly looked up, observing the group of people. In his heart he was restless and uneasy. "I have handed it all over to him, but I am still too worried." Okyung could not help but secretly stick to the door, peeking and eavesdropping. Bringing the entire board of directors of the subsidiary companies here, just the overwhelming aura alone is no joke. I wonder if team leader Lee Jun-cheol, with his little experience, can handle this properly. The investigation room. At this time, in the reception room, the 2 sides were solemnly greeting each other. "I am Lee Jun-cheol, currently holding the position of team leader of the Fair Trade Commission." "I am Choi Dae-suk." He immediately recognized the fierce and powerful aura. Like a wolf, "This is Choi Dae-suk." And on the opposite side, he was secretly assessing him. "This kid is in charge, standing in front of me without any sign of intimidation at all. Although he is young, he is definitely not an ordinary person." As soon as he sat down, Jun-cheol took the initiative to speak. "I did not think you would contact us proactively. Thank you for cooperating with this investigation." The secretary next to Dae-suk politely continued, "Yes, first I would like to give you the relapse prevention plan drafted by our leadership team. Previously, regarding the matter of Director Shin Suk-jun, I would like to announce that he has resigned, leaving all positions from today." Jun-cheol was not surprised in his heart, just as I expected. He was rummaging for something in his jacket, asking casually, "Is he just temporarily retreating or is it permanent?" Dae-suk seriously affirmed, "We have no intention of calling him back when the storm has passed. He has left the company completely." He quickly took out a pen, and looking straight at him, requested, "You must keep true to what you said today, otherwise it will be difficult for us to believe this plan." He nodded, obediently complying, "I know." But in his heart, he was secretly pleased and looked down on him. "It won't be easy to find fault, kid." He bowed down, starting to seriously read over the new regulations of Deceit Company, appointing representatives of subcontractors, strengthening internal ethical regulations. Truly textbook-like. Some of the items could not be understood, but some of the items were so cooperative that they were suspicious. After reviewing some ambiguous items, Jun-cheol suddenly asked, "I have some things I want to ask." The secretary nodded, gesturing, "Please ask." He immediately directly asked, "First, can you explain the cooperation fund in more detail?" The assistant professionally explained, "Yes, I understand that there are quite a few workers at the subcontractors who are unable to claim labor accident compensation." He understood, confirming, "That fund will pay for treatment costs." The assistant nodded, "Yes." Jun-cheol glanced over, immediately grasping the loophole. "The intention behind it is clear." His voice was still even, asking a tricky question, "So why is your side using company money to pay for that?" The assistant's eyes widened, stunned and unable to react. "Yes." Jun-cheol did not miss any details, continuously asking questions, pressing urgently, "This problem can be solved with labor accident insurance. Why use company money to pay? If it is a labor accident, should not it be handled through insurance?" The assistant stammered, only knowing how to stutter. "Anyway, this is also to compensate the victims." Another loophole. Jun-cheol frowned, questioning, "That is not right. Is not it because you do not want to leave a record of labor accidents that you are using a separate fund to support them?" The assistant was completely overwhelmed, awkwardly explaining in a forced manner, that is not what we meant." He nodded, not exposing them, but seriously suggesting, "If that is not the case, then how is it? In that case, take money from the salary cuts of senior leaders, or the chairman himself should put his money into joining this fund." "Right." Dae-suk gritted his teeth, clenching his fist under the table, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, 4 days in a row, the managers and lawyers have been racking their brains trying to find a way not to leave a record of labor accidents, but this kid saw through it in an instant." Seeing Dae-suk's face turn from white to green, the assistant was scared to sweat, hurrying to put out the fire. "It is not like that. We have consulted legal advice thoroughly." Dae-suk knew that the plan had been exposed. All their explanations now were just a joke. He coldly ordered the assistant, "Stop it." Dae-suk knew he could not be slick, so he had to give in and sincerely bow his head, admitting his mistake before being exposed. The card has been flipped, it is best to pretend to cooperate first. I am sorry, because we were so focused on quickly coming up with countermeasures, we had a few oversights. We will accept your opinions and handle everything according to labor accident procedures. Jun Cheol nodded approvingly, adding, very good, anyway, aside from the compensation, the idea of this cooperation fund is pretty good. Use that money to inspect the site more carefully and improve the missing safety equipment. He outwardly looked sincere in agreeing. I understand, we will accept your opinions, but in his heart, he secretly despised and snorted coldly. Arrogant brat. The two of them exchanged meaningful glances. Jun Cheol did not raise his head, busy reading the documents while speaking up, changing the topic. So next, we want to discuss the amount of the fine. Ki Nam quickly brought over a piece of paper. Yes, this is the penalty amount. You can see it here. He pushed the paper in front of the assistant. Jun Cheol internally thought over and calculated beforehand. Although they have written a lengthy relapse prevention plan, I do not believe it at all. Anyway, the plan is just a scarecrow. They might not even follow it. If so, we must warn them very clearly. If they continue to oppress the subcontractors again, then, along with the thoughts, neat strokes quickly appeared under his pen. Deceit Group has been accused of abusing its power and has been fined a total of 15 billion won. In addition, based on this, Deceit Group will be suspended from participating in bidding for 1 year. Reading to this point, the two of them startled in surprise, thinking they had misread 15 billion. This is a real warning. Making the entire group shake, Dae-suk looked up in astonishment. His whole body was as if struck by electricity, faintly seeing the figure of a majestic and awe-inspiring beast. The Lord of the Forest in front of him. Subcontractor one more time. Deceit Group has been accused of abusing its power and has been fined a total of 15 billion won. In addition, based on this, Deceit Group will be suspended from participating in bidding for 1 year. 15 billion. The assistant, after a moment of shock, excitedly slammed the paper down on the table, shouting, What? What, isn't this a little too much? Jun Cheol narrowed his eyes, asking back, Tell me, what part is too much? The assistant awkwardly tried to negotiate. Fining 15 billion won is too much, even if there is a death. They would not be fined this heavily. And a bidding ban, 20% of DC's orders come from state projects. Blocking all of this is no different from pushing us to the end of the road. Jun Cheol was silent for a while, then replied coldly, making the assistant shudder and shut up. You have made a lot of money by covering up labor accidents, have not you? During bidding, the company always receives perfect safety scores, right? If you follow the rules, that illegal profit must also be recovered. And actually, even if we do not intervene, the state projects will automatically cross you off the list anyway. 1 year is enough for you to worry about compensating for the accidents you have tried to hide. He casually shrugged, holding up a form. If you think the penalty is too heavy, just file a complaint. Of course, if you appeal and sue, we will raise the penalty to 20 billion. Dae-suk gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily slammed the table. He pressed down on the appeal form in his hand, making the atmosphere in the room drop a few degrees. He gritted his teeth, trying to ask, if our company accepts this penalty, will the suspension order be lifted? Jun Cheol, with an expressionless face, professionally assured, if we see that the company is truly serious about correcting its mistakes, we will recommend immediate cancellation. And if not, then we have to reconsider whether the shady activities of Director Shin Suk-jun were secretly supported by the entire company or not. He frowned, looking directly into his eyes, reminding, you are the highest leader, there is no reason to be exempt from responsibility. Speaking that way, but in his heart, he had already calculated everything. His pupils burned with determination, as if flashing with a spark. Actually, that possibility is very low. Because there is no evidence to show that Chairman Choi directly approved it. But if this case is dragged into an endless legal battle. Dae-suk was sweating anxiously. His years of experience made him realize that the fangs of the beast had been aimed at him. They will definitely exhaust us, this brat, he is not kidding. Jun Cheol's whole body was dignified, as if emitting a righteous aura, and reminded him for the last time, Chairman Choi, what will you decide? The assistant was tense, only knowing how to look at him, waiting for an answer. After a long while, Dae-suk still pursed his lips, not giving an opinion. After a struggle in his heart, he finally moved his lips, choosing, I. Scene change as smooth as sunsilk, Dae-suk spoke truthfully, to all the people. In a large-scale press conference, he bowed his head, admitting his mistake to all the workers. Today, I stand here with a feeling of deep remorse. First of all, as the chairman of the group, I take full responsibility for the things that have happened. The reporters did not miss a single detail. They snapped photos repeatedly. The flashlights flashed non-stop. Soon after, the news was reported loudly, The DDOC group will carry out the dismissal of relevant individuals to prevent similar incidents in the future. At the same time, we will expand the investigation to all affiliated companies, if any more accidents are discovered. We pledge to handle them according to the law. To ensure that no one is harmed, Bei saw this news, tears of happiness that he could not control flowed. 2 days later, in the temporary detention room, Suk-jun was still leisurely and calmly waiting for his lawyer. The old man was annoyed, complaining, "Why is it so dark?" Suddenly the door opened, someone carrying a large box entered. "Mr. Shin Suk-jun, I asked to begin the interrogation." It was Jun Cheol, he seriously suggested. Suk-jun, seeing him, was not surprised at all. Before Jun Cheol could open his mouth, he suddenly raised his hand, taking the initiative to speak first. "I'll wait a bit." He smiled, beckoning his hand, taking the initiative to suggest, "It has come to this point. No need for long stories. I admit all the allegations. If there is anything to sign, bring it over quickly." He quietly observed his expression from beginning to end. Jun Cheol was suddenly curious, asking, "Do you feel wronged?" Suk-jun rubbed his chin, carefully thinking it over. "Wronged, huh? I worked hard for the company like a dog, but now I am getting this result. It is really funny. Whether you think I am a bad person or not does not matter anymore." He shook his head, a bit empathetic. "How could that be? The other directors of the group or you are all the same." Suk-jun laughed bitterly. "Haha, that is right. The other people all do the same as me, but only I am unlucky, so I was caught." After laughing, he sighed gloomily, lamenting, "There is nothing I can do even if I feel wronged. If the chairman says die, then I have to die." Jun Cheol widened his eyes, his pupils contracting, looking at the old man. He vaguely seemed to see himself in his past life. The evil Song Kyun also treated his staff badly just because of orders from above. Determination is not in that pose. But prove it with your strength. Who starves to death in this era? And hey, do not say that I had to both work and solve the director's problems. The ending to that life was a belated awakening at the last moment of his life. Jun Cheol could not help but blurt out in sympathy, "It is really pitiful." Suk-jun was stunned and confused. "What?" He shook his head, answering with a disjointed sentence, "It is not because you are unlucky, but it is the will of heaven." The old man was annoyed, shouting and scolding, "Hey, you little brat looking down on people. What, pitiful? Where did you learn that nonsense from?" Jun Cheol gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word, cutting off the old man. "To be honest, if that worker had fallen and hit their head, they would have died. But what do you have that you dare complain here? You dare feel more unfairly treated than the people who were injured, the people who did not have labor accident insurance, and had to pay for their own treatment. What? So you feel very wrong." He gritted his teeth, angrily asking, as if questioning his own evil from his previous life, "Did you ever think about the people who had to suffer, the people who had to shed tears? Had to shed blood for your ambition?" Suk-jun bit his lip, unable to refute. Jun Cheol faced away, taking a deep breath to calm down. He glared, seriously reminding, "If you are still human, then do not say the two words wronged so easily." The old man angrily cursed, "What, you brat." Not letting the old man recover, he directly dumped a pile of documents from the box in front of the old man. From the accident of falling from a height that required 5 weeks of treatment, to the case of covering up food poisoning, these are the contents of what the subcontractors have accused you of. Of course, all of these will be brought to trial. He looked into Suk-jun's eyes, repeating, "I remember you wanted to drag the lawsuit out to 3 levels of review, right? Alright, then 3 levels. Jun Cheol bowed his head, saying the hidden truth of the old man. "Ah hey, I heard you are unemployed now. To deal with these long, drawn-out lawsuits, you must have a considerable amount of assets accumulated from before." Looking at his meaningful smile, Suk-jun suddenly felt a chill down his spine, tense. He smirked, reminding, "And if you get a suspended sentence, then I will appeal until the prison sentence is carried out." Scene change, back to the Fair Trade Commission. Oh Kyung, hearing the report from his subordinate, was startled, not daring to believe it. "You mean, Shin Suk-jun has completely become a stunned person?" Ki-nam nodded, then carefully recounted, "Yes, he only accepted 1 interrogation, then he came out with a pale face." Oh Kyung curiously asked, "What did he hear in the end?" Ki-nam shook his head, helpless. "I do not know, all the CCTV was turned off, and only Lee Jun Cheol went in for the interrogation." He casually added a sentence about him. "To be honest, even we have found team leader Lee a little strange recently. He went to the Ministry of Labor to ask for a construction suspension order. So the DSEEK side panicked like that, and finally completely accepted the administrative penalty. Who was thinking of this plan in the end? Thinking about it, he was puzzled." Ki-nam also noticed many incomprehensible points. Besides, when Shin Suk-ju continuously refused to cooperate, it was team leader Lee who requested to summon Chairman Choi immediately. Oh Kyung nodded, receiving, and asked back, "Not the prosecution. He nodded in reply. Yes, this is something I heard directly from the prosecutor. Oh Kyung could not help but sigh. Really? Ki-nam smiled awkwardly, honestly assessing, I know I should be careful when saying these words, but team leader Lee Jun-cheol seems to have completely become a different person after the accident. Hearing these words, he raised his eyebrows, rubbing his chin, thinking, a different person, huh, that is right, this is not a suitable task for a naive employee to do. But temporarily putting that matter aside, Oh Kyung shrugged, excitedly bursting out laughing, thanks to that, I did not need to lift a finger and still finish the job. I just needed to sign and approve, Ki-nam politely and professionally replied. How can you say that? Thanks to the team leader's permission, I was able to go this far. He laughed loudly, accepting the compliment. If you think that way, then I am grateful. Oh Kyung suddenly smirked, giving a hearty smile, pulling out a VIP card, generously suggesting, alright, for the past time, all the members of Team 1 have worked hard. The Operations Support Department has removed the limit, so just swipe freely to the nth round. That evening, at a cozy restaurant, the two employees, seeing Oh Kyung pull out the powerful VIP card, gasped, their mouths wide open in shock. Ki-nam solemnly bowed, carefully presenting the invaluable treasure, in front of Jun-cheol. Now, it will be the ceremony of presenting the sacred company card. The employees at the table were excitedly asking back and forth to confirm, hey, are we really going to the nth round? That is right. This is the first time I have been to a company dinner where the cost exceeds 250,000 won. They took turns giving their high opinions, so we are allowed to order beef tenderloin, right? No, let us eat less beef, let us go to a tuna restaurant later. Ki-nam hearing this had to turn on the god of death mode, friendly reminding, stop it right there, if you spend recklessly like that, our team leader Lee will be audited. Jun-cheol smiled awkwardly, internally feeling grateful, thank you team leader. Investigator Park chuckled, calling everyone, alright, first let us fill our glasses, team leader, you shout bottoms up once. Jun-cheol blankly pointed at himself. Ki-nam unexpectedly grabbed a bottle of alcohol as quick as lightning, bringing it in front of him, suggesting, me, that is right, you shout it once. He smiled gleefully, deliberately maintaining his forceful posture to the end. Jun-cheol had to sigh, surrendering. He held out his glass for him to pour the alcohol into. After finishing, he coughed once, testing the mic, and solemnly took a deep breath to gain momentum. In the adoring gaze, respectfully and admiringly of the employees below, Jun-cheol solemnly raised his glass, giving the opening speech to start the party that would tear the roof off. Everyone cheered, shouting and clinking glasses. A few hours later, the car door slammed shut. In the car, Investigator Park and another employee were drunk, babbling non-stop. Hey, team leader, let us go to round 2, right? That makes me sad, team leader come with us. Ki-nam chuckled, waving his hand in refusal. That is enough, you guys, go home quickly. The two, Jun-cheol and Ki-nam, stood watching, until the taxi carrying the two people disappeared into the distance. After everything was finished, he turned to look at him, kindly asking, Mr. Lee, let us go home, should I call a taxi for you? He politely shook his head, I am okay. The subway is still running, I can take the train. Yes. He turned around to say goodbye to him and left. Team leader, go home too. Well then, I will be taking my leave. Ki-nam, looking at his back, suddenly spoke up, calling out Mr. Lee. He scratched his head embarrassedly, expressing, thank you for participating in the party today. Jun-cheol saw his reaction being so big, making him smile awkwardly, hesitating, asking, Is this the first time I have participated in a company party? Ki-nam nodded, grinning, confirming, yes, it turns out you did not remember this either. This is also the first time all the employees in our team have gone to a party together. Scene change. The next day, Jun-cheol was leisurely sitting, drinking coffee. He tangled over something, again unconsciously sucking a few more gulps of coffee. Recalling last night, when he just got home, he had confusedly received a strange phone call from a girl who was familiar with the original host, Senior Jun-cheol. It is De-young here. Park De-young, student of course 123 at the Training Institute. Sir, he tensely thought over those pieces of information for a long time. Public official Park De-young. Course 123 of the Administrative Civil Service exam. Actually at that time, I had tried every way to find out about this woman. He sat before the computer for a few hours busily searching. Park De-young, found it. According to the clues he collected, this girl graduated from Seoul National University, then passed the Administrative Civil Service exam when she was just 24 years old. Jun-cheol slowly flipped to the next page. As soon as he looked, he was startled. Valedictorian too, graduated as valedictorian from the Training Institute, and is currently working at the Financial Supervisory Service, abbreviated as FSS. It can be said that she is currently working under the management of the OJK organization. Completely different from the true owner of this body. it can be said that she is a true elite of the upper class. Jun Chio pursed his lips, tensely thinking of some possibilities. An old acquaintance who does not even have my contact number suddenly messages me, usually with this kind of situation. It can only be because they want me to help with something, right? It can't be multi-level marketing. Suddenly he excitedly thought of, could it be, do not tell me the two used to be in love. And the result was a sleepless night. He smiled bitterly at the cup of coffee. I kept fidgeting, so in the end I could not close my eyes all night. While waiting, his heart was burning like fire. He also had a bit of regret. Anyway, I have already left the house, but now I just want to turn back and send a message saying sorry. I can't make it. He was absently distracted, not paying attention to his surroundings, when suddenly a girl walked in from outside, looked at him, asking, "Are you, Senior Jun Chio?" She was a beautiful girl with a sharp, slim face and blonde hair. After a moment of hesitation, she happily recognized, "Oh my god, it really is Senior Jun Chio." She smiled happily, sitting down and asking a few questions. "But why have you changed so much? You never used to put gel on your hair like this, right?" Jun Chio only knew how to scratch his head. Smiling awkwardly, vaguely replying, Really?" After chatting for a few sentences, she started talking about the main issue. "Yes, I saw you in an article, but I looked at it for a long time before I recognized it. I did not know if it was the Senior Jun Chio that I knew or not." He stopped his action, blankly digesting her words, an article. Seeing his confused expression, De-young pulled out her phone and clicked on the article for him to see. Yes, the article when you took on the case of DC Heavy Industries. Reporters made a big deal of it. "And you really changed so much, I almost did not recognize you." Jun Chio sweated nervously, secretly sighing in relief. "So she contacted me after reading the article." He scratched his head, vaguely replying, then changed the topic. "Thank you, and you look much more radiant now. How have you been lately?" As soon as he asked, De-young covered her mouth. "Oh, and curiously, Senior, you are finally willing to talk to me comfortably now, huh?" Making him even more confused and incomprehensible. She giggled embarrassedly, recounting, "When we were studying together at the training institute, you insisted on not dropping the honorifics when talking to me. You were always the young SSI, giving me goosebumps all over. How about like this, the young SSI feels good, then it is okay, sir." Jun Chio, knowing this shocking news, his face turned pale, the corners of his mouth twitching, asking, "I said that before." Internally he cursed, "Are you crazy? We studied in the same training course, so we must have seen each other's faces for more than 3 months. This kid was that dumb." De-young, seeing his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, she laughed cheerfully, comforting, "Never mind, I thought you were finally more comfortable. Why are you back to using honorifics again?" Jun Chio stammered, making up a reason. "Actually, I recently had a pretty bad accident. My memory comes and goes." De-young was startled. "What, an accident?" He nodded, recounting, "A serious traffic accident. I was in a coma. I had to stay in the hospital for a long time." She was shocked, anxiously asking, "What, a coma? How serious was the accident?" Speaking, she looked at him apologetically. I am sorry. If I had known earlier, I would have come to visit you." Jun Chio laughed loudly, shaking his head, explaining, "It is okay. I am not telling you to make you feel guilty. I just want you to know beforehand that I might not remember the past clearly." Speaking a long string of words, in his heart he could sigh in relief with more peace. "For now, I will have to use amnesia as an excuse to gloss over it." Jun Chio curiously asked her, "But what is the reason you asked me to come out here today?" Mentioning the main issue, De-young suddenly bowed her head, silent for a long while. While fiddling with her hands, she shyly asked for help. "Yes, actually, at the FSS where I am working, we just received a pretty big case. I want to ask you to help me. Would that be okay?" Jun Chio thought, "I knew it. It is about work, huh?" His eyes narrowed, seriously questioning, "But you need my help in a personal capacity? Or do you need official support from the Competition Commission?" She was silent and quietly replied, "Both, sir." Jun Chio stared, observing her expression. He thought, speculating, if the Financial Supervisory Service needs support from our side, then... He asked her, could it be that it is a matter related to insurance companies? Hearing this, De-young was surprised, raising her head to look at him, asking, "How do you know so well?" Jun Chio shrugged, casually replying, "Well, what else can your side need help with besides insurance contract terms? What is the specific situation?" De-young was depressed. Her face was melancholy, slowly recounting, "It is the case of Young Life, YK's cancer insurance." Scene change. At the home of some patient, the mother was anxiously standing outside the door, waiting for her daughter who was vomiting in the bathroom. Hearing the daughter's endless retching, she was worried to the point of crying, loudly asking, Song-hee, what is wrong, baby?" Song heard her mother's voice and fought back the nausea, turning the faucet on full blast. She leaned wearily against the sink, sighing. A moment later, her mother heard the door open and quickly turned around. Song walked out, her face pale. She hastily wiped the water from her face and reassured her mother, "I am sorry, Mom. I am okay. Don't worry. I will be fine in a little bit." Her mother saw the weak, forced smile on her daughter's face, and her heart ached. She finally managed to choke out, "Okay, honey." Later, at a large hospital, someone was being pushed along in a wheelchair. It was Song-hee. Her mother carefully pushed her daughter slowly. The girl anxiously looked back and asked several times, "Mom, are you really okay? The hospital bills are so high." Her mother smiled and shook her head, reassuring her, "I told you not to worry. We have insurance, so just focus on your treatment. Don't worry about anything, okay?" She nodded, managing a smile that was more like a grimace. After taking Song into the treatment room, her mother hurried out to the hallway to make a phone call to someone, unaware that her daughter had quietly followed her. "What do you mean? Didn't you people clearly state when I signed up that all medical treatments supported by law would be covered? I have listened to the recording of that call so many times." The person on the insurance side replied blandly, "I am sorry, but convalescent care is not included in the mandatory coverage, so we can't support that part." The mother's blood boiled as she squeezed the paper in her hand. "What?" she shouted agitatedly, questioning, "How can you say convalescent care is not necessary? How much pain does my daughter have to be in? She is in so much pain she can't even walk." Saying this, she could not bear the shock and collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. "Hick. My daughter. She has only just turned 20. Song, hiding behind her, overheard everything. She blamed herself, her whole body trembling in despair, tears streaming down her face. After hearing this tragic story, Jun Cheol's face darkened as he understood the issue. "So you are saying Yekyung Life is refusing to pay hospital bills for cancer patients?" De-young gritted her teeth and continued resentfully, "Yes, there was a cancer patient who went to a convalescent hospital for treatment, but the company said they could not cover the hospital bills. They said treatment there is not considered mandatory treatment for cancer patients." "Does that sound reasonable? Up to 30% of cancer patients suffer complications." Jun Cheol asked, puzzled. "That is not that something the Financial Supervisory Service can mediate and resolve?" Hearing this, she sighed wearily and waved her hand. "We already did, and we did it 5 times. He was startled. "Oh," he said in disbelief, "you already did?" She nodded dejectedly. "Yes, we made a decision recommending full payment to the patient." The more Jun Cheol heard, the more unreasonable it seemed. What, a recommendation from the FSS is practically in order? And they dared to ignore it and go to court? He frowned suspiciously. "You mean Yekyung Life ignored the FSS's recommendation?" She bowed her head, annoyed, and replied, "To be precise, they are evading it with tricks." Jun Cheol roughly understood the situation. "So they are stalling for time, deliberately?" She replied in a heavy voice, "Yes." The sky outside was also gray with dark clouds at this moment. De-young adjusted her mood. Her eyes gradually became sharp, making people instinctively shiver. Her voice was even, coldly dissecting the evil scheme of those inhumane people. "Time is death, waiting for them every second." Jun Cheol asked, confused. "So they are deliberately stalling for time?" She looked at him and replied, "Yes. Clearly, they want to exploit the patient's weakness." Jun Cheol lowered his head and took a sip of water. He continued, "I see. I understand. But I have one more question for you." She asked, curious, gesturing for him to ask naturally, "What is it?" He asked directly without hesitation, "I feel like this is something the Financial Supervisory Service could resolve. So why did you have to ask for help from me?" De-young paused for a moment, then replied sadly, "It is because, actually, my superiors told me to withdraw from this case." Jun Cheol raised his eyebrows, puzzled. "Why?" She shook her head, recounting awkwardly, "My boss told me not to get too involved in it. The more involved I am, the more complicated things will become. This time, they also said to just issue a recommendation for payment and end it. But continuing to send a recommendation for payment to an insurance company that has already refused 5 times, what will change?" He asked curiously, "Have you ever thought of a strong punishment for them?" She nodded rapidly, replying, "Yes, at least there should be an agency warning, so that Yekyung Life has to revise this clause, or expand the scope of coverage even more." De-young looked at him and pleaded earnestly, "Senior, please help me. If this clause is left alone, another victim will fall into a similar situation." Hearing this, Jun Cheol fell silent, thinking carefully. This is difficult. Strictly speaking, Park De-young's request is not a request sent through official channels, but completely personal. But once I get involved in this, it is no longer a personal matter, but completely becomes the Fair Trade Commission's business. If I refuse now, then it is like this never existed. Jun Cheol secretly glanced at her, telling himself, Just give an answer that makes it hard to take the case. Just refuse. Scene change, early morning at the Fair Trade Commission headquarters. Ki-nam, full of energy, pushed open the door and entered. Without looking, he excitedly blurted out some nonsensical phrases. Good morning, very good morning. Investigator Park immediately asked eagerly, Team leader, you are here. You just got back from Vietnam, right? Was it fun? He stared blankly, exclaiming, how did you know that? Park, are you working in intelligence? Investigator Park laughed, holding up his phone as evidence, replying, you changed your profile picture in the messenger, as if you were promoting an image. Intelligence. Seriously, so, did you have fun? Ki-nam chuckled, scratching his head awkwardly, saying, is that so? It was fun, the prices are cheap and the scenery is beautiful too. He then quickly took out a bunch of gifts for everyone. Here, everyone, try this Hanoi chocolate. The room was buzzing with lively conversation when a familiar figure walked in from outside, busy carrying a large cardboard box. Everyone's here so early. Ki-nam smiled, about to turn around and say hello, but the words caught in his throat. Chief. Jun Cheol nodded brightly, asking the members, did everyone have a good holiday? Ki-nam adjusted his glasses. He nodded, curiously pointing to the cardboard box in his hand. Yes, but what is that, Chief? Jun Cheol quickly carried the box to his desk. He did not explain, but asked Ki-nam suspiciously, Team leader, did you have fun on your trip? Do you remember all the internal phone numbers? He was stunned, confused. Huh. He chuckled awkwardly a few times, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and replied, I need to ask the contract clause review department about a few things. Can you give me the internal phone number? He hesitantly read out the phone number, but his face was still puzzled, trying to find out what was going on. The review team is line 106, but what is the matter? He calmly picked up the landline phone, dialing the number as he answered, I need to request some documents. 106, right. Jun Cheol was about to bring the phone to his ear to make the call when suddenly a strong hand stopped him. Chief. A bad feeling gradually rose in Investigator Park's heart. He frowned, vigilantly reminding him, our team just got back to work after the holiday. But what is all that paperwork? He looked with sweating bullets toward the pile of documents stacked in the cardboard box. Work to do. Under the heavy pressure from everyone, Jun Cheol had no choice but to put down the phone, reassuring them awkwardly, no, it is nothing big. I just heard something, so I wanted to call to confirm it. Someone immediately asked urgently, confirm what? He hesitated with sweating bullets. Well, about Yukyung Life. Jun Cheol gave a forced laugh, explaining, there are currently some insurance subscribers who are having disputes with the insurance company about payment of insurance claims. The employees in the office all looked gloomy, secretly terrified in their hearts. Insurance, the section chief is emphasizing what he wants to say, right? He took this case. An employee asked curiously, Chief, strictly speaking, is not insurance the task of the financial division? He nodded, explaining in a reasonable way, this is both a matter for the financial side, but also a matter for the Fair Trade Commission. The problem lies with the clause provisions over there. The other employees all objected, arguing strenuously, then the financial side should send an official letter and investigate, right, usually in these matters. Whoever gets involved first has to take on the whole thing, that is right. If we conduct an investigation according to our authority, it may be disrespectful to the contract clause review department. Team leader, stop the group leader. Ki-nam, distressed by everyone passing the buck to him, could only clutch his stomach and groan, oh, my stomach. In his heart, he evaluated helplessly, I knew everyone would object, but the reaction is more intense than I thought. Thinking this, he had no choice but to scratch his head, giving a forced laugh to reassure and soothe the employees. Everyone, do not worry too much. I will just take a look at it, then transfer it to the competent authority. Afraid that everyone would take action rashly, Jun Cheol hurriedly ran off, leaving only the message, oh, never mind, it is better if I go directly to the contract clause review department. I will go quickly and come back. Investigator Park was stunned, calling after him without success, Chief, Section Chief, he threw their shouts behind his head, secretly recalling, what floor is the review team on? A second later, the office door slammed shut, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Investigator Park was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a puppet, sighing wearily. Everyone's faces were pale, crying without tears, with complaints on their minds. What floor is the review team on? Why is my bad premonition never wrong? How many days of overtime will we have to do this time? Sigh, insurance companies are one of the biggest headaches. We should quickly prepare ourselves to face this disaster, the disaster of work. Suddenly, Ki-nam spoke up in silence, interrupting. It is not just a disaster. He professionally sat down at the computer, operating it as he definitively declared, it is a storm. Typhoon no. 26 Chio-rin has now passed through Vietnam, and is expected to hit Korea. The typhoon is extremely large, unprecedented in history. While the whole office was in a chaotic uproar, the culprit, Jun Chio, was leisurely calling someone. The phone rang for a while, and the other end of the line picked up, a clear female voice saying, "Senior Jun Chio, what is the matter?" Jun Chio walked along the hallway as he slowly made the call. "De-young, did you think about the case you told me about?" she asked excitedly. At the same time, at the Financial Supervisory Service, De-young was anxiously waiting for his answer. In short, I have given it a try. I will try to take the Yukyung Life case." As soon as she heard this, she jumped up with joy. "Really? Thank you so much, Senior. I will definitely not forget this favor." She happily smiled from ear to ear, saying goodbye. "Yes, Senior, good luck to you too." De-young, satisfied that she had achieved her goal, smiled to herself and hung up the phone. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that is a relief, unaware that the section chief had been standing behind her for a while. When she realized someone was behind her, De-young was startled, her heart almost jumping out of her chest, exclaiming in panic, "Oh, Chief, Section Chief!" He crossed his arms, squinting at her suspiciously. "Why are you so surprised? That is really suspicious." De-young fumbled, quickly hiding the phone behind her and denying it. "It is nothing. It is just that you suddenly appeared like that, so naturally it would make me jump." De-young felt guilty, covering up awkwardly. I forgot to prepare the briefing for this morning." The section chief glared at her and exposed her lie. "Didn't you already finish reporting it just now?" Without waiting for him to question her further, De-young hurriedly sped off. "I will see you later. He turned his head and silently watched her panicked and frightened appearance, his eyes hidden under his glasses, thinking something over. On this side, Jun Chio absent-mindedly looked at the phone screen, thinking. At the moment, I have confidently said that I will take this case. But I still need to get past the few doors inside before I can help her. The first door to overcome is this place. The review department. He looked at the towering door in front of him, feeling as if he were standing before the gates of hell. Jun Chio slowly raised his hand. Then he took a deep breath, using all his strength to push open the door, telling himself, "For now, I need to get approval." This started long ago, 10 years ago, at Han Myung Insurance. In the president's office, a suspicious voice rang out, "Section Chief Jong, what is this?" Section Chief Jong bowed obsequiously, quickly explaining, "Yes, Director, that, I presented this last time too, the clause on rare diseases, the Fair Trade Commission has ordered it to be revised." And the person sitting formally in front was the director of the Han Myung Insurance Review Board, Kim Sung-kyun. He asked with a cold face, "So what?" Jong hesitated and explained, Yes, therefore, my side has revised the clause according to the requirements of the Fair Trade Commission and prepared payments for the subscribers." Unexpectedly, he gave a cold laugh and dropped the report on the table. Sung-kyun pointed directly at his face, scolding, "Hey, Section Chief Jong, do not you know how much money we poured into making that clause?" The former chairman of the Financial Supervisory Commission, the director of the Fair Trade Commission's Clause Bureau, judges, prosecutors, even medical school professors. The more he spoke, the darker his face became. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Now, just because the Fair Trade Commission ordered a revision, you obediently follow it?" Jong immediately bowed his head and apologized, Yes, I am sorry." Sung-kyun laughed coldly, "Sorry." He angrily threw the pile of papers at Jong's face, roaring, "If you want to apologize, go out and find a way to deal with it. Isn't that what you are paid to do? This is not a charity organization. Why are you doing such a stupid thing as catching the fish and then feeding it?" Jong tried his best to bow his head low. He did not dare to retort, only sincerely admitting his guilt. "Yes, I was too short-sighted." After speaking for a while, he cooled down and coldly instructed, "If you have already caught the fish, then all you have to do is fatten it up, understand?" Jong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. Scene change, back to the Fair Trade Commission. It has been a long time since I have been back to this place. Jun Chio glanced at the big door, thinking. Not only handling disputes, but also able to issue administrative orders with powerful effect, this department is nicknamed Hell of the insurance industry. During Director Kim Sung-kyun's time, this was a place that everyone avoided. Jun Chio straightened himself up, taking a deep breath to gain momentum, telling himself, "First, I need to get the approval of the king of hell of this place." As Jun Chio bravely walked in, he immediately encountered a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, a suspicious voice ringing out, "What is the matter?" The person who spoke was the section chief of the review department, Choi Jikyol. He coldly sat in the middle like the king of hell, questioning, "Are you guys finding work to do on your own now?" Jun Chio swallowed a mouthful of saliva, tense. This person is the king of hell of the review department. Seeing his stiff expression, he relaxed his expression and seriously explained, Don't misunderstand, I am not teasing you, but I really want to know how serious this case is. That you have to run straight from the general affairs team to here. Jun Cheol twitched the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting. Who would not misunderstand with that expression? On the surface, he still maintained his professionalism. Replying, there is a clause that is in dispute, so I came to ask for your help. It is cancer insurance from YK Life. If you look over the file, you will understand immediately. He nodded, directly asking the question. I almost know the clauses of the insurance companies by heart. What specifically is the dispute? Getting to the main point, he immediately explained carefully. It is a dispute over treatment methods. Currently, the client is requesting payment for treatment at a rehabilitation hospital. But YK is refusing to pay. They believe that rehabilitation treatment is not considered mandatory treatment during cancer treatment. Jikyo nodded, understanding roughly. He picked up the report and asked suspiciously. Just hearing that, I am not very clear. But this seems to be under the jurisdiction of the Financial Supervisory Service, not mine. He continued to explain. That is right. This document was transferred by the Financial Supervisory Service. I heard they are planning to issue a heavy disciplinary punishment. If our bureau provides a legal interpretation that there is a problem in the clause, then they will immediately begin disciplinary procedures. His eyes sharply grasped the key point in his words. A legal interpretation. Jikyo made a suggestion. I think if possible, it is best to end it with a recommendation for payment. He shook his head, providing information. The supervisory service has issued a recommendation for payment 5 times already. He raised his eyebrows suspiciously. What, you mean YK is still ignoring the supervisory service's recommendation? Jun Cheol slowly narrated, not daring to refuse directly, but deliberately avoiding it. Because it is just a recommendation, so they are inducing customers to settle for a lower compensation amount. And threatening customers that they want to take them to court, he asked. Understanding, meaning deliberately stalling for time, he nodded, speculating. Yes, it seems they are playing that trick. Hearing this, Jikyol's expression instantly became gloomy. In his heart, he wondered, is an insurance company so brazen as to take advantage of the supervisory service's recommendation? I do not know whether to call them bold or crazy. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and called somewhere. Jikyol spoke to the person on the other end of the line for a while. What is it? It is not an ambiguous clause, but a treatment method. Afterward, he hung up and continued to discuss it with Jun Cheol. We have consulted with cancer experts. Some say rehabilitation treatment is mandatory. Jun Cheol understood and immediately continued, and some say it is not necessary. Jikyo fell silent, saying nothing, just quietly looking straight at him and observing him. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, what is with everyone having a different opinion? Jun Cheol carefully explained, cancer depends on the location of the onset and the treatment direction is different. As a result, the medical community's position is that it can't be concluded definitively. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Jikyol's assistant walked in. Jikyol still calmly asked, does the clause state it? Which type of cancer is supported for convalescent care, and which type is not? Jun Cheol shook his head and sighed. That, it does not seem to be there. He waved his hand, gesturing to the assistant. See how they stipulate it in similar cases. The other person bowed his head, acknowledging, yes, I understand. After finishing, he looked at Jun Cheol and instructed, Team Leader Hong, for now, transfer all the files related to YK Life to this guy for handling. Not just YK. Gather all the clauses from other insurance companies too, and see how they stipulate it in similar cases. And also, Jikyol skillfully ordered the assistant next to him to investigate, and also, go to the Medical Review Institute, the Medical Insurance Fund, and also contact the medical professors at the university for consultations. Present all the cancer cases. Analyze which cases need rehabilitation treatment, and which do not. The other person bowed his head, understanding. Yes, I will go immediately. Jun Cheol marveled, secretly exclaiming, everything is going more smoothly than I thought. Suddenly, Jikyo looked at him seriously and asked, you are Lee Jun Cheol, right? He nodded, confirming yes. He coldly stated each word clearly. Okay, I will assist, but there is one thing I want to make clear first. Does the clause state it? Which type of cancer is supported for convalescent care? And which type is not? The assistant shook his head and reported that it does not seem to be there. He nodded in agreement. Team Leader Hong, for now, transfer all the files related to YK Life to this guy for handling. Yes, I understand. He turned to the assistant and ordered again, and also, go to the Medical Review Institute, the Medical Insurance Fund, and also contact the medical professors at the university for consultations. Present all the cancer cases, analyze which cases need rehabilitation treatment, and which do not. The assistant hesitantly took the task. Yes, I will go immediately. Jun Cheol watched the other person's back as he quickly left. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced. Good, everything is going more smoothly than I thought. When only the two of them were left, he suddenly spoke up, asking, "You are Lee Jun-cheol, right?" He nodded, replying, "Yes." Jikyol tapped his fingers on the table, asking in a serious tone, "Okay, I will assist, but there is one thing I want to make clear first. The Medical Review Institute, the Medical Insurance Fund, the university professors, do you understand what it means for me to mobilize all those resources?" His eyes did not waver as he looked straight into his eyes. A few seconds later, Jun-cheol slowly replied, "I know. It means it could lead to a large-scale legal dispute." Jikyol smirked, satisfied. "Good, you understand clearly?" He slowly stood up, evaluating, "And yet you still investigated on your own, bypassing even reporting to your superiors, and then directly brought this matter to me. I quite like your recklessness." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun-cheol was startled, sensing that something was changing. In front of him, it was as if a super-large, enormous force of pressure was about to erupt. And the man who was wielding that great power casually put his hand in his pocket, hinting at him, "But hey, if you dared to come here and ask me for help in this way, then you should also be prepared to pay the price, right?" Jun-cheol froze, on high alert. Later, on the 4th floor of the commission, in the office of the General Oversight Bureau, Section Chief O was calmly standing with his arms crossed, watching the employees busily packing up their belongings. He suddenly raised his head, looking towards Jun-cheol and speaking, "Team Leader Lee Jun-cheol." He was startled, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Yes, I am listening." He darkened his face, beckoning to him and asking, "Have you finished packing up your things?" Then, with a furious expression, he unceremoniously kicked people out. "Now get the hell out of here for me." Later, on the 2nd floor of the commission, this place was so dilapidated that it was covered with cobwebs and dust. Jun-cheol and everyone else were stunned, standing there in disbelief. Investigator Park pouted, sighing wearily, "This office, why is it so dilapidated?" They vaguely heard the sound of the wind whistling. Ki-nam interrupted everyone's depressed mood. He took the lead and stepped forward, reassuring the employees, Okay, everyone, go to your assigned positions. Try to get it done by this morning." Everyone replied listlessly, "Yes." Jun-cheol watched, and a nameless emotion rose in his heart. "I am always very grateful to you, team leader." He did not know how to open his mouth with apology. "I did not expect things to turn out this way. I feel sorry for the people in my team." Everyone quickly settled into their positions. As soon as the female employee sat down, she could not help but hug herself, shivering. "Oh my, why do I suddenly feel so cold? Am I imagining things?" The colleague next to her agreed. I feel it too. It is like I am constantly getting chills." While everyone was chatting and moving their belongings into position, someone suddenly walked in. "Sorry for the trouble, everyone." Ki-nam and everyone else were stunned, raising their heads, and froze as they recognized him. That person is the section chief of the Clause Review Department. He smiled as he walked in, politely saying, "This office has been vacant for a long time, so I hope you will understand. This is the first time I have worked with Team 1, so I hope everyone will help me out." As soon as he finished speaking, the female employee enthusiastically took on the task with a command. Yes. He smiled kindly and instructed, "For the next 2 months, let us all work hard together, including team leader Lee Jun-cheol." Everyone unconsciously replied with respect. Yes. Only Jun-cheol was absent-mindedly recalling, "That is right, what is happening right now is all my fault." Just now, in the waiting room, Section Chief Oh Kyung had shouted in panic, "What, Team Leader Lee?" Jikyol laughed loudly, recounting, "I heard they were conducting an investigation according to their authority. I thought it was suspicious, so I just grabbed one randomly. And it was a big hit." Oh Kyung asked blankly, "What is it, Yukyung Life?" Jikyol nodded, explaining, "They have been arguing with the insured for several years about whether convalescent care is mandatory." Oh Kyung frowned upon hearing this, feeling a surge of annoyance in his heart. "Lee Jun-cheol, this guy is doing work that I did not assign again, just you wait." He raised his head, curiously asking suspiciously, "Is it true that they ignored the Financial Supervisory Service's recommendation?" Jikyol took a sip of tea and replied, "It is not completely violating it, but they are evading the law very cleverly. For terminally ill patients, this is no different than fighting against time." Hearing this, Oh Kyung was sweating bullets, evaluating, "I can already see that this case will be a headache." Seeing the hesitation on his face, Jikyol immediately seized the opportunity to suggest, "Section Chief O, why do not you let him handle it for us, if an accident occurs? Then naturally the person responsible will be held accountable." Oh Kyung gaped in shock. "Huh." Jikyol smiled, speaking reasonably and persuasively, "We will just provide a legal interpretation and submit it to the Financial Supervisory Commission. That way the commission will have a legitimate Reason to issue a heavy punishment. From now until then is only about 2 months. I will work with that friend of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Section Chief O fell into a state of silence. After thinking carefully for a while, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. As soon as the other end of the line answered, Oh Kyung burst with energy, coldly ordering, Team Leader Lee, come to my office immediately. Ending the flashback. And so, our team moved to the empty office next to the clause review department. This is an unavoidable choice to improve work efficiency, because the General Oversight Bureau is on the 4th floor, while the clause review department is on the 2nd floor. And of course, thanks to that, I inadvertently overcame the difficult hurdle called Section Chief O's acceptance. Obviously, there is still work I need to handle. Later, on the 2nd floor of the commission, in the office of the clause review department, Jikyo's assistant quickly gathered all the information related to the matter. These are all the documents that Section Chief Choi told me to bring. They have not been organized yet, so they are a bit messy. Jun Chio looked at the scattered pile of papers, inwardly sighing wearily. Realistically speaking, reorganizing these documents is really a mess. He quickly began to search for useful information, the medical community's views on treatment methods, dispute cases with other insurance companies, similar precedents. From these complex documents with intertwined relationships of interest, finding a clue is the top priority. As he was pondering, suddenly his head throbbed. The vision in front of him became blurred and spun around. Jun Chio painfully clutched his head, groaning. In his subconscious, he involuntarily heard strange voices again, as if they were discussing and deliberating with each other. Director, the payment recommendation from the Supervisory Commission is essentially a preliminary judgment. So the payment is a bit. By the way, we need to revise all our insurance clauses. Revise all of them. This is the type of cancer insurance with the largest number of subscribers, so surely the number of problems is also the largest, right? But now we also need to have a fundamental measure. Perhaps raising insurance premiums is unavoidable. Raising premiums, besides that, there is another easier way. Then there was the angry voice of the other person giving an order, Director Park, confiscate the resignation letters of your employees. Just as that voice finished, the assistant's panicked shout pulled him back to reality. Team leader. Jun Chio clutched his face, sweating profusely and panting. I saw that strange hallucination last time too, and now I am seeing it again. The assistant opposite him was still anxiously asking, Are you okay, Section Chief Lee? He took a deep breath, trying to calm down and reassure the assistant, I am okay, just suddenly had a headache. He breathed a sigh of relief. Really, I was so scared. Because you looked like you were in so much agony. Jun Chio was about to bend down and pick up the scattered papers when he suddenly frowned, discovering something. He picked up the paper and asked suspiciously, This? The assistant glanced over and recognized it. That is a Supreme Court ruling from 10 years ago. Jun Chio was puzzled. A ruling? The assistant nodded, explaining, Yes, this is a lawsuit where the defendant was Yuk-young. It was ruled that rehabilitation treatment can't be considered mandatory treatment. Perhaps Yuk-young's refusal to pay fees is also based on this precedent. Indeed, this was a precedent that was unfavorable to the insured. Hearing this, Jun Chio suddenly widened his eyes, thinking of something. Wait, if what I am thinking is right then. No. The assistant looked anxiously at the complex changing expression on his face. What are you talking about? Jun Chio was absent-mindedly still thinking silently. Surely the Financial Supervisory Commission also knows about the content of this precedent. If so, then. He suddenly muttered softly, Now. At the same time, on De Young's side, her section chief had discovered it. He angrily slammed the report down and shouted, What? The Fair Trade Commission. Hey, Park De Young, I told you to withdraw from this case. He was so angry that his blood was boiling, and he had to clutch his head and gasp for breath. After adjusting his mood, he calmly asked Team Leader Park, Do you think this is unfair? Someone who has worked in this industry for 20 years has a reason for saying no. De Young bowed her head and asked dejectedly, Section Chief, the reason that you mentioned. Is it the Supreme Court ruling? As soon as the section chief heard that, he angrily roared, Yes, because of that ruling that is why you can't get your way. Are you satisfied? The Supreme Court has concluded that rehabilitation treatment can't be considered mandatory treatment. Yuk-young is refusing payment for this reason, so how are we going to punish them? Suddenly, she resolutely interrupted, No. Currently. What FTC? Hey, Park De Young, I told you not to do this case anymore. De Young calmly and persistently rebuffed, There are different treatment methods for different types of cancer, so the conditions should have listed each case that may or may not be possible. Since they knew this was a controversial topic and still have not updated their conditions, is not the responsibility with the insurance company. Surely you can't ignore that after working in this field for more than 20 years. The section chief was rendered speechless by her sharp arguments. In his heart, he secretly grumbled, I had predicted this, but her words alone can't stop her. He frowned, trying to negotiate. Then, can't we end this with warnings and recommendations? She shook her head, immediately refusing. We have warned them 5 times already. But they do not even bother pretending to listen. Saying this, her eyes firmly stared at him again. Section Chief, if the FTC gives an authoritative interpretation, we have plenty of reasons to punish them. De Young was so enthusiastic that she was practically on fire as she pleaded, please, Section Chief. He looked at her fiery spirit, about to spread to him, and fell silent for a long time. The Section Chief unceremoniously blew out that small flame. He sighed, reluctantly yielding and asking, what if the FTC does not give an authoritative interpretation? De Young replied with complete faith, according to medical law, rehabilitation hospitals are still medical facilities, the FTC will definitely. She was interrupted mercilessly before she could finish presenting. No. The Section Chief darkened his face, coldly emphasizing, I do not like this kind of roundabout talk. De Young hesitated for a while. Then she bit her lip and blurted out, if they do not give an authoritative interpretation, I will give up this case. Hearing this guarantee, the Section Chief nodded in satisfaction, instructing, very good, and remember one thing. Don't be too close and do not be too far. We need to ensure that other agencies are not too close to us but also not too far. Don't blatantly favor one side over the other, even if it is bad, what does not work still does not work. Understand? As he spoke, he handed the payment file to her. De Young happily and gratefully received it. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Scene change, at a small cafe by the roadside. After hearing the whole story, Jun Cheol asked suspiciously, so you got shut down? De Young was absorbed in eating and drinking. She raised her head, her mouth still chewing, and excitedly replied, what is so bad about that? This should be considered quite smooth. He could not help but exclaim, you are eating so well. She smiled sheepishly, admitting, to be honest, I forced my superiors to do this. Jun Cheol exclaimed in surprise, so that is what happened. De Young was about to continue speaking, yes so? Suddenly she raised her head and caught his eye, immediately wondering shyly, did I eat too fast? Thinking this, De Young hurriedly sat up straight, took a napkin, wiped her mouth, and smiled slowly, replying, it is okay, I had predicted this from the beginning. Jun Cheol was amused by her liveliness. In his heart, he secretly exclaimed, what an interesting person. If something happens, she will be isolated, and maybe even punished. But she can smile so freely. She is completely the opposite of me in the past. If Kim Sung-jaeon was someone willing to cover up real problems, then she is someone who brings even the smallest problems to light. As he was absent-mindedly thinking, De Young took a long sip of water. She suddenly spoke, pulling him out of his thoughts. Oh well, anyway, thank you very much. Your reaction was too lukewarm, so I had already given up. Jun Cheol calmly exposed her, causing her to choke and almost spit out the water. I do not believe it, are not you looking for other ways? De Young coughed and coughed, inwardly lamenting, I would rather deceive a ghost, he is even scarier than the director. Suddenly, a hand offered a napkin to her face and reminded her, here, use this. After a moment of stunned silence, she took it, and while wiping her mouth, she asked curiously, I am surprised, do you carry this around with you? Jun Cheol scratched his head. Giving a forced laugh, you know I am old-fashioned, why are you so surprised? It is a bit embarrassing. De Young narrowed her eyes, confused. That is strange, you are not that kind of old-fashioned person. Jun Cheol felt guilty, afraid that she would discover something unusual, and he quickly changed the subject. Let us discuss work first. Speaking of the main topic, De Young's expression immediately became serious. She asked carefully, can I ask you something directly? He nodded, gesturing, ask. The FTC, what do they think about this authoritative interpretation? Jun Cheol hesitated, replying that, to be honest, they want to be cautious. If there is anything wrong, all the insurance companies could rise up in protest. As soon as she heard this, she bowed her head and sighed. Sigh, I understand. Jun Cheol hurriedly waved his hand to reassure her. But that does not mean we won't do it. After all, we are already involved in the middle of this. He gave a forced laugh, awkwardly trying to smooth things over. We need to hear the opinions of both the insurance company and their customers before making a decision. Of course, ignoring the FSS's warning is also something we consider important. At that time, Jikyol had clearly stated the focus of the problem to him. Even if we side with the customer, if the experts say that treatment is not necessary, then we can't side with them. You understand what I mean, right? Think about this from a neutral perspective. With cancer insurance, we are dealing with desperate people, so it is easy to be swayed by emotions, you understand. Scene change. A car just stopped in a parking space. Ki-nam opened the car door and reminded him, Team leader, we are here. Their patrol team had arrived at the location. As soon as they got out of the car, the two employees were startled, discovering uninvited guests just like them. The sky above their heads was gloomy and eerie, and a flock of crows, from who knows where, had gathered densely, flapping their wings wildly in the sky. Jun Cheol shivered, wondering, what is with the crows? As he was lost in thought, someone asked, "Are you people from the FTC?" The female employee was stunned, surprised. They said they were cancer patients, so I thought they were elderly, but they are around my age. Jun Cheol slowly walked up, politely greeting, "Yes, it is nice to meet you. I am from the FTC." In front of them were 3 cancer patients, all looking gloomy and heavy. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the patients lunged forward, eagerly grasping his hands, expressing emotionally, "Thank you so much for coming, we have been waiting for you." In Jun Cheol's heart, he involuntarily remembered Jikyol's reminder, think about this from a neutral perspective. He bit his lip, telling himself, I won't be swayed. The 3 patients, after a moment of excitement, politely invited the employees, "Let us go inside first." And this place was the Hope Rehabilitation Center. In a corner of the room, 2 employees were busy taking statements. After that inspection, did Yekyung ever come by again? A medical staff member shook her head sadly, replying, "No, not even once." Suddenly, there was a startled voice that made everyone turn around to pay attention. Did Yekyung life win the lawsuit? Jun Cheol and the patients were chatting. He replied briefly to them, "Yes, the ruling that the court gave 10 years ago is that rehabilitation is not considered necessary." Song asked tremulously, "Then we have no hope." Jun Cheol seriously looked straight at her, reassuring, "I am not sure either, but this time, that ruling might be beneficial to everyone." Song was stunned, blankly confused. "Beneficial to us?" He nodded, explaining clearly, "Strictly speaking, it is possible. The FTC will criticize that." Another patient excitedly asked back then, "Do we have a chance of winning?" He nodded decisively, "Yes, a small chance." As soon as Jun Cheol finished speaking, they happily looked at each other. A smile could not be hidden on the young girl's face. Jun Cheol saw their radiant happiness, but his heart ached. "I have only given them a small lifeline, and yet they are so happy." He quickly regained his spirits, picked up his pen and began to work, "But first, I want to hear everyone's stories. Whether it is the details from the calls you made during the time you signed up for this insurance, or what you were promised, tell me anything you remember." One patient looked at Song and suggested, "You can speak first." She nodded, then calmly recounted in a sad voice, "I signed up for cancer insurance 10 years ago." Jun Cheol asked, puzzled and confused, "Wait, but were not you a minor back then?" She gave a bitter smile, replying, "My family has a history of cancer. My grandfather, uncle, and aunt all died of stomach cancer." The more she spoke, the more unconsciously she clenched her hands. "The first time cancer developed was 3 years ago, in my first year of high school." Hearing this, he immediately realized, this is the patient that De Young mentioned. A patient has had cancer from high school until adulthood. Does this make sense? He raised his eyebrows. He could clearly see how Song had gone from a lively, cheerful, innocent girl to becoming so melancholy and miserable because of the illness. He took notes while asking, "When did the insurance company start refusing to pay treatment costs?" She bowed her head, replying, "When I said I was going to be admitted to a rehabilitation facility. My mom said that they would support all costs according to medical law, and we have a recording of that call. But they changed their statement and said that they do not support rehabilitation. But after the chemotherapy treatments, I just wanted it to end. I did not want to become a burden on my family. But..." Saying this, her mood gradually collapsed, and the papers in her hand fluttered down. She clutched her face, sobbing uncontrollably, "We have spent millions already. And without rehabilitation, my family has to take care of me at home. Please, please help me keep my last bit of dignity." Another patient hugged her, gently comforting, "Song, do not cry, okay, calm down." Jun Cheol sadly looked at the young girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. And in his small notebook, he only wrote 3 words. Dignity. Following that, Jun Cheol and the employees conducted a series of interviews. After talking to the patients, we talked to the families of the patients who had passed away. Their anger was even greater than the patients' anger, and they only wanted one thing: return to the Fair Trade Commission. After listening to the report, Jikyol asked suspiciously, "Severe punishment?" He nodded, conveying their meaning. "Yes, the families of the deceased do not want any compensation for medical expenses. They only want to see the insurance company punished." He nodded, evaluating, "Their anger is fierce." Jikyol seriously expressed, "I understand that feeling, but we need to maintain an objective view. We need to decide what is best for the patients and affected families." He nodded in agreement. "Yes, realistically speaking, we need to make retroactive payments, and pay them the insurance payments that they did not receive." Jikyol asked curiously, "Have you calculated the retroactive payments?" He replied without hesitation, "The total will be 5 million won." He frowned, confused. "What, only that much? How much punishment is the FSS thinking of?" Jun Cheol explained, they want to keep it at a warning level. Jikyol rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A warning. He rolled his eyes, thinking about something for a long time. Then he suddenly turned to him and asked, Team Leader Lee, what do you think about this? Jun Cheol was not surprised at all, carefully suggesting, I think we should start with a recommendation. Jikyol looked at him, confused. Isn't the reason this incident occurred because the recommendations were not effective? He shook his head, solemnly emphasizing, not from the FSS, but from the FTC. He fiddled with his fingers, asking, you want to avoid a coercive interpretation, because the entire insurance industry might be agitated. Jikyol looked into the distance, then rolled his eyes back to look at him. He suddenly spoke, making a decision. Team Leader Lee, let us just stick to the original plan. Even if the Blue House sends a recommendation, these guys won't listen. Will the FTC be able to sway them? Jikyol put his hand in his pocket, coldly demanding, let us publicize this and see the people's opinion, see who they side with. Jun Cheol was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, seeing Director Choi make this decision, it is really an exception. He is not the person I thought he was. Seeing him lost in thought for a long time without responding, he turned his head, confused. No response. I heard Director O say that you specialize in fighting those stronger than you. Jun Cheol immediately came back to his senses. He raised his hand and solemnly acknowledged the order. Yes, understood. He asked curiously, so when will you go to Yukyong? He smiled, replying, because I have heard the background already. Returning to the previous scene, the familiar car was heading towards a location. At the main office of Yukyong Life. A convoy of cars from the Fair Trade Commission, led by Jun Cheol, arrived at the location. As soon as the car stopped, he stepped out. Ki-nam looked at the large formation, unable to resist asking, Team Leader, we only need to get a hard drive. Is it necessary to go with so many people? He replied calmly. We need to put pressure on them. Oh, and hey, do you have those documents that the director gave you? Ki-nam frowned, worriedly reminding him, Investigator Park has already sorted out all the documents. But because those are sensitive documents, I am not sure they will hand them over so easily. Jun Cheol said immediately without flinching, if they deliberately hide it fiercely, we can turn it into a criminal case. Now then, let us go in. Everyone was about to enter when a familiar figure trembled out of the building. Jun, I mean Team Leader Lee. Jun Cheol was stunned, frozen in place. DeYoung. She laughed expansively, greeting, I mean Team Leader Park, you came too early. Seeing his confused expression, she smiled awkwardly, scratching her head, explaining, we just raided them and got the data. Jun Cheol was dumbfounded for a few seconds. Then he involuntarily laughed, secretly exclaiming, what an unlucky company, the FTC and FSS raiding them on the same day. Jun Cheol quickly politely introduced the two sides to each other. Section Chief, this is Team Leader Park DeYoung from the FSS, she is the one who asked us for help. Ki-nam politely bowed his head. It is nice to meet you. She also bowed politely, thank you for your help. Who is that? DeYoung smiled, pointing to the employees on her side, reminding him, oh, by the way, we have handled all the cancer insurance disputes, so you do not need to take on those cases. Ki-nam pushed up his glasses suspiciously. Really, I thought they would say it is confidential information and refused to hand it over. Saying this, DeYoung smirked, stretching her bones a few times triumphantly. They handed it over. So we really had to force them to get it. She laughed loudly, reassuring, well, they have gone through the first half with us, so the second half should be easier. He replied happily, that is right, I will send a request for dispute data to the FSS after this case. After finishing, he turned to look at him, urging, Team Leader, we should focus on the interviews. I will prepare immediately. Jun Cheol smiled understandingly. Yes, Team Leader. Turning around, he was sweating bullets, inadvertently hearing the whispering gossip of the employees around him. Team Leader, who is that woman? She seems to know the Team Leader very well. I do not know, maybe she is his ex-girlfriend, Team Leader. DeYoung on this side, was wearily squeezing her neck, groaning, I am so tired, after this case, I definitely have to go to a sauna. Seeing her tired appearance, he could not help asking, but did you guys fight with Yukyung or something? Recalling the desperate appearance of those people, DeYoung hesitated, recounting, yeah, we actually fought, they probably thought their lives were over if we got that thing. Jun Cheol inadvertently rolled his eyes, seeing the many tears in her torn shirt, secretly raising his vigilance. But treating the FSS agent like this, they definitely do not fear the law. DeYoung folded her arms, complaining annoyedly, they were really too stubborn, we requested to meet with a leader, but not a single one showed up. Jun Cheol twitched the corner of his mouth, asking suspiciously, so you got the documents, that is right. She nodded frankly, we had a fight, and then they dragged out a director, and then handed it over to us. Suddenly, she raised her fist in front of him, asking for help. So Jun Cheol, can I hand over the rest to you? Seeing her determined expression, Jun Cheol laughed, slapping her hand in agreement. Of course, the FSS has already done most of the work, so at least we can do that much. De Young laughed brightly, giving a thumbs up, reminding, thank you, good luck, Jun Cheol. Later, the group of FTC people and Jun Cheol stood tensely in front of the entrance to the Yukon Life headquarters. Everyone was sweating bullets, taking a deep breath. Jun Cheol pushed open the door and walked in, shouting, "This is the Fair Trade Commission." But they had just finished speaking when they froze, startled by the chaotic, desolate scene inside. An employee wearily sat up, muttering, "What is it? Did not they just take everything?" Jun Cheol scratched his head, explaining, "That was the FSS, and we are the FTC. You got the documents, right?" The employee could not help but curse. Seriously. He jumped up, pointing directly at them and roaring, "Are you kidding me? Then you two should cooperate and work together. As you can see, they have already taken everything. So we have nothing left for you, go away." Jun Cheol had a stern face, coldly demanding, "Yes, we know, we came to meet a leader, so please call them out." The employee firmly refused, "Forget it, there is no one here right now." Kinam next to him hesitantly reminded, "Team leader, we need to go up another floor, the leader's offices are on the upper floor." He exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" As soon as the employees heard that, they jumped to their feet, gritting their teeth, determined to stop him at all costs, and made excuses. "All the senior directors are abroad, so they are not here." He smiled faintly, mocking, "All the senior directors are abroad, what kind of company is this?" Jun Cheol angrily shouted, "What kind of company is this? 2 financial agencies sent letters to you people, and you can't even keep track of the dates and leave the country." One employee shrugged, deliberately arguing, "What, if we are being investigated, we have to stop all work, we have an important meeting with a buyer, and it can't be refunded." He frowned, exposing, "Is there any buyer more important than the customers for an insurance company?" The employee was speechless, stammering that. Jun Cheol did not bother listening, he directly interrupted, warning, "I do not care, just tell the person in charge of this case to come down here. Whether it is the CEO or the chairman, anyone is fine." As the situation was tensely deadlocked, a person suddenly stepped out. "What is going on?" That man was the vice president of Yugyeong Life, Gwak Hoyoung. He solemnly introduced himself, "I am the person in charge." The employee was stunned, frozen in place. The vice president. Jun Cheol glanced over, secretly observing and evaluating. Later, in the company's reception room, Jun Cheol and Ki Nam sat opposite Hoyoung. He spoke first, "I will get straight to the point. Why are you refusing to pay for the rehabilitation treatment?" He frowned, impatiently snorting coldly, "This again. Why bring up things that are already over? The Supreme Court already decided that rehabilitation care is not a necessary treatment." Jun Cheol coldly objected, "Really, please read the document that I gave you. That Supreme Court decision does not apply to all cases. The decision that you are relying on only applies to breast cancer, the most dangerous type. If you need additional reference material, just let me know. The National Insurance Service, we can also find an expert to give an opinion that benefits us. That expert will say that care in a hospital is enough. The condition set by those so-called experts is the biggest problem. Really, please read the document that I gave you. That Supreme Court decision does not apply to all cases." He continuously put forth sharp arguments that hit the chinks in his excuse. "The decision that you are relying on only applies to breast cancer, the most dangerous type. If you need additional reference material, just let me know. We have opinions from a medical school professor and from the National Insurance Service." He crossed his arms, sighing and rejecting, "We can also find an expert to give an opinion that benefits us. That expert will say that care in a hospital is enough." Jun Cheol coldly emphasized each word, demanding, "Don't waste any more time, pay the families of the patients who have passed away and support rehabilitation treatment for other customers." Unexpectedly, Hoyoung frankly refused, rejecting, "No, we will support treatment costs in the hospital for cancer patients, but rehabilitation is too much." Jun Cheol sighed wearily in his heart, "Talking to you guys is like talking to a wall." He seriously issued a warning. "Do you really want to go that far? How much does this cost?" He told the tale annoyedly, "Listen, if we allow a few of these cases, then all the patients who only need care in a hospital will go to rehabilitation care. At that time we will have to pay for everything, at least 20 billion. So who is going to pay for that?" Jun Cheol darkened his face, understanding his meaning. "That is the real reason. After that we will have to increase the contract costs then." While Hoyoung was rambling on listing various types, Jun Cheol suddenly spoke, interrupting, "Then that loss will fall on all the customers." As soon as he heard this, he was startled, his eyes widening. Jun Cheol continued to question loudly, causing him to turn pale. "Is it right for everyone to have to sacrifice for the minority?" His eyes were extremely determined now. It was the overwhelming power of a life that had lived 2 lifetimes. What we are doing is not for the company's profits, but for the greater good of all the customers. Hoyoung vaguely felt a heavy pressure weighing on his shoulders, causing him to tremble and stammer in fear. What are you planning to do? Scene change. Later at the Yugyeong Life CEO's office. Sung Kyung ground his teeth, listening to the report annoyed. Damn it, the FSS and FTC. Hoyoung worriedly bowed his head, recounting, yes, they talked about the problems in the terms and conditions, but it seems like they are preparing for an authoritative interpretation. Sung Kyun suddenly sighed, muttering, FTC, what can I do? He took out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. When he scrolled to a name, his eyes flashed evilly. Sung Kyun immediately pressed call. A few seconds later, the other end of the line picked up. Hello, director. Scene change, at a small fancy restaurant. Sung Kyun smiled, looking at the person sitting across from the dining table, showing concern and asking, how have you been lately? And that person was the director of the Review Department of Terms and Conditions, Fair Trade Commission, Kim Jae-min. Jae-min chuckled humorously, replying, I only look at the flowers in the spring, and look at the falling leaves in the autumn. Sung Kyun politely poured wine as he complimented him. Of course, you worked very hard when you were young, now it is time to enjoy it. Saying this, he began to tell his heartfelt feelings. I still remember those days sometimes. You mentored me throughout those immature years, bringing me to where I am today. Jae-min chuckled, shaking his head. What are you saying? I was the one who was helped. Sung Kyun put the teacup down. He did not beat around the bush, directly presenting, Director, the situation this time is quite serious, so please allow me to get straight to the point. Hearing this, Jae-min nodded understandingly. Okay, speak. He sighed, complaining, it is nothing far away, it is just the dispute that has been giving us a headache lately. He frowned, recognizing. Is it the last case? Sung Kyun nodded, confirming, yes, it is the restructuring case. Jae-min put the teacup down, asking confused. Didn't that case end smoothly? I thought you had reached an agreement with the customer. Sung Kyun shook his head awkwardly. We did sign an agreement, but the Financial Supervisory Commission, FSS, stirred this case up again. This time there is also the Fair Trade Commission, FTC, siding with them. As soon as he mentioned this name, he was startled, frozen in place. He pretended not to see, continuing to speculate, it seems like they want to implement an authoritative interpretation. If that is passed, then the FSS will use that as an excuse to immediately open a disciplinary session. But as you know, these clauses were all approved by you. Hearing this, Jae-min bowed his head, pursing his lips, thinking about something. He suddenly raised his hand, interrupting, wait. Then he propped his hand on his face, sighing and asking directly, so you want me to go to headquarters, and bring bad news to them? Sung Kyun nodded, asking for help. Yes, that is right, if we can stop the FTC, then everything can be salvaged. Ignoring his complaints, Jae-min still hesitated, then decisively shook his head, finding an excuse. Listen, Han, the respect given to the alumni can last up to 5 years. But I have been retired for almost 10 years already. Sung Kyung lowered his voice, pleading, that is why I am asking you, if it is too difficult, then please introduce a familiar junior. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly agreed. Okay, tell me, how did the FTC get involved in this case? Sung Kyun lowered his eyes, admitting, actually, we ignored the FSS's recommendations a few times. As soon as he heard this, Jae-min angrily slammed his hand on the table. He uncomfortably yelled, scolding, I told you to be serious with those as soon as you received them. They always come back like boomerangs. He bowed his head, replying silently, there is nothing we can do. If we acknowledge the restructuring as legitimate, then we will lose 20 billion. Jae-min crossed his arms, asking suspiciously, so what, can you stop it now? If it has come to this, what can I do? He said in a legitimate and reasonable way, if we overlook it this time. Then we will follow the FSS's warnings in the future, just say a word to the FTC and it will be done. Jae-min chuckled, declining tactfully, come on, even if I throw a tantrum, I am not sure it will work, how can it be called saying a word? Sung Kyun suddenly held up the teacup, smiling. I do not know either. He reached out, pouring more tea for Jae-min. He poured until the tea overflowed, then he spoke in a cold, warning tone, compared to your advice, it is just a little bit, right? Jae-min understood the meaning in his words. He gritted his teeth, wanting to roar, listen here, Han, you bastard. But Sung Kyun lowered his voice, interrupting first. So, don't make me mention money again. Scene change, at the canteen of the Fair Trade Commission. Investigator Park and Ki-nam had just left the cafeteria and could not help but exclaim, so full, the menu today was great. Unexpectedly, they saw Section Chief Oh Kyung standing there waiting, smoking a cigarette. Looks like you are eating well. He narrowed his eyes, raising his voice as he evaluated, there is a saying, leaving home is suffering, but you seem full and well rested. Investigator Park hurriedly bowed his head, shaking it, complaining, "Director, of course not, we are really working hard." Ki-nam also smiled, adding, "Of course, even though we are on the second floor, our hearts are on the fourth floor." He snorted coldly, annoyed, "Are you some kind of wandering soul?" Suddenly, he called out Jun Cheol, "Manager Lee." "Yes." Then he seriously gestured, "Come see me for a bit." The two went to a corner to talk privately. Oh Kyung thoughtfully gave him a warm cup of tea. "Here." Jun Cheol took it, bowing politely. "Thank you, sir." He took a sip of the hot tea, grumbling as he took credit. "I am doing this because I like you, you know." He suddenly narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, "So, how's the work progressing?" He briefly summarized the progress for him. "Yes, we have gotten the data from Yukyung Life through the FSS, and we are now preparing for the authoritative interpretation." Oh Kyung nodded, grimacing, deliberately hinting at him. "Good, but I am not sure if Choi's head, as hard as a rock, will sign it. Even if Director Choi signs, I am not sure if the superiors will agree." As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped, seeing something. Seeing the familiar figure's back, Oh Kyung wondered curiously, "What is that person doing here?" Jun Cheol asked suspiciously, "Is that someone you know?" Oh Kyung took another sip of tea and nodded, introducing, "Yeah, that is Director Kim Jae-min. He used to be the director of the Consumer Policy Bureau. He retired. It has been almost 10 years, and it seems like he used to be Director Choi's direct superior." As soon as he heard this detail, he was startled, quickly turning around. Seeing the closed door, Jun Cheol was worried. In his heart, he was uneasy, confused. Why would a former director be here at this time? He speculated anxiously, could it be? Scene change, a few hours later, in the review department office, there were 2 unfinished cups of tea on the table. Jikyol silently stood still in front of the window, looking outside. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He paused for a moment, then replied, "Come in." Jun Cheol pushed open the door and walked in. He keenly realized someone had just come into Jikyol's room for tea. He withdrew his gaze, bowing and asking, "You called me, Director." He put his hands behind his back, asking, "Manager Lee, how far has the investigation of Yukyung Life progressed?" He carefully handed over the statistical report he had made over the past time. "We have confirmed the data received from the FSS, and as a result, found about 500 unresolved disputes." Jikyol exclaimed suspiciously, 500? Are all of them restructuring disputes?" He shook his head, correcting, "No, some are non-payment of chemotherapy, and other types of disputes." He flipped open the list, looking it over while curiously asking, "So you are planning to make all of these cases big?" He cautiously suggested, "We are just planning to show that all of those cases could be a problem." He smiled, seeing through his intentions. "Manager Lee, you really want to go in the direction of authoritative interpretation?" Jun Cheol did not rebut, he nodded, replying, "Yes, only then will the FSS be able to open a disciplinary session immediately." Jikyol suddenly asked in a low, meaningful voice, "Oh, so, even if you turn the entire insurance company into an enemy? But, let us say, I object, what will you do?" Finishing his words, he coldly, decisively handed the list back to him. Jun Cheol was stunned, horrified, sweating bullets. Could it be? The thing I feared the most. The thing I was wary of. Jikyol folded the report, handing it to him. "Here, take it." Jun Cheol bowed his head, accepting it back, but his heart was uneasy, worried. Jikyol put his hands behind his back, looking out the window as he recounted. "Actually, an important guest came by today." Jun Cheol hesitantly guessed, "Is it a high-ranking person on Yukyung's side?" He shook his head. "No, it is Director Kim Jae-min, who retired 10 years ago." He was startled. In his heart he was even more afraid, so my prediction was correct. But on the surface, he still tried to maintain a professional appearance. Asking, "Is that so? What did he come here for?" Jikyol fell silent for a while. A few hours earlier, he had politely welcomed Jaemin. "So what is the reason for your visit?" He smiled, recalling the past. "There is no particular reason, I just happened to be passing by, so I stopped by, taking advantage of the moment to reminisce about the past." Jikyol did not reply. The entire room fell silent again. Seeing this, he felt embarrassed, again continuing to make conversation. "So now you are the director, huh? Back then, you were still a manager when I was here." Jikyol nodded, replying casually, "Yes, I have been the director for 4 years now. Back then, you were about to retire just as I was promoted to manager." He chuckled, complaining, "That is right, I remember, you were still new back then, encountering a lot of difficulties in your work." Jikyol was still polite but distant, replying, "Yes, I learned a lot from you." He laughed awkwardly, repeating, that is right, I really liked you back then." After that, there was no response. The room was quiet again. Jaemin smiled again, showing regret as he made conversation. "What a pity, if I had pushed a big case to you and led you to the end, Then you could have become a department director without needing to pass the civil service exam. Jikyol knew that he had a purpose. He did not hesitate to mention it directly. Director, you can just get straight to the point. In Jikyol's heart, he secretly wondered. Obviously there is a reason why a retired bureau director would visit me at this time. He spoke, speculating. Everyone knows it. Are not you here because of the Yukyung life case? Hearing these words, Jaemin froze, sweating bullets. He pursed his lips, hesitating, then seriously suggesting. Yes, since you already know everything, then I will be frank. Why do not you try temporarily suspending this case for a while? Jikyol asked. You mean the authoritative interpretation? Jaemin nodded, strenuously defending. Yes, it is very dangerous. You know if you push this case, the insurance companies will all gang up on you, right? He frowned. Reminding him. But if there is something wrong, it has to be corrected. Jaemin still tried to speak in his favor, advising, I know, but how can we ignore the Supreme Court's ruling? Even if we get involved, nothing will change. Jikyol secretly sneered in contempt. He came to speak on behalf of Yukyung Life and said we. He suddenly picked up Jaemin's cup of tea. Then he smiled coldly, reminding him, Director, the Supreme Court's ruling is not the Constitution. Over time it can change, causing him to be stunned, amazed. What? After speaking, Jikyol took his water glass and turned to leave first. Before leaving the room, he did not forget to leave a message. Thank you for your advice. I will consider this valuable opinion. However, at the current time, it is difficult for me to give an answer. Jaemin called out in panic. He still wanted to persuade him further. Wait, Director Choi, do not be like that. Listen to me, I am really worried. But he was coldly interrupted by Jikyol. I have urgent business to deal with. The overwhelming, icy aura he released caused Jaemin to be speechless, not daring to move. He was sweating bullets, watching him leave. It was until Jikyol left the room that he dared to grind his teeth in annoyance. That person came here. Jikyol said pensively. I was going to be harsher to crush his pride, but oh well. Mentioning this, he could not help but laugh, mocking. He is so funny. Back then he only liked those who passed the civil service exam. When did he ever like me? Haha. Suddenly, he asked in a serious voice, Manager Lee, let me ask you again, if I, your direct senior, object to the authoritative interpretation, what will you do? Jun Chio quietly looked straight at him for a while. Then he decisively replied with certainty. No. I will not object, because I know you believe it is the right thing to do. He looked at him with a fleeting surprise. Then Jikyol laughed, praising, you are very sharp, even though you are young, okay. He made up his mind, demanding, send the official report. I will take responsibility and ask for approval from the department director. Jun Chio smiled with relief, looking at this dedicated team leader. With the help of Director Choi, the authoritative interpretation was finally implemented. Thanks to that, the FTC and FSS also acted faster. In those days, the entire department worked enthusiastically, with high resolve to resolve the work, forgetting to eat and sleep. But we still felt like something was missing, so we sought cooperation from the FSC. With 3 days left until the FSS's disciplinary review, a series of major newspapers reported FTC's authoritative interpretation, a move that opens the next step. Society, the nation, FSS announces disciplinary review of leading insurance company, Yugyung Life. Number 1 cause of death in Korea, cancer. Anti-Yugyung, the case. Cancer insurance company refuses all compensation requests from me. Family caring for cancer patient gets cancer. It is like cancer in Korea is spreading like the flu, and the comment section became a place for victims to vent their anger. However, at the same time, at the headquarters of the Fair Trade Commission, Jun Chio was so anxious that his blood was boiling. Still no reaction. He wondered confused, they should have made a proposal to negotiate the penalty by now, but there is still nothing. These guys really want to go to court. Jun Chio grabbed his coat. He hurriedly put it on and rushed out like a gust of wind, with an uneasy heart. This won't do. Investigator Park was sleeping soundly at his desk. Hearing the noise, he woke up groggily, with a tired, haggard expression. He looked out the front door, confused. Vaguely wondering, I think I just heard something. But very quickly, he could not resist and fell asleep again. Time flew by quickly, in a flash, the day of the decision had arrived. At the conference room on the 11th floor, FSS. DeYoung anxiously looked at the time on her phone, muttering, only 5 minutes left. Jun Chio smiled confidently, reassuring, don't worry too much, our evidence is solid and the public is supporting us. We also have many backup plans. She smiled, looking at him knowingly. The idea of enlisting the FTC was yours, right? Jun Chio nodded, acknowledging cheerfully. I thought that when the FSC's report was released, Yugyung would take the initiative to contact us. Thinking of this, she excitedly clenched her fist, sneering. But that shows that they have nothing left to say. Do not worry, I will crush them for you. In his heart, he laughed because she was worried just a second ago, but now she was bursting with energy. Then that is great, okay. The two were talking when they suddenly heard a noise, so they turned their heads in unison. A super large, enormous claw gradually revealed itself, along with the sound of clattering shoes in the space, making everything feel as heavy as if a 1,000-ton stone was pressing down on it. Every step of the monster caused the young and Jun Chio to tense every blood vessel, cautiously guarding, on high alert. Feeling like a giant monster was standing in front of them. It solemnly spoke, "Are you from the FSS and FTC?" A snake monster with a long, wriggling tongue stuck out in front of the two. I asked, "Thank you?" The current situation caused Jun Chio to involuntarily remember when he was young, in that movie. There was a woman with a very beautiful appearance, but she concealed a disgusting identity. She was an alien who wanted to hunt and eat humans. That terrible and bizarre scene had haunted his innocent mind for a long time. And when I saw this man's face, I suddenly remembered that movie. Sung Kyung calmly asked, "Are you from the FSS and FTC?" He gave a friendly smile, initiating conversation. I asked, "Thank you today?" He frowned, vigilantly realizing this voice is. It is the voice that echoed in his subconscious earlier. What do you think about this? Cancer insurance is our company's product with the most customers, so it is understandable that there are many errors and issues. Vice President Park, collect all the resignation letters from your subordinates. That man was now smiling, reaching out his hand, wanting to greet. But for a long time, either of them responded, making the atmosphere even heavier and more awkward. The old man did not feel ashamed, still calmly introducing himself. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the CEO of Yugyang Life, Sung Kyun." Jun Chio did not feel surprised, he had already guessed it. Of course. But he did not expect the CEO to come here in person. De Young seriously and unceremoniously refused directly. "I understand, but I think now is not the time to shake hands." Sung Kyun smiled casually. "Is that so?" While the three were deadlocked, the large door behind suddenly opened. A stern voice rang out from inside. "The penalty review will begin now. All parties involved, please come inside." An employee outside respectfully announced, "Sir, please come inside." Sung Kyun nodded, replying softly, "Okay, I will go right away." He waved his hand, walking in first. It seems the meeting has already started. He did not forget to turn around and leave a few words. "I will see you again soon." After speaking, he turned around and walked in, leaving behind the two people who were looking at him with wary eyes. This room is only open for reviewing penalties and discussing punishing businesses, so it is known as a guillotine for companies. With the conclusion of this review, all insurance clauses could be completely changed. The host solemnly spoke. Regarding the XX case, Yugyang's cancer insurance rehabilitation support dispute, the insurance review team leader, FSS, Park De-young, will be invited to present. Then, he skillfully struck 3 loud blows with the gavel. The reporters did not miss a single moment. The camera flashes flashed continuously. The host nodded, gesturing towards De-young. She took a tense deep breath, then exhaled forcefully. She quickly adjusted her state, her sharp eyes immediately changing. De-young stood up resolutely, full of energy. She slowly presented each piece of evidence, her sharp arguments, and continuously provided evidence. Sung Kyun just quietly sat beside, listening. The supervisors all listened attentively, not missing a single detail. De-young, with soaring momentum, presented and defended her side's opinion. Jun Chio intently observed. He happily assessed her current state. Good direction. De-young is summarizing the information very clearly. Ending the presentation, she said confidently, summarizing, "So, our agency has narrowed this issue down to 3 points. Second, there are too many disputes ending due to the condition that the treatment must be necessary for cancer. Third, the FSS has warned many times, but Yugyang ignored and did not follow the recommendation." After finishing, she bowed politely. End of presentation. The host looked towards Sung Kyun, requesting, "Next, Yugyang Life, please state if there is anything you want to say." Unexpectedly, he casually replied, "Nothing, we will continue to listen." Jun Chio was sweating tensely, thinking, what is this trick? The host was silent for a while. Then he looked towards De-young, suggesting, "So, the prosecution, we will ask a question about the first point." She agreed readily, "Yes." Yugyang Life states that they refuse to support based on the Supreme Court's ruling on rehabilitation treatment. Please rebut if you do not agree with this statement. De-young briefly emphasized each word. The current problem is cancer in vital organs. She held up the detailed report in her hand, suggesting, "Please refer to expert opinions from the medical community. The severity of cancer varies greatly depending on the area of development, so the treatment methods are also different. Insurance laws should be interpreted in a way that benefits the customer if the conditions are ambiguous." Yukyung should have clearly informed customers which types of cancer rehabilitation is supported, and which is not. But they did not create any special contracts to apply that condition. And the number of disputes cancelled by the condition that the treatment must be necessary for cancer has now reached 500 cases. The FTC Clause Review Team has issued an authoritative interpretation on this condition. Based on that, we request Yugyung Life to pay all the compensation requests that have been rejected for rehabilitation treatment to date. After hearing her speak, the host nodded, gesturing, "Okay, thank you." He looked towards Sung-kyung, asking the defendant, "Is there any objection?" But he was silently thinking about something, causing everyone around to wonder in confusion. The host asked suspiciously again, "Defendant?" He pursed his lips for a while. Then he just smirked and complied. "I have nothing to say, sorry." The host paused, amazed. "This is the first time I have encountered this situation, wait." De-young frowned unhappily, glaring at him. Jun Chio clenched his fist, sighing in his heart. "Now I understand, he is silent not because he has nothing to say. He is saying that no matter what we do, they will go to court. He is planning to stall for time to win that way." Thinking this, he stood up angrily. This man is mocking this penalty review. Jun Chio gritted his teeth, seeing through his intentions. Jun Chio just wanted to rush in front of him, then deliver a flying kick to tear off the human skin mask he was wearing, to see his sinister face clearly. Suddenly, Jun Chio was startled. He came back to his senses, remembering where he was. The host angrily slammed the table, shouting, "The disciplinary hearing is a dialogue between the government and the company. Even if it goes to court, a disciplinary hearing from the FSS will still have a big impact." Jun Chio was sweating bullets, hurriedly sitting back down, sighing in his heart. Almost got distracted, have to focus again. Sung-kyun paused for a beat. He unexpectedly slowly opened his mouth. "So then, I will say one thing." As he spoke, he slowly stood up. "Our company is an insurance company. We need to provide money for the customer's treatment, but also prevent excessive treatment. But if we provide rehabilitation for all cancer cases, what will happen? Patients who could have just been treated in the hospital will flock to rehabilitation. That will lead to an increase in insurance costs. So please do not let the majority suffer because of the minority. I hope you will make a wise decision." After speaking, he bowed politely. The host silently pondered. He turned to De-young, reminding, "If the prosecution has any rebuttal, please speak now." She nodded. "Yes." Then powerfully stood up. She glanced at Sung-kyun, clearly stating, questioning, "Insurance, what is the role of an insurance company? It is to pay when it is needed, and save what can be saved, is not that the role? According to medical law, rehabilitation is a medical facility. There is no legal basis to refuse rehabilitation treatment. Refusing treatment under the pretext of excessive treatment. For those people you call the minority." De-young powerfully rebuffed, as if speaking for those patients, they are clear victims, so is not that the same as pushing all the responsibility onto them. Sung as if seeing the strong little girl, Sung, beside her. She had once smiled, nodding confidently, promising. "And the result will be announced at this moment," De-young solemnly declared. "Therefore, the FSS will issue an administrative warning to YK's cancer insurance, and fine an additional 5 billion won. In addition to the previous fine of 1.3 billion won that has been mentioned, in addition to that, I strongly suggest that they fully compensate the customers." Jun Chio silently analyzed. An administrative warning is the second highest penalty, second only to a ban on operations. If Yugyung Life receives an administrative warning, the company will be frozen for 1 year. The financial damage will be extremely large. The host solemnly asked again. The claimant, "Do you have any rebuttal to all of this?" Sung-kyun just bowed his head silently, not replying. Jun Chio was sweating anxiously. "Oh, this is crazy. If Yukyung takes this case to court, the damage will fall directly on the patients. We have brought everything to this point to avoid that. But in the end, we still can't stop it. We have brought everything to this point to avoid that. But in the end, we still can't stop it." Suddenly, Sung-kyun quietly nodded. The person next to him saw this, immediately understanding, folded everything up. "No, we have no rebuttal." De-young and Jun Chio all turned their heads, looking tensely at him. He, in the end, still. Yugyung Life will accept all the penalties that the FSS has proposed. The supervisors were all stunned, looking at him. The host was silent, frowning hesitantly. He asked confused, confirming again. "The claimant, what did you just say?" Sung-kyun reached out, receiving the contract brought over by the assistant, and suggested. "We accept everything. We will also pay for the treatment costs that have not been paid in the past. And we will change the terms and conditions too. This document is a preventative measure against victims that we have drafted." The old man pushed the contract onto the table, solemnly declaring. "As the CEO of Yugyung Life, I guarantee that I will not pursue any lawsuits, right here and right now. I hope the administrative agency will be lenient with the punishment. As he spoke, he sincerely bowed his head, admitting his fault. The reporters did not miss this historical detail. They immediately pointed their cameras, taking pictures non-stop, causing both the young and Jun Cheol to be silent, confused. What is happening? Back at the Fair Trade Commission headquarters. After listening to the report, Jikyol coldly summarized, so they did not say anything during the hearing and then suddenly accepted all the penalties. He speculated suspiciously, what are they trying to do, what are they planning behind our backs? Jun Cheol hesitantly confirmed, oh actually, they do not seem to have any schemes. They proposed a plan to prevent victims, and also said they would pay for rehabilitation costs. They also promised to revise the ambiguous clause. Jikyol glanced at him suspiciously. Are you sure they are not playing any tricks? Jun Cheol shook his head, recounting. Yugyung has already finished planning the budget, and they said they would pay all the unfairly rejected compensation requests. He nodded, and asked further, so what did they decide about the punishment? Jun Cheol slowly replied. They decided to only receive an administrative warning in lieu of all the penalties. He asked suspiciously, and what about the additional penalty at the end? He shook his head. It was also cancelled. Jikyol rubbed his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Seeing that he seemed disbelieving, Jun Cheol spoke up, reassuring. Director, trust them this time, Yugyung is not stupid enough to go back on what they said in the public court. He vigilantly rebutted, but they are also not so kind as to suddenly pay for treatment that they tried to avoid before. Jun Cheol hesitated, wanting to say something, that is true, but unexpectedly, his actions did not escape his notice. Jikyol stared at him, asking suspiciously. Manager Lee, so what exactly did you do behind my back? Seeing him pretending to be innocent, clueless. He smirked, exposing. You are an expert at that, right, not reporting to superiors, doing everything secretly. Pulling the FSC in two, that was you, right? Jun Cheol was sweating bullets, stammering. You know. Jikyol stood upright, putting his hands in his pockets, recounting leisurely. After you visited them, they called me immediately. You think I did not know? Jun Cheol awkwardly hurried to bow his head, admitting his fault. I am sorry. He chuckled, reassuring. You did your job well, it is okay, I am not asking to blame you. Saying this, he frowned again, looking at him with curiosity. But what exactly was it? What weakness did you grasp that could make them falter like that? Jun Cheol gave a forced smile, denying resolutely. I did not do anything, I have never even met Seo Han. In his heart, he sighed, recalling. But I did meet someone else. One day before the hearing, at the Han River Park. Jun Cheol at that time was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, out of breath. But he still struggled to carry the stack of documents, running frantically. It turned out that he was chasing someone, and the person in front was vehemently rejecting, shouting angrily, Don't follow me anymore. Jun Cheol could only beg and persuade. Just one word, with me. Former director Kim Jae-min, he bluntly roared, refusing, No, I do not want to. And then, in the sunset at Han River Park. Both people were out of breath, their whole bodies exhausted, sitting slumped on the bench. Jae-min could not help but curse angrily, You worm. I met you because you are a junior who passed the exam, but now what? You want me to persuade Yugyung for you, you crazy bastard. Jun Cheol quickly stabilized his state, replying. Yes, I heard you came here thinking of your junior. He suddenly bowed his head, hesitating. That is true, but... He did not pay attention to his hesitation, just calmly reached out, handing over the stack of documents. Jun Cheol said casually, This is the punishment level that the FSS and we have agreed on. Please persuade Yugyung before the retrial that will take place tomorrow. If Yugyung accepts this punishment, we will end the disciplinary action with a warning as stipulated. He narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, Then why tell me to persuade them? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and called out, Director. Jun Cheol glanced at him, examining. Unfortunately, your recent visit to the FTC has given us a reasonable suspicion. Jae-min was sweating bullets, asking suspiciously. Suspicion of what? His sharp eyes swept over his body as if seeing through everything. That you came as Yugyung's spokesman at their request. Jae-min was startled, panicking, denying. What, do you have evidence? Jun Cheol shrugged, admitting without hesitation. Of course not, but because of this issue, we may have to review all the investigative records during your time in office. He was flustered, pointing at him, stammering, scolding. Don't you know what fear is? Are you threatening me? He calmly smoothed back his hair, reminding softly. Of course not, I am just giving you a piece of advice. If we investigate thoroughly, then some old stains that were once overlooked may be revealed again. He gritted his teeth, resentful. In his heart, he secretly cursed, damn it. Saying this, he again bowed politely. In his heart, he had already calculated, there is no more time, this is the only thing I can do now. Jun Chio did not hesitate to demean himself to ask. The move just now was like giving both a slap and a candy, so I will ask you one more time, did not you retire with honor? The messenger that Yugyung has sent to us, please help the FTC persuade Yugyung Life. In a corner that no one could see, his eyes secretly flashed a sharp, calculating light. To then use him against them. That was all the things he had done arbitrarily behind Jikyo's back, but it would only be a secret between him and Jaemin. He looked at him triumphantly, in his heart he confidently affirmed. There is no way he would know I met former director Kim Jaemin. Recalling that lightning-fast turnaround, Jun Chio sighed to himself. Luckily, the message seemed to have been sent. Suddenly, Jikyo spoke, saying incomprehensible words. Manager Lee, this won't do. Yes. As he was stunned, he seriously discussed the suggestion. Don't go back, you should work with me for about 2 more years. Jun Chio was amazed, confused. Huh, is that all? He began to persuade him with reasonable evidence and theories. Think about it, do you think YK is the last one? Let us resolve the conditions for all the insurance companies. They may have succumbed for now, but when things are quiet, they will come crawling out again. According to the report, the unresolved disputes have been more than 500 cases. You have already started, so you should finish it. As he spoke, he patted his shoulder intimately, reminding him. Jikyo's eyes were burning as he looked at him, flashing with flames as he invited. We are not like other agencies here, no business trips to the province, and not much overtime. With the same salary, is not that a good deal? Jun Chio twitched the corner of his mouth, giving a forced smile, replying. It sounds pretty good. Jikyo even enthusiastically recommended. And I will promote those who do good work, you know my style. Saying this, he involuntarily shuddered, imagining Section Chief O's gloomy expression. Shouldn't tolerate the wild beasts, Director O won't be happy. As the two were talking, a phone suddenly rang, interrupting. Jikyo took out his phone to check. It is calling Manager Hong. He quickly pressed answer. Yes, Manager Hong, what is the matter? What, someone came? Manager Hong hesitated, stammering for a while, then reported. That is, CEO Han Seoko of Yugyung Life is here. Later, at the Clause Review and Condition Department meeting room, 2nd floor terms ATC. Sung Kyung spoke first, opening the conversation. Surely you want to know the reason I am here. The reason I came is because there is one thing that the FTC should understand clearly. Looking at his arrogant appearance, Jun Chio silently thought. He had not agreed to meet us until the punishment review, but now he is here. He coldly asked, what is it? Sung Kyung smiled politely, explaining. It is because it would be too much for the company's finances if we had to pay for rehabilitation all at once. Of course we are liquidating assets that we can, but it will take some time. Jun Chio did not waver at all, stating straight out. That is enough of a reason, the main reason. The old man suddenly fell silent, silently calculating something. Then he suddenly seriously presented. In fact, it is very difficult to pay all the rehabilitation fees. If you want us to pay the hospital fees, then we can take care of that right away. Jun Chio smirked, inwardly sneering as he read his mind. It is too strange that they agreed to all the penalties, so now they are here to ask for a fee reduction. He professionally replied. I am not sure, but you do not have to pay all the costs. The patient will pay about 30%, right? He secretly gave a sly smile, emphasizing. That is right, so it won't be much different than the hospital fees. As soon as he heard those twisted facts, Jun Chio had long seen through his trick. Lying, rehabilitation fees include diagnosis, hospitalization, medication, and tests. There are many other fees besides the hospitalization fee. Hospitalization fees only account for about half the rehabilitation fees, cheap trick. Jun Chio put on a stern face, reminding. Oh, is that so? If it is not much different, then please pay the rehabilitation fees as promised. Hearing this, he again fell into silence. Then Sung Kyun suddenly chuckled, taking credit. I am so embarrassed, I did not want to mention this, but was not this conflict resolved because we made a lot of concessions? With the company's current situation, we can't turn around that amount of money right away. As he was talking non-stop, listing all sorts of things, Jun Chio smiled meaningfully, interrupting. Then, perhaps you should consider moving. He immediately darkened his face, asking suspiciously. What? Jun Chio calmly suggested. If you buy an office building in Seocho, then surely you would be able to manage it. If not, then Yugyung's financial situation seems stable. Why do not you take out a private loan? You can also dilute your shares too. Do you want me to suggest some more ways to raise funds? Saying this, he deliberately dragged out his voice. Or use the method you like to use the most. Jun Chio smirked mockingly, repeating every word that Sung Kyun had said, that he had heard in his subconscious before. Take the resignation letters of everyone below the executive vice president. Sung Kyun flinched, feeling guilty. In his heart he panicked. What now? It is like he has heard everything I have said. Jun Cheol observed his expression, skillfully changing the subject. If you do not like it, then let us not argue about the meaning of the words anymore, and please pay all the rehabilitation fees. Knowing he could not get past him, Sung Kyung had no choice but to consider conceding. He frowned, negotiating. Okay, then we will pay all those affected. Jun Cheol remained in the same posture, looking straight into his eyes, reminding softly. No. You need to pay all the cases that you were warned by the FSS too. Why are you planning to leave them out and secretly ignore them? He glared back, rebutting. Those cases have all been settled by mutual agreement. Jun Cheol turned his sharp gaze towards him, giving a cold smile. Agreement, more like extortion. Hearing these words, Sung Kyun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Jun Cheol did not say anything more. He bowed, pushing his chair back. He slowly stood up, then looking down at him from above, reminding him as a warning. I have finished our side's testimony. Do you have anything else you want to say? By the way, if you increase insurance premiums or add special clauses, we will find out everything. After speaking, he unceremoniously turned around and left, leaving him behind. Sung Kyun suddenly chuckled, calling him. Hey! His face was pitch black, asking a murderous question, causing Jun Cheol to pause, stopping in his tracks. Young manager, are you the type of person who likes to make enemies? Jun Cheol frowned, tilting his head towards him. Sung Kyun narrowed his eyes, stating with certainty. Looking at the situation, you must be the one who threatened Director Kim Jae-min. Jun Cheol did not bother hiding it. He smiled mockingly, directly admitting. Aha, that is how everything was resolved. I am glad it worked. As he was speaking, he suddenly remembered the golden document, or something. Suddenly, Sung Kyun's expression changed. He smirked. Then suddenly burst out laughing gleefully. His crazy laughter echoed throughout the room. Jun Cheol shuddered, sweating bullets, on high alert. After laughing his fill, Sung Kyun spoke, showing regret, putting on a show. Sorry for laughing to myself. I guess you are young, so you are very naive. It is not that we did not consider the penalties that Director Kim gave us, but that is not the real reason we withdrew. As he spoke, he tapped his head smugly. It is because we have calculated that, even if we do not do business for a year. So it is not that we succumb to you. Jun Cheol raised his eyebrows, smiling secretly. Haha, he has decided to reveal his true face. Initially, he acted like he would give us a little bit more. He smirked, making a decision in his heart. Then I have no reason to respect him anymore. Thinking this, he immediately went behind him, reminding him intimately. Han Seoko, can I give you a piece of advice? He looked at him vigilantly. What? Jun Cheol calmly stated the reason. If a member of the family has cancer, the foundation of the whole family will be shaken. When you start spending money on treatment, the house will become smaller and smaller. So please pay the money that you need to pay. Is not insurance meant to prevent those kinds of unfortunate accidents? Jun Cheol put his hand on his shoulder, his voice also becoming sharp. In my life, I have learned that you reap what you sow, so do not play with people's lives in the race against time anymore. He gritted his teeth, despising him, sneering, what would a government employee like you know? Unexpectedly, as soon as Sung Kyun finished speaking, Jun Cheol forcefully tightened his arm on his shoulder, causing him to panic as if a 1,000-ton stone was pressing down on him. Jun Cheol's voice was gloomy, as if striking directly into his brain. Why would not I know? I have done a similar thing, and now even if I go to hell, I can't. Sung Kyun froze. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was carrying countless grudges, as if there were souls crying bitterly, wanting to drag him down. Jun Cheol suddenly got close to his face, advising with a domineering, oppressive gaze. So, Han Seoko, listen to my advice. Later, outside the corridor of the Clause Review and Condition Department, there was the sound of people leaving. And the next day, the major newspapers reported sensationally. Cancer insurance accepts the FTC's penalty despite predictions of a long-lasting battle. Yuryung Life announces that it will pay for rehabilitation fees after cancer treatment. Jun Cheol slowly walked on the hallway as he thought in his heart. Unlike the long-term battle that was predicted, the incident ended as a superficial victory for the FTC. The situation was resolved quickly, so there was no stock price collapse. Yuryung's plan to prevent victims was very simple. Other companies revised the clauses, and insurance customers called in droves to ask insurance, but the impact that it had on the industry was very large. In that momentum, the Clause Review and Condition Department also became busy. In the office, sure enough, the atmosphere was tense and urgent. The employees were so busy that they wished they could grow an extra hand. Yes, this is the FTC Clause Review and Condition Department. What is the reason for your call? Yes, you are about to renew your insurance contract. First you need to submit a request to prevent loss. You wait a moment. I will connect the machine to my superior. Yes, of course. As they were busy, a familiar voice suddenly shouted loudly, full of energy. Everyone, listen up. Not only does YK need to apply retroactively, if they plan to increase the premiums, it will violate the terms and conditions. Rehabilitation centers are medical facilities, so they are not special cases. Insurance buyers will be confused, so we will receive a lot of calls for a while. Jikyol enthusiastically, fiercely declared, we will make a guidebook and distribute it. Until then, please answer their questions, understand? Jun Cheol observed that scene, and involuntarily smiled. He slowly turned his head, walking on the hallway, returning to his office. Later, at the Hope Nursing Hospital. As soon as Jun Cheol arrived, he saw the cancer patients welcoming him warmly. They excitedly ran over to grasp his hands, expressing, Manager, thank you so much. You have helped me remove such a big burden. How can I repay this kindness? Jun Cheol gave a forced smile, scratching his head politely, replying, No, this money originally belonged to everyone. So, how was the insurance money paid out? The patient excitedly recounted. Everyone here has received it. They paid us immediately after the penalty hearing ended. Jun Cheol was amused by them. He smiled happily. I am glad to hear that. They kept their promise. Song also just came over and saw De Young, she greeted brightly. Manager Park Song. The girl's mother gave a forced smile, sincerely appreciating. Thank you so much, you worked so hard to handle our case. De Young politely waved her hand. No, this is just part of my job. Song interrupted her, sadly recounting. No, Manager Park, before you came here, no one cared about our case. The other patients also said enthusiastically. Really thank you so much, if it were not for you, we would not have gotten this far. That is right, it is all thanks to those two, that I can focus on treatment. Song and her mother were both moved, tears streaming down their faces like rain. De Young was touched by their sincerity, she choked with emotion, crying along. She gave a small smile, her voice trembling as she corrected the previous statement. It is me who needs to thank everyone. De Young decisively bowed deeply, politely expressing her feelings. Thank you very much. After talking and encouraging the patients for a few hours, De Young and Jun Cheol left again. Reaching the car park, he smiled, secretly observing her expression. He silently thought. We won, but I know the reason why she can't smile. They may no longer have to worry too much about money. But there is still a much more difficult battle with cancer waiting ahead. And they may seem to be weak right now, but when things quiet down, they will rise again. As Director Choi said, once things are quiet, they will reveal their true faces. Jun Cheol tilted his head as if seeing through the essence of those sinister people who were lurking. But it is okay. I definitely will. His mind was absent-mindedly thinking deeply when suddenly a loud call pulled him back to reality. Manager. It turned out that Ki Nam and Investigator Park had been waiting from before. They happily called out, reminding him. If you have met them, then we should go back now. Right, Director O will be waiting for us. Seeing the two of them, he involuntarily smiled. Jun Cheol's employee ID card swung with every movement. Jun Cheol smiled, correcting. No, we definitely will. He quickly adjusted his emotions, seriously following everyone. Yes, let us go. At the same time, at the FTC. Oh Kyung just received a message from his superior. All directors to room 308. He quickly replied. Yes, sir. And next to him, there was a curious voice, asking, Director O, I heard you just handled a big case recently. Is it about cancer insurance clauses? He raised his head, replying coldly. I do not think so, that case ended a while ago. The other directors asked each other confusedly, what could the reason be? Why gather us? Oh Kyung was feeling uneasy in his heart, telling himself. Hopefully it is not anything big. Oh Kyung and the other directors went together to the location. As soon as they arrived, someone exclaimed in amazement. The Consumer Policy Division too. What? Even the Consumer Policy Division has been called. Oh Kyung paused slightly. He involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, confused. Why are there so many? In his head, he involuntarily remembered something terrifying. Oh Kyung's face turned pale, wondering. Could it be that case? Later, in the meeting room, all the directors quickly settled down and took their seats. A man sat in the center, his dove-like eyes speaking solemnly. I know everyone is busy, so I will keep it brief. This is an order from headquarters. The one speaking was the Director of General Oversight, Kim Tae-sik, and the person next to him, on equal footing, is the Director of Consumer Policy, Lee Ji-sung. Tae-sik raised his voice to remind them. Everyone knows what the order from headquarters means, right? It is large in scale, and as complex as its size suggests. Oh Kyung was sweating nervously, Just as I suspected. Taisik suddenly turned and called out, "Director Han Yumi." She nodded in understanding yes. The other directors immediately sighed inwardly. Oh Kyung, seeing their expressions of rejection, guessed that number is probably just a quick survey from headquarters. Once the investigation begins, who knows what that number will be, it could double, or even have another zero at the end. Lee Ji-sung proposed seriously, therefore, for the time being, the Consumer Policy Department and the General Oversight Department will operate as one team. Are there any questions? Suddenly, Jikyo raised his hand to offer an opinion. Director, will all the directors here and everyone under them be participating? We won't have enough manpower for other tasks. Ji-sung had anticipated that, and immediately explained, well, we will only select a few people. The main investigation will be led by Director Han Yumi, with the General Oversight Department providing support. We estimate a maximum of 50 people will be involved. Oh Kyung frowned, assessing the situation. Even so, that is still a huge number. Taisik, seeing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, carefully reiterated the seriousness of the matter. As you all know, deceptive advertising is an issue we have been keeping an eye on for a while. As we delve deeper into the industry and investigate more thoroughly, we might have to face them. Oh Kyung tensely agreed, inwardly analyzing, that is right, WebTube, the Korean branch. They are a streaming service that practically monopolizes the industry. Taisik lowered his voice to reassure them, we won't be confronting them directly, so do not be afraid. Yes, we will be sure to filter out cases. Director Han. The quiet conference room was filled with the clacking of heels with each step. Han Yumi stepped onto the platform, presenting seriously, then, I will share the related materials we received from headquarters. She skillfully operated the equipment, and a video quickly appeared on the main screen. Yumi's eyes swept over the directors, and she suggested, let us watch this video. The mouse cursor clicked on the play icon. A pretty face appeared on the big screen, a clip from a certain idol's live stream. Hello everyone. It is Park Hae-seon. Comments quickly scrolled by. I have been waiting all day. So happy to see you. My love, you are so pretty today. She cheerfully leaned down to prepare. The 28th item I bought, and will be introducing is. The audience waited curiously. I am so excited, what is it? As she spoke, she drew out the words and held up a jar of cosmetics. It is, this, right here. Hae-seon reviewed the product while naturally chatting with the audience. Are you afraid of using cosmetics from small businesses? Oh my gosh, what year are you living in? Cut to a scene at a restaurant, where someone skillfully cut a piece of steak. Astonished, really? It was De-young. She excitedly and angrily waved the knife in her hand, shouting, those yuck young bastards, they still have not learned their lesson, they dare haggle over the payment. Jun Cheol, speechless, reminded her, calm down, put the knife down before you talk. She was so angry that she had to eat a few more bites of steak before venting her anger. Han Seoko, that sly old fox. I did not think he would be so sneaky. Jun Cheol forced a smile, trying to appease her. You do not have to be so angry. We are done with him. She gave a satisfied sniff. Good. Seriously, how could he be so dirty until the very end? If it were not for us, what would have happened? Those people are terrible. Jun Cheol smiled as he watched her chew and scold people incessantly. I am glad De-young has regained some energy. Jun Cheol suddenly looked absent-minded. His eyes were thoughtful. Come to think of it, it was not hard to recognize Han Sung-kyun's true goal. His methods are the ones I used to use frequently. I used to be the one who made victims cry in despair, who made them fearfully kneel and beg. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his wandering thoughts. Jun Cheol. Jun Cheol startled, questioning. Huh? De-young asked with concern. Why did your face suddenly turn so dark? Jun Cheol forced a smile, making an excuse. Oh, I am just tired. She nodded in acknowledgement. Now that you mention it, your skin looks worse too. She looked at him expectantly. Probing, you really put your all into this case, did not you? You will finish it up, right? Jun Cheol smiled and replied, the rest will be handled by experts. I am with the General Oversight Department, I have to go back now. De-young stood up in shock. What do you mean? We just started eating. She excitedly waved the knife, questioning. We made them pay for rehabilitation, so now we have to open files for all the other cases, right? He startled and hurriedly waved his hands. Appeasing and explaining, someone better than me will take care of that, so let them do it. I understand, so put the knife down. De-young's face fell, a determined glint appeared in her eyes, and she brought out a life philosophy to remind him. If you start something, you have to finish it, have not you ever heard that? You need to finish what you started. I did not expect you to be like this, so cold. After some back and forth discussion, the two finally finished eating. Jun Cheol forced a smile as he stood up and said good luck. The restaurant door opened. Before parting ways, Jun Cheol watched De-young's back and smiled, saying goodbye, thanks for the meal. De Young smiled regretfully and replied, I heard this is a famous steakhouse, but there was not much food. Jun Cheol chuckled and gave a thumbs up, expressing, no, it was enough. I do not really know much about restaurants. De Young shyly suggested, how about we go somewhere else, and have something to eat and drink? He was briefly stunned, then firmly refused, no, it is too late tonight. A hint of doubt flashed in De Young's eyes. She rubbed her chin, wisely observing, that is weird, the Lee Juncheol I know would never turn down an invitation to drink. Jun Cheol was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out inside. Me, that is the kind of person Lee Juncheol is. He hurriedly waved his hands, making an excuse, I just want to rest tonight. De Young still frowned, looking at him with suspicion and disbelief. A few seconds later, she retracted her gaze, clicked her tongue, and turned to leave. I understand, but I will definitely take you out for a drink next time. Jun Cheol hesitated, forewarning, next time, okay, I am a little busy these days, I will contact you sometime. She glanced at him and reached out, demanding, give me your phone. Jun Cheol was puzzled and curious, why do you need my phone? She stubbornly kept her hand out, just give it here. So Jun Cheol had no choice but to comply. De Young quickly tapped on his phone for a while. Then she held up the phone, bursting into a delighted laugh, reminding him, I knew it, look at this, your contacts are all coworkers, how can you be busy, you still do not have any friends. Jun Cheol was shocked and speechless, oops. Seeing his bewildered expression, she quickly saved her phone number and instructed, here, do not forget your promise to contact me. Jun Cheol sighed and reluctantly agreed, temporarily acquiescing. Suddenly, her eyes pierced through him, looking behind him. De Young enthusiastically suggested, Juncheol, let us stop by there for a bit. He was stunned and confused. The cosmetic store, why? She shrugged casually and replied, look at your skin. I will buy you a popular face mask, put it on before you sleep. Jun Cheol awkwardly wanted to refuse, I do not need it. Cut to later that night, when the moon was high in the sky. Faint groans echoed in the small apartment. In a room that had been dark for a long time. Suddenly, a night light flickered on. A man lay in bed, his whole body writhing incessantly. It was Jun Cheol. His eyes were tightly closed, cold sweat pouring out, his mouth constantly groaning. A pale hand slowly reached for his neck. Then, a face with disheveled hair covering the entire face, revealing only 2 bloodshot eyes, fresh blood overflowing, the vengeful ghost whispered, murderer. Cut to the next day, at the headquarters of the Fair Trade Commission. It was a gloomy, eerie rainy day. Inside the office, the entire department was buzzing with chatter. Ki Nam anxiously sent Jun Cheol a few messages. Where are you? Director O has called everyone and us. We are in meeting room 301 now. Investigator Park impatiently asked again. He still has not replied. Ki Nam nodded hesitantly. Yes, it is strange. He has never done this before. As they were feeling uneasy, a sudden loud thunderclap and blinding lightning struck, startling everyone and causing them to look out the window. The terrifying thunder made the atmosphere in the office even heavier and more suffocating. Ki Nam was the first to speak. He involuntarily felt a bad premonition, confused and doubtful. Good Lord, thunder and lightning in this situation. Suddenly, a female employee excitedly hummed, breaking the eerie atmosphere. She smiled broadly, expressing, we are finally going back to our original team tomorrow. The coworker next to her chuckled, wondering, you are that happy? She nodded wittily. Answering, of course, my team is the best. I must have been a salmon in my past life. We sent all the data to the Terms and Conditions Review Division, so it will be done as soon as we finish packing up. Another colleague sitting next to her also sighed in agreement. Anyway, I am glad this project is over. Working with sick people is hard, and it would be even worse if the results were not good. Suddenly, a familiar, husky voice rang out, okay, everyone did a great job. Everyone startled and looked towards the voice, realizing in surprise, Director. Not knowing when he had arrived, he was accompanied by Director Yumi. As soon as Ki Nam saw them, he stood up to greet them. Director Han Yumi. She had a confident demeanor, stepping forward with a smile and extending her hand to greet them. I recognize a few familiar faces. Team Leader Kim, how are you? Ki Nam politely shook her hand and replied, I am doing fine. Then Yumi turned to Investigator Park and inquired, long time no see, Investigator Park. How long has it been? 3 years, he scratched his head sheepishly, confirming, it was when we were watching the DPR live shopping program, right? That is right, I think so. Mentioning this, she excitedly praised, yes, the work of our General Oversight Bureau is really amazing. Recalling the grand scene at that time, Ki Nam twitched his lips, pushed up his glasses, and shook his head, replying, we did not do much. She was the one who broke down the door as soon as the police arrived. Yumi forced a smile, covering her face in complaint, You only remember my fierce side, do not you? Should I show you my gentle side? The female employee behind him curiously asked the colleague next. To her, who is she? She is so pretty and charming. The colleague whispered, introducing her. Is this the first time you have met her? She is Han Yumi, the director of the Consumer Information Safety Division. Seeing the female employee's eager expression, her colleague unconsciously elaborated further. She is famous for exposing the false advertising of a shopping company that was fined 3 billion won. And for exposing the abuse of PPL in a popular drama and receiving a warning from the Korea Communications Standards Commission. She never gives up once she gets involved, so her nickname is Crazy Bitch. Suddenly, Oh Kyung glanced around, searching, and then asked curiously, Manager Lee has not arrived yet. Ki Nam frowned, replying, that is right. He has not come to work. Oh Kyung was surprised. What? He has not replied to messages either. He nodded worriedly. Yes, should I call him? At the same time, long legs were quickly striding down the hallway in a hurry. Jun Cheol hurriedly pushed open the door, shouting, sorry for being late. Everyone was attracted by the noise, startled and turning around. The group was shocked and dumbfounded to see him in a completely different appearance. Covered from head to toe, someone unconsciously called out cautiously. Sir, what is wrong, Manager Lee? What is happening? Jun Cheol awkwardly and slowly took off his mask and glasses, explaining, well, I went to the hospital. Everyone in the office was stunned for the second time, not expecting his handsome face to be covered in red rashes. Later, in the meeting room on the third floor of the Fair Trade Commission, Ki Nam anxiously glanced at Jun Cheol and asked, Hey, are you really okay? Jun Cheol, while scratching his face incessantly, replied gloomily, Yes, I saw a doctor, and he said it is nothing, just a little itchy and a little sore. Investigator Park and Ki Nam looked at each other in confusion, just a little. He curiously probed, What happened to you last night? Jun Cheol hesitated, remembering, Well, I am not sure. Last night, in the apartment complex, he had writhed on the bed, groaning. A pale white hand slowly reached out. Then, a grotesque, red face, with fresh blood flowing from the corners of the ghost's eyes, murderer. After that, he gasped for breath and woke up. I think I had a nightmare and had trouble breathing while sleeping. Jun Cheol sat up in fright. When I woke up, my face was like this. He hugged his face in terror for a long time, his mind in a state of panic. Just then, Oh Kyung cleared his throat and spoke, pulling him back to reality. Let us stop here. His eyes presented seriously. All right, everyone is probably busy. I will get straight to the point. This is a case of deceptive advertising, directed from headquarters. Jun Cheol, while putting his mask back on, rolled his eyes in doubt. Deceptive advertising. He carefully listened as Oh Kyung explained briefly, this is a big case, so a task force has been formed. The Fair Trade Commission and the Consumer Policy Division will work together, as one team. Investigator Park wondered, asking a question, sir, what about our reimbursement? Oh Kyung frowned, explaining, well, we will have to stay in position until the task force finishes. The female employee and her colleague behind him sighed gloomily as soon as they heard this. Well, maybe we won't be salmon anymore. I understand. He suddenly lowered his eyes and called, Director Han. She nodded yes. Oh Kyung had already turned on the computer. He operated the machine while seriously reminding them, I will talk to you after this video. The large screen in the meeting room quickly displayed a video, a sweet young voice ringing out, Hello subscribers, this is Trust Uni. Comments quickly exploded, Park Hyson. Uni, I have been waiting for you. I always watch Hyson's lives. I love you so much. You are so radiant. She smiled brightly, deliberately drawing out the sound. Today's 28th unboxing and review video is. The little fans were all looking forward to it. So exciting, what is it? Wait a minute. Then Hyson pulled out some product. Here, tada. Everyone sent question marks in confusion. What is it? Someone knowledgeable immediately shared with other viewers. I know, it is Missile Sunscreen and Oliver Face Mask. Can she use products from small businesses? Hyson read this comment. She chuckled teasingly. Are you talking about small businesses? Uni, what year are you living in? He listened intently as she introduced the items. Large companies only care about what is popular. You should consider both price and quality. Please only care about price and quality. Jun Cheol was suddenly stunned when he heard the product names. Those products are Nature Cosmetico. It is the cosmetic store that he and De Young had come across the night before. The inside displayed many products from skincare to makeup and beauty products. De Young skillfully took out an amount of cream, then unexpectedly applied it to his face. Here. Oh, it is too dry. He touched the cream he had just applied and forced a smile, refusing. Nighttime sunscreen. It is sticky, so I do not use this stuff. De Young pouted in protest. Nonsense, this is not just sunscreen, it is functional sunscreen. Tigre uses this kind. Do not you know? Jun Cheol blankly questioned. What green Seeing his confusion, De Young had no choice but to carefully explain, she is a famous stylist of, never mind, this is a small business product, the price is good and the quality is okay. It is going viral online. It blocks UV rays and even radiation, and prevents skin aging. After listening to her promotion for a while, he raised his eyebrows, muttering inwardly, it is a magic potion, not sunscreen. Then she suddenly pulled out another paper bag from somewhere and enthusiastically introduced, and this face mask, this one has good reviews, just 10 or 15 minutes before going to bed. Your face will be different tomorrow. Without waiting for him to agree, De Young eagerly suggested, I bought this for you, so remember to put it on before you sleep. Okay, Jun Cheol had no choice but to accept with a forced smile. Ah, okay. Ending the flashback, Jun Cheol, sweating profusely, realized, that is that product. And the promotional video ended. Yumi looked at everyone and reported, as you saw, she posts videos promoting products, such as skincare and clothing, based on her relationships. And every time she live streams, she drinks this weight loss juice, which may also be deceptive advertising. Speaking of this, her eyes sharply analyzed, according to my estimates, that is 60 million won worth of advertising per video. Everyone in the meeting room gasped in shock, 60 million, what, that much? Yumi nodded, commenting, deceptive advertising is already a problem, but there is an even bigger problem. This advertising lies and exaggerates the features of the products. And most of these products need to be safety checked by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Hearing this, Jun Cheol's face darkened and he froze. Oh Kyung also agreed, speaking up, that is right, this is the most vicious part of deceptive advertising. This product is very good and has these features. They can say that. Ki Nam wearily rubbed his temples, lamenting, good lord, every case gives me a headache. Suddenly, he startled upon hearing Jun Cheol's somber voice, Team Leader Kim, Investigator Park. In his heart, he was shocked to realize, it has not even passed the safety check. Now I know why my face is like this. Thinking of this, the hot blood in his body boiled. Jun Cheol, burning with anger, gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word, get ready, for this case, what? Ki Nam, sweating profusely, probed, manager, you are very enthusiastic, is there a particular reason? Jun Cheol said plainly, let us just say. It is a personal debt. As he spoke, he bitterly recalled himself last night, nonchalantly putting that damn face mask on before going to sleep. Everything must be told 10 months ago. Hai Xian smiled, saying goodbye to the audience and ending the live stream. Alright everyone, see you next time, goodbye. The live stream ended, she retracted her expression, sighing. Leaving the room, she asked a man who was working out, hey, did you charge my vape for me? The subordinate quickly understood and nodded, yes, I will go get it right away. She tiredly relaxed her body and slumped into a chair. Hai Xian could not help but lament, good lord, earning money is so hard. Her sisters next to her smiled, praising and encouraging, you did great, sisters. One of her sisters looked at the phone screen and curiously asked, so, have you decided yet? What do you say? Is it time to answer? Hai Xian shook the phone in her hand, a sly smile appearing, implying, I will accept this Orbi advertisement. Who wants to join me? She is also known as, former hair designer. Beauty streamer Park Hai Xian with 3 million subscribers. One of her sisters, former idol trainee, luxury product reviewer, Omya with 1.7 million subscribers, also eagerly volunteered, why wait if you say so, I am in, I want to do it. And the last person, former flight attendant, fashion streamer, Sin Haiju with 1.4 million subscribers, also chimed in, if you do it, I will do it too. Hai Xian nodded in satisfaction, okay, then. She suddenly looked up at the remaining girl in the group and asked, what about you, Mi Young? The short-haired girl, a mukbang streamer named Kim Myung with 1 million subscribers, cautiously reminded them, Uni, is this really okay? Isn't deceptive advertising dangerous? She hesitated to decline, actually. I do not really need the money right now. Hai Xian's face suddenly darkened, her eyes sharply questioning, Myung, is 20 million per video a joke to you? Myung stammered, explaining, no, that is not it. Before she could finish, Hai Xian coldly cut her off. She bluntly said without reservation, maybe it is insignificant now. You can easily earn that much if you livestream diligently. But how long do you think that reputation will last? For a mukbang streamer like you, it is hard to maintain for more than 2 years. Seeing her hesitate, Sin Haiju spoke up to advise, she is right, Myung. How many webtubers who started at the same time are still posting videos? Omya also winked and smugly recounted her accomplishments. It is normal to worry since this is your first time. I understand, but it is okay. We have done this before and have not been caught once. Myung was surprised and shocked, asking, what, you have done this before? She chuckled teasingly, see, you did not even know, did you? Doesn't that say it all? We have been doing deceptive advertising for 4 years. Myung's jaw dropped in shock, what, 4 years? How much money had they made? Seeing her become silent and speechless, Hyeseon shrugged, trying to entice her. Myung, are not you tired, planning new content, seeing all the reactions? Honestly, I do not care about those things anymore. Why, I have earned enough to live on even without income from live streaming. Myung was wavering. Her reason told her, I can live stream forever without money and content. But the greed inside her was rising. That is what I have always wanted. Looking at Hyeseon's cold, arrogant face. And then looking at Omya smiling at her. Myung felt like she was just their shadow. She was struggling intensely. They might be right. I am not sure if I can maintain this income. Her heart was pounding hesitantly. Hyeseon and her sister started playing mind games again. If you are worried, you do not have to do it this time. But I am sure you will have another opportunity. I do not know when. Just agree. It is stupid not to do it. They persuaded in unison. She is right, decide, Myung. She hesitated, considering. They all say it is okay. I do not want to be the stupid one. Finally, her small arms slowly rose. Myung forced a smile, deciding to accept. I will do it too, sisters. Omya and Sin Haiju were both excited, praising her. Great, you made the right choice. I knew it. Awesome. Hyeseon only smirked, secretly flashing a satisfied smile. Then she spoke up, commenting, I knew you were the right person. At the same time, elsewhere, her photo became the focal point of a discussion. Park Hyeseon, known as the Queen of Beauty Channels. It is estimated that she has earned billions of dollars in 4 years of deceptive advertising. She does not even leave a trace when moving such large amounts of money, nor do her accomplices. After hearing the other person summarize, Yumi nodded, speculating. She must have done something like using other people's accounts, right? And the person facing her at this moment was the chief of the Korean advertising funds, Hong Jong-woo. He frowned, firmly asserting, as you said, Park Hyeseon. Sin Haiju, yeah, these three, they have the same products in their videos at the same time, so they must be working together. Yumi rubbed her chin, thinking, staring at the report. She inwardly analyzed the situation. As soon as the task force was established, we requested the Korean Advertising Fund to monitor all videos suspected of deceptive advertising. The estimated amount doubled to 120 billion won. Looking at the three faces representing deceptive advertising, a look of scrutiny appeared in her eyes. But why do I feel like something is missing? Yumi burst out laughing, praising Jongwoo. You are amazing, the investigation has doubled in just a few weeks. I told you, I said it would be even bigger if we dug deeper. He nodded, yeah, that is right. After finishing the exchange, Yumi winked, reminding, instructing, and praising. This is a very tiring case, but thank you for helping me with this. You are the best. Jongwoo chewed his food while teasingly saying, if you are truly grateful, you should have chosen a better restaurant. Yumi twitched her lips, forcing a smile, correcting, this is a good place, a very good restaurant in town. Sure, of course. Jongwoo skewered a piece of talk on the plate and asked with concern, anyway, are you okay? If you are doing all of this, the employees must be under a lot of pressure. She smiled, answering, of course, not okay at all. Hearing this, he suddenly shuddered, wondering, what, why are you smiling? I am scared. Well then. Yumi grinned, wittily replying, because even if I cry, it won't change anything. Cut back to the Fair Trade Commission. In the meeting room. Yumi was seriously standing with her hands on her hips, coldly speaking, alright, managers. Let us discuss the preliminary details. To what extent should we investigate? Upon hearing this, most people in the meeting room avoided eye contact, coughing a few times. Only Jun Cheol silently sat in a corner, thinking about something. Yumi saw through their expressions and thoughts, her face expressionless and questioning, any opinions? A tense employee raised his hand, speaking with a lack of confidence. 120 billion is too much for us to handle. Wouldn't it be better to narrow the investigation and focus on specific companies? A bespectacled young man next to him also agreed, speaking up, that is right, honestly, we can't punish all these people. I think we are making this too big. Aren't we focusing on the big companies? Let us take a few companies as examples and then end this case. The person who just spoke was the manager of the legal department, Gu Sung-gil. But a colleague next to him questioned, so, are you saying we should ignore all the small businesses? He shook his head, correcting, I am not saying that. I am saying we should punish the bigger companies. More. The other colleague frowned, rebutting with disapproval. Honestly, how many big companies have been caught in this investigation? Most of the products come from small businesses. And he is known as the manager of the Consumer Policy Department, Consumer Commerce Department, Song Dong-soo. Sung-gil sullenly expressed his opinion, they are small stores. We will get a backlash if we go after small business owners. The Fair Trade Commission is dealing with small business owners. Jun Cheol just sat quietly in a corner, listening to them argue. In his heart, he muttered, that is not the focus. Finally, Yumi coldly interrupted, settling the matter, let us focus on punishing the big companies. Punishing them in proportion to the amount they were caught with. Good. And loudly questioning, but is that all? Any other opinions from the managers? In her heart, she was weary of that meaningless argument. Enough. The entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. Everyone hesitantly looked at each other, saying nothing. Suddenly, her sharp eyes swept across them all. And then looking through to Jun Cheol and questioning, Lee Juncheol, manager, anything to say? He was stunned and bewildered. Huh? Seeing his shock and confusion, she explained and encouraged him. Our team does not care what department you are from or what your position is. Say anything. As soon as Yumi asked him, the two friends Sung Gil and Dongsu sitting above them cast expectant gazes at him, causing Jun Cheol to sweat nervously, thinking. The main characters here are those two. Can I speak even though I am just a support team? After pondering for a while, he decided to speak, raising a question. Do we really need to distinguish between big and small companies? Yumi, as if discovering a new idea, immediately questioned, what do you mean? Jun Cheol sighed, presenting honestly, the main problem is the advertisements used to deceive consumers, with lines like I bought this myself. Jun Cheol powerfully brought up the core issue, so should not we deal with the people who use those lies, not just the companies? Yumi's eyes darkened, emphasizing each word in a questioning tone, the people who say those words. Those who wear the halo of being loved by everyone, streamers. He resolutely suggested, yes, I think we should focus on dealing with them instead of just the companies. Speaking of this, his voice became even more resolute and cutting, and of course, we should also deal with WebTube. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room was as silent as a tomb. Everyone turned to look at Jun Cheol in confusion. Yumi's sharp eyes looked at him with satisfaction. She smiled, remarking, look at this guy. At the headquarters of the Fair Trade Commission. In the meeting room, after Jun Cheol's speech, everyone was stunned and frozen for a few seconds. Sung Gil was the first to react. He excitedly responded, wait a minute, we have already pursued dozens of companies. Will expanding the target make us face even more enemies? Don't you know, even if you involve WebTube, the small business owners, who are usually silent, will all stand up together. They will think we are interfering with their livelihoods. Jun Cheol rolled his eyes, thinking, it is operating everywhere, except for WebTube. Good lord, this reminds me of the past. This feeling is exactly like the moves in the Go game I played in my past life. Great men never die. It is a term in the Go game that means that large stones are difficult to kill. He naturally knew how it operated. If a large corporation collapses, then the organizers will also collapse in turn, so everyone will sink together. Therefore, if the big corporations show signs of wavering, the entire national economy will fall into crisis. Sung Gil, with undisguised animosity towards him, said, hey, Manager Lee, I am saying this because it seems like you still do not understand, although we can consider a certain level of moral responsibility. According to current laws, we can't force the platform to be responsible for everything. He nodded calmly, answering, yes, I know that. So why do not we take this opportunity to establish some regulations? Dongsu clicked his tongue with disdain and spoke up to dissuade, good lord, are you going to make laws with a wooden stick? Do you think just setting regulations will be effective? Do you even know what you are talking about? At this moment, Yumi interrupted, Manager Su and Song. Her sharp eyes swept over the two of them, her voice as cold as ice, warning, are you planning to use seniority to suppress him? I am sure I said that we should share opinions, regardless of seniority or other ranks. After reminding the other two, her voice softened, looking towards him, Manager Lee, continue. Jun Cheol hesitantly nodded, all right. Then, he seriously and solemnly continued to present what he had left unfinished earlier. Actually, I think this situation was somewhat predicted in the industry. However, I believe the problem lies in the fact that there are absolutely no measures in place to deal with this. If WebTube had its own regulations on hidden advertising, this damage might not have happened. Yumi was stunned and curiously asked, what do you mean? Jun Cheol nodded, his eyes resolutely answering, yes, we should require WebTube to create its own regulations. Then he seriously explained the reason. If that platform promulgates its own regulations, then we won't punish all the small business owners. A refreshing breeze will still spread throughout the entire industry. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. Yumi was also silent, not responding. Seconds later, she suddenly smirked, smiling in a satisfied manner, secretly praising in her heart, hearing that makes me want to applaud you. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. At this moment, the sharp and spirited eyes of the two met. Each person had their own thoughts, but they were both heading towards a common goal. Sung Gil turned his head, his eyes spitefully looking at him, secretly cursing in his heart, that damn brat, daring to sit there flattering Director Han. I can't let that kid carry this bomb. Thinking this, he immediately feigned a look, then hurriedly retorted, Director, the industry can be cleansed if we only punish the companies that have done those hidden advertisements. Dongsu next to him also worriedly chimed in, agreeing, that is right, there is no need to drag WebTube into it to punish the streamers. Seeing someone stand on his side, Sung Gil secretly breathed a sigh of relief, giving his colleague a like, oh well done, Manager Song. Yumi lowered her eyes, her face expressionless, asking them in return, do you think that just targeting the companies with problems will make hidden advertising disappear? Do you really think so? Seeing her tone implying something, he stammered, answering, yes, of course. Yumi shook her head, bluntly denying it, no, I do not think that will happen. Hearing these words, both Sung Gil and Dongsu were stunned, feeling an involuntary tension in their hearts. Yumi waved the stack of documents in her hand and analyzed clearly, if WebTube does not self-regulate, then those companies will only stop for a while and then come up with even more sophisticated hidden advertising schemes. And like that, we will have to chase after them to deal with each case as they happen. Her eyes swept over the department heads, questioning, so then, which way would be more effective? Sung Gil realized at this moment that he had just been a joke. He was ashamed, secretly gnashing his teeth in annoyance in his heart. What the hell, she already knew the answer. So why did she even ask us? Seeing everyone awkwardly bowing their heads with their own complicated expressions, Jun Chil quickly sat down, shrinking into the corner. Later, the meeting ended. Inside the meeting room, a few department heads lingered, starting to badmouth Jun Chil together behind his back. What the hell is going on with that manager Lee? At first, he was like someone who had just passed the civil service exam. Dongsu angrily recounted, I joined the company 2 years before him. Sung Gil was stunned, asking in return, what 2 years? Dongsu crossed his arms, his face full of dissatisfaction. He harumphed, maliciously speculating, I heard he handled DC Group's industrial accident case, and YK's cancer insurance case. I guess they are pretty supportive of him, because he has been involved in a few big projects anyway. Sung Gil, burning with anger, recklessly said vulgar words, that greenhorn dares to be so arrogant. I wonder how many asses he licked to climb to this position. A person next to him hurriedly whispered, reminding Manager Su, your voice is too loud. He angrily and intentionally shouted even louder, challenging, let him hear it. What, did I say anything wrong? But this abuse of power is the same thing, and that is our specialty too. Just as he and the group were energetically badmouthing him, someone cleared their throat, interrupting. Jun Chil had been standing at the door with his belongings for some time. He just quietly looked inside, causing them to feel guilty and hurriedly retract their expressions. Sung Gil pretended to adjust his glasses, then invited them, want to go grab a cup of coffee? The others, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately hastily chimed in, sure. Yes, let us go. Saying this, they quickly dragged each other out. Jun Chil did not care. He also slowly went inside with his belongings. Sung Gil, before leaving, glanced back with a frown. He grumbled with disgust, that damn guy. He angrily took out his anger on the door, slamming it shut with force. After they left, Jun Chil still slowly placed his belongings on the table. He smirked, secretly sneering, speculating, I guess this incident will make him hate me even more, huh? After roughly cleaning up his belongings, he reached for a notebook and examined it. Jun Chil flipped through each page, reading through the documents and thinking to himself, anyway, to deal with those streamers, I need to gather evidence. Is there a legal and practical way to track down those people without leaving a trace? Suddenly, his head throbbed with pain, a strange female voice faintly appearing in his mind. Jun Chil was stunned, feeling as if an electric current had passed through him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The notebook in his hand also fell to the ground. Omiya's laughing voice rang out, as for that, I am fine with it. I also want to participate in the advertisement. And Haiji also eagerly volunteered, if you do it, I will do it too. Haisian calmly sat on the sofa, speaking up, alright then. Myung, what do you think? She hesitantly and nervously asked, sister, is this really okay? Isn't hidden advertising too risky? Jun Chil hugged his face, gasping for breath. The veins on his forehead stood out clearly. It is happening again. Jun Chil quickly adjusted his breathing. As he bent down to pick up the documents, he thought again, besides those three, I definitely heard the voice of someone else. Could it be? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and hurriedly flipped through the pages of documents. Very quickly, Jun Chil flipped to a page of biography with a familiar face. As soon as he looked, he immediately recognized, here it is streamer Myung. He carefully analyzed his thoughts. I had not paid attention to her, because the amount involved was so small. But does that mean those three are related? Jun Chil hugged his head, calculating. I feel like there is a hint of worry in her voice. Maybe I can take advantage of this woman. Who knows, I might be able to find a key clue to solve this case. At the same time, cut to a scene at a private home. Myung was leisurely sitting and drinking a newly popular product. Behind her, a shiny knife was raised, along with a cold voice. Everything is ready. A man wearing a black mask whispered to the person next to him, gesturing to start. Very good. Start right away. Moments later, the shiny kitchen knife was stabbed into the table. It turned out that the man in black was just bringing up a tray of delicious food with his colleague. Myung excitedly clapped an enthusiastic response. Wow, I love it. She sat in front of the live stream screen, starting to smile, chat, and interact with the audience. Everyone, today I will be eating these dishes. A fresh dolphin. That is definitely over 10 kilograms. Myung enthusiastically supported the restaurant owner, Mr. Boss, I guarantee today's revenue will skyrocket. Saying this, she started her mukbang, dipping a piece of pork intestine into a bowl of bright red blood. Alright, first we will dip it in the sauce. Suddenly, her phone next to her vibrated and made a sound, startling Myung. Startled, Myung hurriedly forced a smile, looking at the manager who was frowning, sincerely apologizing. I am sorry, Appa. I forgot to turn on airplane mode. Myung involuntarily glanced at the phone, reading the just sent message, Competition Commission notification, web message, notice requiring appearance for investigation. Date XX, month XX, Thursday, 3 p.m., location, Competition Commission, 4th floor, investigation room, required documents, citizen ID. Reading this, Myung was startled, sweating profusely. Her face turned pale and flustered. What is this? They are asking me to go to the Competition Commission. The manager suspiciously spoke up, reminding, Myung, what is wrong? Is something urgent? She flusteredly waved her hands, answering, nothing. She gave a forced smile to the camera, professionally continuing the live stream. Sorry everyone, let us get back to it. Although she tried to maintain her composure on the outside, she was worried sick on the inside. Her arms uncontrollably trembled. No way, I have not been discovered, have I? Cut to the same time, in Yumi's private office at the Fair Trade Commission, she looked at the file, suspiciously reconfirming. So, this person is probably also related to those three. Jun Cheol nodded resolutely, answering, yes, madam. We did not pay attention at first because the amount was too small, but after investigating, it seems that in the past few months, she has participated in hidden advertising for the same types of products as those three. Yumi pondered, thinking, she only just joined. Unlike the trio we have been tracking for a long time, they probably did not notice. She vaguely wondered, maybe it is because of her that I felt like we were missing something, huh? Yumi curiously continued to ask, how can we be sure of that with this little information? Jun Cheol answered without hesitation, we can't, but we have summoned her for questioning. So everything will be clear after the session. Yumi smiled, praising, you are acting fast. Very good. In her heart, she was secretly evaluating, making a hypothesis first, and then investigating based on it. He does not seem like the rigid by the book type. After considering it, she suddenly seriously suggested, how about you take charge of the investigation into the Orbi headquarters yourself? Jun Cheol was briefly stunned, bewildered. What? She casually looked at him with interest, and incidentally, reported, the prosecutor's office has issued a search warrant. Other groups are investigating the companies suspected of carrying out hidden advertising, Dongsu's group. And some Gil's group have all set off. Jun Cheol stammered, questioning with doubt, but we are just the support team. She smirked, teasing, what, you do not want to? He shook his head, embarrassed. It is not that we do not want to, it is just. Seeing his hesitant expression, she chuckled, encouraging him, don't be shy. When we are short on manpower, I will even take on children. Out of options, Jun Cheol politely complied. He had no choice but to nod and accept the order. Yes, madam. Yumi smiled with a hint of expectation, looking at him. Manager Lee Juncheol, let us see what you are capable of. Cut to a scene at the newly emerging Orbi Juice Company. From inside the main office, an exaggerated, astonished voice rang out, good lord, is our small company being suspected of hidden advertising too? Unbelievable, so unfair. The one who spoke was the CEO of Orbi Inc., Hyun Chang-soo. Jun Cheol smirked, inwardly looking down on him. Unfair, Orbi is number one in the ranking of revenue from deceptive advertising. On the surface, he still maintained a professional smile, reassuring, whether it is unfair or not, that will be clear after we finish investigating. Chang-soo was impatient, but he was also powerless and had to click his tongue in concession, tch. So what do you want? Jun Cheol seriously requested. First, hand over your accounting books. He put his hands in his pockets, agreeing without hesitation, all right. Saying this, he glanced at the woman next to him, Manager Kim. She understood and immediately bowed her head to receive the order. Yes, I understand. Then, she turned around and gestured for the group of investigators parked to follow. This way, please. Watching the team of controllers searching the company, Changsu frowned and remained silent, saying nothing more. But in reality, his heart was in turmoil, constantly having to reassure himself, "It is okay, they can't catch us, no way." Jun Chio suddenly spoke up, pulling him back to reality. Alright. He coldly suggested, "We need to check the employee payroll as well." As soon as he finished speaking, both Changsu and his assistant Kim were startled, their faces changing color. He was sweating nervously, stammering, questioning, "What? Why do you need that too? The Fair Trade Commission, not the tax office." Jun Chio smirked, suspiciously questioning, "Why do you look so tense? Is there something in there that we are not allowed to see?" Being hit where it hurt, Changsu awkwardly avoided his gaze. He tried to cover it up, making excuses. "No, nothing like that. Maybe you do not know because you have never worked in a private company, but those things are confidential information. We can't just hand them over." Jun Chio chuckled, friendly reminding him one last time, "Mr. CO, do you think that we won't have other options if you do not hand them over immediately? We just need to send a request to the tax office to look up the tax settlement data for next year, and they will provide information about salaries, bonuses, and other expenses." He turned his face away, stubbornly replying, "Then just do that." Jun Chio coldly and emotionlessly stared at him. Then Jun Chio unexpectedly took slow steps towards him. Seeing his aggressive and energetic appearance, Changsu was startled, hurriedly backing away with caution. What is it?" Jun Chio continuously cornered him, laughing coldly and exposing his small thoughts. "Maybe you are reminding yourself right now, there is no way they can find out. But the problem is, this is my specialty. The method you are using is too obvious." His dark pupils had already seen through his flustered and anxious expression. Changsu weakly retorted, "What nonsense is that?" Jun Chio's face darkened, emphasizing each word, exposing his methods, money laundering through the delivery person. Changsu's mouth hung open. He was shocked, pretending to act. "I do not know what you are talking about." Jun Chio laughed coldly, gently probing with profound meaning. "Do you want me to explain it to you bit by bit? The company secretly transfers money to someone, but can't transfer it directly. If you withdraw more than a certain amount of money, it will cause the tax office to investigate the source and purpose. So you came up with this method. Sales employees, in other words, you used a delivery person. The company falsifies the books, claiming that sales increase thanks to the sales employees, and then they transfer a huge performance bonus to that person's account. Then, that money is transferred away by the sales employee. The money is poured directly into the account under that person's borrowed name. You really wanted to pay?" Jun Chio's sharp eyes stared at him, questioning, "Tell me, where am I wrong?" Changsu stood frozen like a statue, the sweat on his hands pouring out as if he had just dipped them in a bucket of water. In his heart, he was troubled and embarrassed. That bastard, he saw through our entire plan. But he tried to maintain his composure, stubbornly arguing, resolutely refusing, "I do not understand what you are talking about. Don't try to trick me with leading questions and then falsely accuse me." Jun Chio lowered his eyes, his voice firmly suggesting, "Is that so? Then, we will directly request the records from the tax office. Of course, you will have to pay a very high price for that." Jun Chio slowly walked past him. As soon as he got the closest, he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, warning him, "And so that you know, what we need right now is an example. Those examples will probably lead to criminal prosecution." Changsu frantically turned around to watch his back. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. "Ha, so if we do not cooperate, you will make us that example, huh? Those bastards. They are really determined, are not they?" Cold sweat poured out on his forehead. Changsu gritted his teeth, hesitating, his heart in fierce conflict. "Damn it, now I just need to survive this storm." Finally, as expected, everything was within his grasp. Changsu had no choice but to give up, desperately agreeing to Jun Chio's request. "Manager Kim, just hand everything over." She was bewildered, looking at him with a face as if she had swallowed a fly, stammering for a long time, "Sir." But a few minutes passed, and they had all surrendered with their arms crossed, not daring to play any more tricks. Investigator Park smirked, smugly waving his hand to signal the other employees, and incidentally sending a courteous message to the other two, "Thank you for your cooperation." At this moment, Jun Chio finally frowned, inwardly sighing in relief. Phew, it is over. The investigation of this company is almost complete. It won't be long until the journalists catch the scent and compete to report it. He could clearly imagine the prominent headlines of the major newspapers tomorrow would be, "Fair Trade Commission cracks down on deceptive advertising, special task force established internally. WebTube streamers OP and summoned, Fair Trade Commission estimates deceptive advertising market at least 100 billion won." This will be a catalyst. In the dark, nimble hands as fast as lightning operated the mouse. The sound of clicking keyboards echoed. Those who silently work in the shadows, let them take action.